Guys, it's Ash here coming at you today in Race Shot Legends. Welcome to the video. Sending some love, some positive vibes your way, especially if you need them out there today. Today, it's one of these videos. We do them once a year here on the channel. They're usually long. How many hours is this one going to be? Could I do it in under an hour? Well, you guys can see the time. I can't, and I don't think I can, knowing myself.
Why isn't it possible?
It's just not.
Why not, you stupid bastard?
But yeah, sit back, relax. I invite you to, join me. Get comfortable, right? Because we're going to be here for a while. If you can't watch this all in one sitting, as always, I try to do this on every single one of my videos, especially the last year or so. I'll have timestamps. I'm not going to have a timestamp for every single champion because there's over, maybe 600 of these champions that I've maxed over the years. But I will certainly at least timestamp rarities for you guys to help you navigate a little bit throughout this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up my champions on my actual roster. So the ones that I do have geared, you guys can see how I have them geared out. I'll talk a little bit about do I actually use them nowadays on my account, and I'll also give them a grade. Now, my grade for these champions is going to be independent of how much I use them, because my account necessarily isn't going to find every champion useful that you guys can find on your accounts. So without further ado, let's just start with the mythicals. What do you say with Allah's the Sun Bearer? Try not to give out S tiers all over the place. So I am going to be pretty stingy, at least on the S tier, but otherwise we'll rank S, A, B, C, D, and F, I guess, right? So Allah's the Sun Bearer, man. This champion, as you can see from the build, I have him in Merciless and in Zeal gear. I actually use this guy in Chimera Clan Boss, and I really want to start using him in the arena more, but I really want to get Mercurial gear, a 9-piece on him, and currently I only have one banner that's on Odin. Allah's is a really good champion. You can see that I don't have my best gear on him. I have an aspect on him. He's a defense-based, just powerhouse with the Rolling Thunder ability. He has that great provoke and counterattack as well. 2-turn, great for Head of Decay. He's a great champion. His alternate form isn't quite as strong as his base form, although I will say the AoE on the A1 can smack with an extra hit, and not a bad A2 as well. So all in all, a pretty solid mythical champion. I'll give him an A. I'll give him an A. I'll try to just quickly show you what masteries I'm running on these champions too as I go through the video. Siegfried. Siegfried, man. He's seen his better days. It is a force affinity meta in terms of where the end game is in PvP. Moreover, there's more champions than ever that ignore block damage, which is, what keeps him alive. As you can see, though, I have Cat's Gaze. I have Ward of the Fallen on him. I have a 9-piece Mercurial set on him. And yeah, he's an absolute stud both in PvE and in PvP. He can be a reviver. And look at the visuals, man, on the alternate forms on this champion. Just absolutely insane. I'm going to go ahead and give Siegfried, I'm going to give him S tier. And again, I'm not going to hand him out like candy, but the reason being is because he can still be absolutely dominant in the arena, and he is one of the best, if not the best, just raw damage dealers in PvE content as well, speed farms galore and great against bosses and the whole nine. So I'm going to give Siegfried an S tier, maybe an S minus. He's on that lower S tier, right? Gallius Bloodcrest, the cock. Listen, man, this dude has been a beast ever since his big buff. Now, he actually is in pretty good gear here. Have him pretty fast. I try to build all of my damage dealers, all of my nukers that I actually use in the arena at over 300 speed. I like fast nukers, and yeah, I definitely don't regret, even if it means I have to sacrifice on some of their damage scaling stats. Rather have them go than to die, right? They're better off going first, even if they're not hitting quite as hard. Now, Gallius is amazing on both forms. He has a Cat's Gaze on him as well. I only have 2 Cat Gazes on my account. One's on Siegfried and one's on Gallius. That's it. I use him a lot. I use him mainly to counter block damage in the arena. He ignores block damage and also decreases enemy buff duration, which is just fantastic, especially in this meta. For wave clearing, he's absolutely bonkers because you reset ability when he kills somebody. He's immune to CC as well, and he has a great provoke and an extra turn mechanic where he brings some valuable buffs to your team and increased defense for him. I have Lightning Cage on him. Those are the masteries that I'm running on Gallius. I'm going to give him an A+. Our bias, the Stone Thorn. You can see I don't have gear on her. You'll see this especially as we get going in the video. You'll see I don't have gear in a lot of my champions, because especially ones that I want to be super fast, because I'm not relying on our bias on my account. I have her +4 empowered, but I have 2 problems as to why I don't use her more often. First of all, she's still amazing, but endgame whale problem here. I don't have any good Sylvan Watcher banners. I think this might be my best one that I have, which obviously 24 speed is great, but it's not anywhere near, you know, I've been playing for 7 years, right? I have a lot of good banners. I said not anywhere near my other speed booster banners. And I also have her not 6-star Awaken, which sounds ridiculous, but it is that 10 speed. Anyway, she's a great champion. She has a lockout. She has a really cool petrification mechanic on her Verdant Rebirth, synergizing with her passive. She's a great turn meter booster, setting up champions that need accuracy, which nowadays in the Bayak meta, it's basically everybody, right? Has almost dual meaning. And then in PvE content, she's fantastic as well. Just a good increased duration of buff. She's kind of like a Jill of all trades. She brings so much to the table. And then she brings burn. She brings leech. I like her alternate form, especially in PvE content. And she's great at ticking off trials in Chimera. Put it all together, we're looking at an A for our bias. Laz. Man, Lazarius is absolutely amazing. He's my fastest champion and one of my most used champions on my account. I could get him a little bit faster, but I also like that I have him built as a nuker, right? So it's really a nice combo. I have Crown of Corruption on him for a relic. He's amazing, man. He's the great turn meter booster. You got to be careful, obviously, of Marius's. Got to be careful of Predators, right? Because you can get those counterattacks off of this. But man, he can revive on his base form. That makes him great anywhere in PvE when you're lacking a reviver or you want him for Hydra with the block buffs, buff removal. He's great in the arena as well. And he has that lockout ability on his second form where he's not like one of the most insane nukers in the game on this alternate form, but he deals enough damage to get the kills, and that's all you need because when he kills an enemy, he resets the cooldown of all enemy skills by 2 turns. Fantastic champion. Fast, speed aura. Could go on forever on Lazarius. Here's, by the way, like a better example of a speed banner that I'm rocking. Lazarius is amazing even without this insane build on him. He's going to be A+ on Laz. Again, with the meta being as what it is, a lot of block revive, and he's a little bit on the squishier side. Keeps him from being S tier right now, but he's just one of the better mythicals still out there in the game. Androck the Glorious. Man, Androck's been actually seeing a little bit of action in the arena lately as well. I have him in a 9-piece protection. I primarily use him because of one of the best passives low-key in the game with Knights of the Wild. Critical hits inflicted by allies fill the turn meter vault allies by 5%. Occurs once per skill. It's a lot of turn meter. He's right up there, right behind Senna as the best, like, over the course of a longer battle, turn meter booster in the game. Moreover, he's got, you know, they went in, they give him a nice buff as well. He's got turn meter boost now. He's got all these buffs, potentially 4 there on the base form. Buff extension, he fits very well in Wixwell and Titus teams. And then he's got a great alternate form with Enfeeble and Decreased Resistance on an AoE. He's got an enemy max HP move. He's got buff removal as well, so very versatile. I give him an A. I actually think that Androck is quite underrated. I think that most folks out there probably rank him a C or even a B tier. I give him like kind of a B+, A-. I'm grading on a curve here because mythicals are very good. Garrel is one of the top predominant nukers after her insane buff. I have her in 9-piece Mercurial. These are the masteries that I'm running on her, and she's just absolutely bonkers. I mean, this protected unkillable and a protected counterattack. She's got, like, they fixed up everything about her kit, and then they bumped the odds of her joining in attacks and just dealing so much damage. 2 sources of damage now. She's one of the hardest hitting nukers out there. She's great still in PvE as well. Just all those join-in attacks, specifically on Hydra, being it's an AoE on the Magma Slam, chance at multiple hits. Yeah, Garrel, we're going to call her S tier. We're going to call her S tier. She's just one of the best nukers out there in all of Raid right now. Lady Mikage. Man, Mikage. I still have this kind of an old build. It's not necessarily the best build on Mikage, but I like having the double reset, right, with Merciless and Reflex. It allows her to get back to her ally attacks even faster, and her Silken Snare as well. Of course, I have Perch Shadow on Lady Mikage, which is busted on Lady Mikage if you don't have a Perch Shadow on her. Golly, give it a shot. She's great, you know, from the skills that we know, the control on the alternate form. In Faction Wars, I don't know where I'd be without her, honestly. All that control with the stuns for that wave content, those waves can be a nuisance, especially in hard. Nice little passives as well. I have her on Phantom Touch because she's on my main Fire Knight team as well. I'm going to go ahead and give Mikage an A+. The Calamitous. Calamitous also got a big buff. It is nice that they go out and they buff these mythicals that are underperforming. That being said, sometimes the buffs don't land, right? This one on Calamitous They landed. It was really nice. Very hard-hitting extra turn mechanic on his A1 if you kill an enemy. And then he has a great single-target debuff move. 4 of the most important debuffs, right, in the game, especially depending on where you are for that block buffs. And then a hard-hitting AoE, and then they redid the damage, and they made it a 3-turn cooldown on his Hex and decreased defense. So one of the better Hydra clan boss damage dealers and debuffers out there as well. I do have Brimstone on him on this build, and those are the masteries. I give the Calamitous, surprise, an A. All right, Toshiro the Bloody. Toshiro, I don't have him geared out, but that's not because I don't use him. I do. I was just muling some of his Merciless gear around. Typically, I have him in a 6-piece Merciless build, sometimes with a Zeal. I have Nature's Wrath on him. I think that's the best blessing for this champion. I have a Gora Crescent on him. Not necessarily the best, but he does love those stats. Overall, though, Toshiro is fantastic. He's still one of the better damage dealers, especially against clan bosses, right? In wave content, like nothing hits like this damn Bloody Typhoon, and he brings a decreased defense and a leech. Really, really good damage dealer in the meta. I'm going to give him an A. We have Nell Blackteeth. Nell, man. Nell is still one of my faves, even in this Mercurial meta. Now, Mercurial works against her, but it's also really good on her, on Nell. I just wish they would go in and buff the alternate form of Nell, honestly. I would love to see, I always want to use the alternate form, but it just never pays off enough. I would like to see a very simple thing. I mentioned this in my last video too. I would like to see them go in there and increase her crit rate based on the number of poisons, you know, in the battle or something like that, right? 10% for every poison in the battle. That way, when you land the poisons, then you could switch forms and then go in and nuke them or something like that, you know? Either that or just give her a crit rate boost based on her accuracy. Either way, though, even in this meta, I think she is absolutely deadly. Mercurial is not a hard counter to Nell. It's a counter, but it's not a hard counter. You can still get by once the Mercurial is removed. I'm going to give Nell an A. And by the way, I have my Arakan. I can't believe I maxed out a rare relic, the Arakan Elixir on her. And then we have Lethal Dose as well. I'm dying to get that 6-star because Lethal Dose is so nasty at 6 stars. Will ignore 35% of target's resistance when placing poisons, which she can really, really use because her passive does not have, like most legendaries, an ignore resistance mechanic in it. I also use her aura more now with Bayak teams, against Bayak teams, to boost my own accuracy. One final knock on Nell. In PvE content, she's great, but she does fall off a little bit value over replacement. Polera! Man, what a massive, massive disappointment, you know? I'm actually, gosh, I should be like a few shards away, right? From getting Anaxia, who also looks like a massive disappointment. So, yeah, add it to the list, and I mentioned that because Polera, of course, is the Faction Ward Hard champion that we get as our ultimate reward. And boy, she sucks. Now, listen, I've said it before and I'll say it again, right? I actually use her, namely in like Siege, very niche content. I don't even use her in the Sacred Order Faction Wars because Sacred Order is so strong anyway. But listen, there's some promise to our kit. There's some hope in terms of like a foundation here, the design. Good AoE potential, too many prerequisites, right? Of the block revive, the under a burn or a freeze. Not quite enough damage. And then if she gets like locked out or something like that, what does she bring on her alternate form? A pretty decently hard-hitting move with a freeze, and then a kind of lackluster support here on Frozen Tendrils. That's about it. She just feels like, honestly, maybe a C level or a B level legendary on both forms, you know, for a mythical. So it's just not quite enough. Kind of an interesting passive here where she revives her teammates too. There is, like I said, there's something there, but she just needs more of everything. And the biggest thing, honestly, one of the biggest things, is her base stats reads like a mediocre epic. Like, what the heck? A mythical champion with... Have you seen this on a mythical champion before? Come on, man. All right, so I'm going to give Polera a... I'm going to give her a D, especially for a mythical, you know? Only reason they're stopping her from an F is because, again, I do think there's something there in the foundation. Embry's the Anomaly. I don't have him in gear because I was muling over my best HP gear to Granite Doorkeep for some Faction Wars today. Embry's is still a masterpiece. That's the best word, the best adjective to describe this champion. he is an amazing design. The Necrosis, the Block Revive on the A1, the Remove Stone skin on the A3 of the base form. This guy is absolutely brilliant. I still run him fast. 315 speed is what I typically go with in Savage and in Stone skin with Lightning Cage. I have obviously went down and picked up, just the Ignore defense with Helm Smasher as well. I have a wand on Embreeze, and man, I don't use Embreeze a ton anymore in the arena, but it's just because I have so many options, And honestly, I probably should, because he is still top of the meta. He's still a top 10 damage dealer in the game, not even close. And I actually do use him quite a bit in PvE as well, as just like a really nice damage dealer and a control champion with all his extra turn mechanics on his base form with the True Fear and whatnot. So I'm going to give Embreeze, and I'm going to give him an A+, S- range. Star Sage Galathier. I have a 9-piece Mercurial gear, and man, this guy is just still one of the better supports out there. I have Hollowed Hilt to get a little extra speed, maybe some fervor in there as well. He benefits from increased accuracy, so you can play him with Mavara and kind of a tandem. Very interesting, possibilities there. The last fusion. I have him in Polymorph right now. I think I might change back to Temporal Chains. I used to run Life Harvest on him as well, so certainly a lot of options when it comes to the Blessing on him. Unshakable for the resistance. Man, one of the best cleanses in the game. A really solid revive. One of the best control profiles with the don't trigger counterattacks, block active skills, buff removal, the increased accuracy, the stun, the conversion of resistance to accuracy. Man, Star Sage, what doesn't this guy do? Man, he looks like such a freaking demon there with his head like that, huh? On his alternate form. You ever take like a really long look at these champions? Holy mackerel. Star Sage is S tier. Cometus Dark Smile. I have him built pretty fast. He's kind of a stat-hungry beast, right? You want a lot of HP on this dude. You want speed on this guy, and you want accuracy on Cometus. Cometus has seen his better days with 9-piece Mercurial, but he's still absolutely a powerhouse and absolutely viable, right? Just got to pick and choose your spots a little bit and be smart about when you use him. So maybe not as strong as he once was, but still very, very strong. Has that Lightning Cage. I went with Eagle Eye for extra accuracy on him. And again, I have him in Pinpoint and in Stone Skin. I could probably switch his build up to be a little bit faster and drop the Pinpoint. I don't think it's as necessary now. Although Polymorph is coming back a little bit, so I don't, it's okay. The build is okay. I'm going to give Cometus an A. Nice, the Shadow Thief, man. What doesn't this dude do? He's one of my main go-to nukers, obviously. Have him built pretty fast, a lot of HP, good crit damage. Any HP-based damage dealer, of course, who want to really try to get as much crit damage as possible on them. I have Shiba's Servitude, or Zibia's, however you want to say it. It's one of the most broken relics in the game, especially on Nice, on his alternate form, I guess on both forms, but it's very, very strong. Keeping him alive, I have Chainbreaker on him as well. Those are the typical nuker masteries that I have on him, and man, this guy, again, with the Block Revive, with the AoE, little bit of control in his kit on his alternate form with the Provoke or the Stun, but of course, his Feather Shield, one of the most powerful abilities in Raid. Even if you lock him out, you could just keep him in his base form. He'll automatically keep himself alive, switch over to the alternate form once he receives that fatal damage, and then you can Feather Shield up, protected counterattack, block damage, and you guys know it. He revives everybody off his damn Fate Intervention passive. He is so annoying to go against, so fun to have on your team. I'm going to go ahead and give Nice an A+. He's S tier in the arena still, but I'm going to be real with you guys. I am judging these guys, all these champions globally, although I will point out when I think they're S tier one category and a different grading in another category. In PvE, he's good for damage and a little bit of control, but not great, not elite like he is in the arena. So that's going to keep an A+ when we kind of aggregate maybe a B in PvE, in an S tier in PvP. Siegfried number 2, that's right. Nice free-to-play account here with 2 Siegfrieds. Carnage the Anarch, man. This dude is one of my favorite champions in the entire game. He really is. I think he's absolutely brilliant, the best speed aura in the game. I have intimidating presence on him just to use with his speed aura, really. He's not necessarily the fastest champion on my teams, but we can still take advantage of that regardless, right? This ability, the Trinity of Pain, is one of the most powerful abilities in all of Raid Shadow Legends when we talk about control, right? Moreover, he has the debuff spread, he has the counter attacks. He's great to get rid of Mercurial, to counter Mercurial, or to counter any of the billion passives in the game, or the billion Force Affinity meta champions in the game. And oh, by the way, don't sleep on his alternate form where he can ignore Unkillable if they're under 2 or more debuffs, and hit pretty hard as well, potential block revive. So that's the build that I have on him. Helm Smasher, Intimidating, Crown of Corruption on him as well, and I have him very fast. So I went for speed first and foremost and accuracy, and then I tried to focus on getting him to 100% crit rate. Thus, I have crit rate on the damage, or excuse me, on the gauntlets there, not crit damage. I really like this build on him, and honestly, I'm going to give Carnage, I'm going to call him S- tier, right? Not the top champion in the entire game, but PvE, PvP. He's a damage dealer and a very, very unique and brilliant control champion. Night Queen Crixia. Crixia has never been more meta than she is right now, I'll tell you that. And she's my second fastest champion on my account at 457 speed. I do have a tower helm on her for the extra speed, and I have temporal chains, not that she really needs it, with supersonic as well. So, man, Crixia is going to probably go first for most of my teams. She's an amazing, amazing champion with the lockout of the cooldowns. And hey, if things go haywire, if your team gets locked out, she can just switch forms and Night Purge and reset your champion's skills. She has a great turn meter boost as well, and she brings a lot of utility on all of her moves, right? Do have to be careful a little bit with her A2 on her base form against Predators and Mariuses and whatnot, but overall, she's, you know, like I said, she's never been better than she is right now. And you can use her in PvE as a reset champion on any team that you want to, or as just a wave controller as well. So we're going to go ahead and give her an S-. Mezimel Luperfang. Oh, man, Mezimel. I like Mezimel. I'm not a hater. And, you know, you can kind of ignore the gear here. It's very slow right now. But she's meant to be a real maven, a real beast, a real unstoppable monster in the arena. And, you know, while she can have some potential with a double hitter that hits hard with a block revive that ignores Stone Skin, I'd like to see a buff to Mezimel, another buff to Mezimel. I don't know if they'll do it. I think they could. I'd like to see this ignore block damage. That would make her an instant counter to Neve teams, which are all over the place. Block damage is all over the place. She has everything else. I would actually, no, strike that. I would also add Unkillable. Just give her the whole, she's a mythical champion. This is the highlight of her entire kit. Just give her the whole shebang, right? Make her a real threat to be dealt with. That's the buff that I would give her, honestly. Unkillable and, you know, ally protection, strength, and shield. How about Unkillable and block damage there too, right? Moreover, I would love to see, they already buffed the alternate form, and truth be told, alternate form does hit hard. But, you know, just 2 AoE hits feels like there could be a little bit more there. You know, it feels like they could maybe, I don't know, maybe they could add in a little self-buffing move or something here, right? So overall, she's not one of my favorites. I don't hate her, but she just feels like she is, you know, with the Frolnies and the Jorads and kind of like one of the worst mythicals, even though all mythicals can certainly help out some players out there. So I would give Mezimel a, gosh, I would probably give her a C. Lady Mikage number 2. And then we have Aphodus, the Hive Lord. Aphodus is an interesting champion. Some people hate him, some people love him. But honestly, this guy, he can smack. Like, I'm just going to be real with you guys. He can smack. I've seen him on on Sam Solstice's channel, on like a 6-second dragon run, just deleting every wave. I see him on some of the world record teams for Fire Knight as well. I mean, this dude, listen, he's not my favorite mythical, but golly, he can definitely smack. He's got burn synergy, brings the increased attack. His alternate form isn't my favorite, but if you're a progression player out there and you get Aphodus, I mean, you're going to be excited about this. 3-turn provoke, strengthen, increase defense, continuous heals, 3-turn stun. I mean, there's nothing wrong with this. Just feels more of a progression mythical, and then kind of like, he's weird. He feels like an early game mythical. Yeah, if that's my only mythical, I'm super happy if I'm in progression mode. And also a late end game, can you push him to the limit with god tier gear? And then in the middle, I feel like is kind of where he suffers a little bit. Anyway, I'm going to give him a B+. Gizmac the Turbo. Oh, come on, man. Look at this. I got a Charles Barkley card right here. Boom. Oh, just come on, man. You're terrible. I don't do a good Charles Barkley in case you needed me to say that for you. All right, we got Gizmac. Man, Gizmac, kind of the same thing we talked about on Nell, really, right? Is a champion that used to be just absolutely dominating the meta in the arena and in PvE, to be fair, anywhere you need a burner, right? Or anything else that he brings in his kit. He has this beautiful snowball synergy where you can take an extra turn ability, go into another extra turn if you kill an enemy, go into another turn with Pain Link and with Unkillable and Taunt and all this ally protect baloney. Man, this guy can be a beast. He's not as good as he once was, like Toby Keith once said, but I'm as good once as I ever was. I don't know how the lyrics go. But anyway, dude, listen, he's still a beast. Gizmac is still an elite champion in the game. I'll give him an A+. He brings so much to the table, and you can really use this dude anywhere from Chimera, anywhere from wave control as a damage dealer, as a team buffer, Spider with the burns and the burn activation as a buffer to your team. He brings so much to the table. I absolutely love this guy. All right, Arachoa Moon Spinner. Arachoa I actually pulled off air, right? I wasn't even doing like a big shard opening. I just pulled a few mythicals. I think it was the last deck of Fate event or whatever. Or a few primals, excuse me. Freudian slip, I wish, mythicals. But I got Arachoa, and I was going to make a video about it. Well, here I am talking about her right now, right? I think that she's a very interesting champion. I'm actually not enamored by her base form here. Some good wave control. Some potential in the arena. However, she's just not good enough to be a meta option in the arena. I'm not saying you can't use her, but endgame, I have never seen her. Let me just put it that way. On her alternate form, though, here's where I was impressed. She can actually put out some really nice damage. A triple hitter enemy max HP move on her A2, and a quad hitter with a trip hit on the A1, or double hit, excuse me, on the A1. You get that extra turn if the enemy's killed as well, which is really nice, similar to Calamitous. But I'll just say that she can dish out some serious damage. I did a video talking about the best teams or the best epics for the Coalition Demon Lord clan boss, right? And at the end of that video, the very end, I shared all the teams that I was using. Now I recorded this on like day 2, so I've improved my teams a little bit, but Arachoa was out damaging like almost all my other champions, right? So she does have some damage, right? That being said, unfortunately, I really wish this condition was a little bit, I just wish she got an extra turn. I know that sounds bonkers, but I don't think it would make her broken. I think it would make her like a really super viable mythical in the arena as well, if it wasn't predicated on the 8 or more debuffs landing. So I kind of wish this was just a straight up extra turn. It's a 4-turn cooldown anyway. I don't think it would ruin anything or make her too busted. With that one change, she would be great. Other than that, I kind of agree. I think she's kind of like a C. She falls maybe C+, B- territory. Raw damage is great, but, it's still rather a Chrysia, for example, on the alternate form in a lot of situations. Not every situation, though. So Arachoa, maybe a C+, maybe a B-, just depending on where you're using her. Chimera, she can definitely deal a lot of damage. She's not bringing a lot else to the table, but she can definitely deal some damage. All right, we're going to move on to legendaries, guys. Half an hour? Well, legendaries will move a lot faster, obviously, because I've been showing you my gear and stuff on these champions as well, and frankly, a lot of them I just don't have built, because if I don't use them, I'm usually not building them much. Tramaria, or Ramaria. Is the T silent? Ramaria. I like Tramaria. Sounds a little better to me. Anyway, I use her in Faction War. She's on my main Faction War team. Granted, she's at the top of my legendary list because she's fully ascended and fully empowered and whatnot. I have her in a basic build, like kind of fast with some stun gear. I usually, champions that I don't use in the arena, for the most part, unless they're pushing limits on my Chimera or something like that, I don't worry about the gear as long as it gets the job done, for the most part. So I have a journal on her, barely even upgraded. But man, Tramaria is a good champion after her buff. She's not great, but she's really good. She has now a cleanse with a turn meter boost, with a block debuff, extra potential there. She's an AoE stun, decreased turn meter move as well. She's immune to CC. She gets an AoE on her A1 with a decreased speed. Not a bad champion. Speed in all battles on the aura. I'm going to go ahead and give her a B. I think she's maybe a little underrated, but she's not like an elite champion either. Kind of good in Hydra. She can deal like some weird sneaky damage for an attack-based champion too. Like not as your main DPS or anything like that, but if you can get that number up like I do on the attack, yeah, you know. All right, we have Sify, the Lost Bride. Sify. I'm seeing a little bit of Sify in the meta after she took a little bit of a break. You know, the Volcanos meta was tough on Sify, right? The Volcanos and Nell meta that was 2025, it was tough, but she's making a little bit of a comeback now. I still think her strongest build, generally speaking, for PvE and PvP is 9-piece protection as fast as you can build her, with ideally a speed relic if you have one on. I used to have my torture helm on her, and I moved it to whoever, I think Crixia. But yeah, I have polymorph on her. I have timely intervention on her. I think I'd get rid of the polymorph, honestly, though. It's fine to have a few champions in polymorph, but wands are still a thing. You just got to be careful, you know? Anyway, Sify is still a great champion, right? I use her in Sand Devil. Obviously, I use her in Faction Wars. I use her from time to time in the arena, but she's not like a set it and forget it type champion anymore. You still have to be cognizant of who you're going against because there are counters to her, excuse me. You could also run her in Surprise, 9-piece Mercurial. I'm going to give Sify an A+. Inithwi Blood Twin. Man, Inithwi Blood Twin has that high base attack and Final Doom where every single kill gives a block revive. The problem is he doesn't hit that hard, doesn't have any special mechanics, and now block revives are kind of a dime a dozen in the game nowadays, right? He used to be so unique and one of the best block revives out there in the game because there weren't that many, right? We had Phoenix's A1, we had, you know, the Inithwi, we had Foley, we had Luria, a few others, Xavia, but we didn't have that many. But now it feels like, man, Nice, Pred, Embries, you name it, you know, Joan. There's a lot of block revives. And then Deathbrand on top of it now, right? Arnie and Queen. So I say this to say he's not as unique and he doesn't hit quite as hard. He has no survivability mechanics in his kit either, right? So honestly, I'm not a huge fan of Inithwi. Can you tell? I'm going to give him, although I will say with Soul Reap, the Soul Reaper, if you get a kill, it's the only like Soul Reap move that can also block revive, right? I'm going to go ahead and give him a, I hate to do it, but I'm actually going to give him a D. I would love to see them buff Inithwi Blood Twin. Do you think I'm being too hard on this guy? I don't know. Partially, I'm like trying to be like a tough grader because I want them to buff these dudes too, right? You know, he's fine for a decent damage dealer who can block revive, but I want more. I want more from my Void Legendaries now in 2026. Turvold, man, Turvold, he's a champion that, dude, like, again, look at those base stats. 93 speed, golly. He's one of the faces of Raid, too. I put him up there with, like, Arbiter and Zargala, you know, as one of the faces of the commercials around this dude. I love Turvold. I'm running him in just Merciless gear, basically. And, you know, he self-buffs. He has the Juggernaut. He can... Nobody... I don't know. There might be, like, a couple champions. But nobody in the game... I can say this. Nobody in the game without an ignore defense ability can hit like Turvold. You know, for just single-target nukers... I mean, Siegfried's Rage of Nephilim, obviously, and situationally can outdamage him. But, man, this dude has no ignore defense built into his kit at all. And nothing hits like freaking Juggernaut, man. So he's very situational. He's just kind of like he's exactly what you'd think with a sword like this, right? I'm going to give Turvold a B+. A little one-dimensional. You know, you got to be careful about him stripping off his buffs that he wants on his A3. But man, he's a powerhouse. He is an absolute stud of a damage dealer, single target. So yeah, B+. Raglan. Well, you guys already know that Raglan's one of my favorite champions in the game now, in the meta right now, after her massive buff. I have her 9-piece Mercurial. I have a Volcardiac Heart on her. She has Turn Meter Fill on her A1. She has a Cleanse on the A2, an increase accuracy, an increase attack now, and a heal. It's a beautiful heal. It scales off her HP and attack now. It's a beautiful skill, excuse me. It is a 4 turn cooldown still, but and oftentimes I'll just open up with the A1. because 3 allies get their turn meter filled by 15%. It's a great leadoff move on our A1, right? Or even on an ally attack move, or like with a little a pair with a Marichka or something like that, right? Get a little, if she joins in, get a little boost for your whole team. It's really nice. But the biggest part about her is the Miracle now resets the cooldown of allies' revive skills. You're put in situations where, hell, a lot of the time when I have Raglan on my team and they kill like my Marius or something after I already went, I'm like, I look at it as like, hey, thanks for doing me a favor, buddy, because now I can revive him with a full turn meter and reset his damn A2 again. You know, it's really strong. It's one of the, it might be the strongest revive in all of Raid Shadow Legends, even including AoEs. Like, that's how strong it is. But really, the real reason, as if all that wasn't enough, is she's immune to block active skills and cooldown increasing effects. So Fabians and Crixias can't lock her out, right? You know, and everybody else. So I love Raglan. I run her with Timely Intervention. I run her with Polymorph and, like I already said, the Volcardiac Heart. Absolutely. She's in some of my better support Mercurial gear on my account, and I'm going to give her an A+. I'm tempted even to go S- on her, but she's brilliant. She's brilliant. And I feel like maybe I'm just crazy, but I feel like the player base hasn't caught up to just how good she is, you know, right now. All right, Siegfried of the High Shield. Is it Signy of the High Shield? Sigmund the High Shield, mofo. This guy's got a big shield, and he's not afraid to let you know about it. He has an AoE provoke, right? It's not 100%, but it is a 2-time hitter. I kind of like that. I kind of dislike that it's not 100%, though, you know? And then he has a pretty good support ability with a shield and a strengthen on your team. He's okay. He doesn't really deal any like damage. He's a defense-based kind of support champion. He does a little bit of damage, right? He's not awful, but he's not amazing. He's just kind of like it feels like a very 2024, you know, good support champion, like, or 2023, like when Hydra was released, is like, he's a solid option, you know? There's a couple other champions like this that we'll talk about in the video. So not a bad champion, but not an elite champion. Is he worth building for some accounts? I think for some accounts, especially if you need a Hydra provoker and some support. I just I feel like nowadays in the game with the power creep that is 2026, right? I feel like for my supports, I just want another thing. I'm greedy now, right? Like, okay, he's a provoker. I do like that he has decreased attack, to be fair, but I'd love if he had, like, you know, one more thing. I do like his A1. Okay, too much time on Sigmund the High Shield. I'm going to go ahead and give him a B-. Trunda, Guilt, Mallet. Trunda. She's still, it's weird. Trunda's in a weird spot because she's one of the only champions. I don't know why they don't do skins anymore, man. Like, I guess they do once in a great while, but like, Plarium's not afraid of, Plarium loves money. Why don't they do more cosmetics, you know? Am I the only one that thinks that? I don't get it, you know? Is it just not, do they make so much money off of everything else? They're like, who cares about cosmetics? Anyway, I have Trunda here, and actually, I think my favorite skin would be this one, though. This is insane. I don't have it. Can I get skin? Nope. Okay, cool. Anyway, Trunda's still great, and just wave damage content, or in Hydra content. Nature's Wrath, you definitely want to go Nature's Wrath and the Arithi Coronet combo, like one of the best combos you can have for damage dealers who have debuffs. Yeah, so I do feel like she's a bit one-dimensional. Like back in my day, like way back in the day, she was the best arena nuker too, you know, before Hydra ever was a thing. Anyway, Trunda, we're going to go ahead and give her an A+. I like Foley, man. I like Foley. I use Foley. I use him on my main Fire Knight team. He has, you know, quad hit, another quad hit. He has a block revive. He can't be CC'd. He removes them and boosts his turn meter. Very, very strong, at least with stun, freeze, sleep, and provoke. I think that for an old school champion, he's aged pretty well. Is he dominant? No, but I think I'm a bigger fan of Foley than most folks out there are. I'm going to go ahead and give him a B+. Dracomorph, man, another guy who was all the rage back in the Trunda days, right? Weaken, decrease defense, 3-turn cooldown. There's still not that many champions that have that, although there are way more than there used to be. It was like Xavia, and I'm sorry, Venus, before Lydia. It was like Venus, Dracomorph, and I don't know, like there was like 3 champions, right? And then Lydia came along, and then Seska, and then a million others, and Mythicals, and whatever. Anyway, he also has poisons. He has a pretty good kit. His A1 used to smack, but they actually nerfed Dracomorph. His A1 used to be one of the hardest hitting moves in the game, right? With extra damage, surplus damage as well. You could like kill an Ice Golem guard and then kill the Ice Golem off the surplus, kind of like a Siegfried type jive. Go look at early footage of Dracomorph. He actually got a massive buff. I want to say in like 2020, right? He was one of the worst mythical or legendaries in the game. Then they gave him a massive buff. He became one of the best legendaries in the game, and now he's kind of faded away a little bit over the years. You can still get utility out of him, no knock on him, but there's better poisoners nowadays, and there's also decreased defense and weakened champions nowadays. I'm going to go ahead, and his base stats didn't age that well either. I'm going to go ahead and give him a B+. Helicath, I have actually built Chronophage and Stoneskin. I have him built for the arena. Specifically, he's in my Volcanos team. I have an Orb on him, kind of whatever. Orb has a 10% chance to steal a random buff when attacking the target. And, you know, he counterattacks all the time. As well, so not a bad little option for him. That all being said, he's a pretty good champion. He used to be, you know, the quintessential block damage champion for Clan Boss. Now he's more of an arena champion, but he certainly can get utility out of this block damage move anywhere in the game, right? I shouldn't even say more of an arena champion, just, you know, progression, arena, or, you know, Nether Spider, you know, anywhere you need block damage. So we'll go ahead and give Helicath an A-, solid champion. Genzin. I still think a YST, man. I hope he's doing well. He hasn't made content in a while, but Genzin was always like his champion. He even had the mask, you know. Anyway, AoE decreased defense, and then a hard-hitting Faded Vengeance, too. What I love about Genzin is, man, he's filling his turn meter on all of his moves, and he just keeps going and going and going. That paired with his super fast animations makes him so unbelievably fun to watch. I really like Genzin. He's not an elite champion, but I really like him. I'm going to go ahead and give him a B. Molly Tankard. For an old school champion, her base stats age pretty well. 107 base speed, you got to love that. She's a unique combination of a potential provoker, potential double turn provoker, 2 turns, and then a reviver. It's a kind of an old revive. It's not awful, though. Block damage, single target, 4-turn cooldown. And she has Rowdy Cry, which is also quite unique in the game with that turn meter boost whenever she's hit. It is on a 1-turn cooldown, so you can't get infinite turn meter like you could a Senna or a, you know, Androck. I think that if they ever wanted to buff her, though, it would do, you know, well, you really couldn't do, could you remove the turn meter, or would that make her way too broken? Probably way too broken. You have to have the numbers a lot smaller. Anyway, I digress. Molly's not too bad, specifically very good for Faction Wars areas like that. Hydra Clan Boss as well as a Provoker and a Reviver on your team. Tough to find those combos, and Turn Meter Booster. We're going to go ahead and give her a... I always thought it was weird that she has Burn Synergy, but no Burn in her kit, though, you know, on that A1. Just give her a Burn. Why not? She has the burning weapon, hammer, right? It's right there. Let's go ahead and give Molly a... give her a B+. Lord Shazar. Lord Shazar is actually, he has that speed 1 off from Carnage, right? Those demon spawn champions are very fast. Second best speed aura in the game for the arena, excluding Odin, by the way. Very conditional with Odin. But yeah, he's not a bad bomb champion, right? Because he can land bombs that have a 1-turn detonation. And with bombs, you just want that detonation. You can also bring increased attack, ergo more bomb damage. Just to make sure you get a critical hit on him. He's not a bad bomb applier. There are better options, of course, out there than him. But he's not awful, but he's not great. They actually buffed the multipliers of his bombs. Bombs actually do like a pretty decent amount of damage compared to some of the other bombers out there. Overall, though, you know, it's not a great meta for him anyway, and he wasn't really meta anyway, so I'm going to give him a C-. Mashald, I think, is actually kind of underrated. He has the same story as Dracomorph. He was the laughingstock of Raid Shadow Legends back in the day, and actually use him in my faction, only in my Faction Wars team. I think I use him, but I could probably put him in my Grim Forest roster, like, honestly, even with all my mythicals and stuff, because he's kind of just a really sneaky good champion still. Increased attack, increased crit damage, true fear and leech on all enemies with the extra turn. Even today, and in the modern era of Raid, that's still really good. It's like a really good ability. And then he has a really good steal all buffs mechanic. And then he has a potential AoE on the A1, right? I'm going to give Mashald a B+. I stand by it, man. I think he's a fantastic champion. He's a champion that, like, most players can max for PvE, and you'll just find places to use this dude. Value over replacement. Quintus the Triumphant. Quintus is a very interesting champion. You get him from live arena, and he's not that great in the arena. He's actually awkwardly better in PvE content, I think, than in the arena. Not a bad damage dealer, but honestly, just to keep the video moving, he's better in PvE. And even that, he's just kind of just another damage dealer. He can deal a lot of damage, though. So I'll give him a, I don't know, I'll give him a B-. Mithrala Lifebane. Mithrala is still a great support champion, right? I mean, man, she's better than Polera and probably Anaxia, right? Those are the mythicals. And Mithrala is years and years old. A great cleanse, strengthen, shield, increased attack, increased defense. She really just fills in a unique passive and poisons on the A1. She really just has this ability to fill really 2 champions worth of buffs and support into 1 champion, you know? And she can still be used in the arena. She's not really super meta in the arena, but she can absolutely be a threat in the arena with that passive and a high resist build. You can use her with Mavara as well. Kind of cool synergies around Mithrala. So I like Mithrala. I'm going to go ahead and give her an... and by the way, don't read too much into, I'm showing you the masteries and the relics and all this stuff. Don't read too much into it, because sometimes, I'm sure you're the same way as I am, sometimes I just kind of slap on, you know, what I have available, you know, just for the stats or whatever. I have her 9-piece protection, though, which I do like on her. And I have her pretty fast, too, pretty fast. So I like Mithrala a lot. I'm going to give her an A. Rio Bone Spear. I have her a 9-piece feral. I think you can make the argument she's, you know, one of the best 9-piece feral champions in the game. Ignore the unholy grail. But I have Brimstone on her, just as because I use her obviously in PvE content. I think she's, in terms of bosses, anti-boss option, I'm talking like Sand Devil, Phantom Shogun, any boss in the damn game, right? I think she's just one of the best options out there, right? Like, Perfect Body is one of the best cleanses in the game. It's a cleanse and a heal and a block debuffs all on a 3-turn cooldown. And then you have all of this on a single target. With the Feral, decreased crit rate is great. Decreased attack, weaken, decreased defense, and a burn. Stun if they're susceptible to it. With that Feral gear, you get so much damage, so much extra damage, because it deals 5% more damage for each debuff placed by the wearer. She really is unbelievably good. I'm going to give her an A+ grade. Only because, you know, she's not much of a PvP champion, but man, when we're talking about like her unique blend of what she brings to the table here, she's just one of my most used PvE champions on my account. Necrit the Great, man, another A+ call out here on Necrit the Great, because I have a 9-piece protection as fast as I can, right? 300 speed. That's how you should build Necrit. Really, that's how I'd recommend building him anywhere, right? Arena or in PvE content, build him fast. 9-piece protection if you can pull it off on your account, or just fast in, you know, Stone Skin or whatever. You can go a little bit slower at Stone Skin, but really, really strong. Strong ally attacker, right? He's great at countering Mercurial in the arena. He's great at protecting champions like Alil, or even like playing around with a Marius, you know. You can combo some really good champions, and that allows you to build them differently. And then in PvE, he's an ally attacker. Ally attacker is one of the strongest moves and mechanics you can have in the game. Triple hitter on the A1, decreased attack that can't be resisted. Fantastic champion. Got Lightning Cage, unshakable on him as well. A+. Wither the Crowned. An elite healer in Raid Shadow Legends. She's got leeches. She's got continuous heals on her A1 on an AoE. Very nice. You can run her in a stun set as a stun support in just like her city content or in Grim Forest content. You can run her with a Volcanos team if you're lucky enough to have him in Demon Spawn. Or you can just run her as a really great reviver. You can't think of that many healers. I didn't mean to say revive, but I said healer. You can't think of that many healers out there that can out-heal Wither the Crowned, because she's got a big 30% heal of her max HP, which scales well, 24k base. And then she has continuous heals with instant activations as well. So really, really strong champion. She doesn't have that many buffs other than, you know, increased defense, right? I would love if she had like a block debuffs on this move as well. So I'm going to give her an A-. Gerbtuck Mossbeard. Gerbtuck is still kind of a niche, get more damage from your, you know, for Trunda with the poisons, right, type champion. He's really only used in super fast speedrun teams or in Hydra, because he has it's handy that he has block buffs as well on a 3-turn cooldown. So he brings at least a little something to the table. He got a good buff a few years ago, made his kit actually work. He's not cleansing his own poisons anymore. But not a bad champion, but very, very niche. I'm going to go ahead and give him a B-. Elder Skarg, man, he can have this 6-time hitter on this A2. He's got burn. He's got a pretty useful A3, kind of a fun A3 where he can put a provoke on legendary champions as well. That being said, he hasn't aged that well, honestly. They added Mythical to his Kingslayer, by the way, which is interesting. I wish they would give him another buff. I think Elder Skarg is a champion who could deserve a little bit of love. Maybe they will here in 2026. I'm going to go ahead and give him right now a C-. He's seen his better days. Ninja. Ninja with the Hailburn ability is still the quintessential boss killer in all of Raid Shadow Legends. He's so good. He's kind of like the legendary version of Whisper, but much different, right? He's all about the burn activation, the reduce the cooldown. He also brings the freeze. Very good in areas like Dark Fae where you can kind of freeze your own team. And then boom, 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 just blow down the Dark Fae once you get your team taken care of with your nukers. Exceptionally good damage dealer in clan bosses, all of them, right? And good control champion, right? He really is, and he was free. Really is a fantastic champion, good passive as well. Synergizes well with his kit. I haven't been using him that much. I don't really have a true build on him. I think he's only on my Dark Fae team right now, so I was really just worried about the accuracy being high enough. Either way, though, I'm going to give Ninja an A+. Rotos, the Lost Groom, because Ninja is so good in PvE, not really used in PvP outside the early game. Rotos, man, Rotos has seen his better days. I'm not going to lie to you guys, right? I have him all decked out. I had him in Covetous Passion and 9-piece Merciless. But he has single targets, right? And in the Total Guard meta, it's very tough with single target moves. That all being to be a meta option, right? And, outside of PvP, he's a good damage dealer. Don't get me wrong, but usually you're looking for, AoE nukers and wave content and stuff like that. So he can be useful. Don't get me wrong. Again, faction wars, areas like that. And in the arena, I will say that if you're confident that you're not going against a team stacked of Mercurial, he can be absolutely deadly, right? Because he doesn't have Mercurial answers or multi-hitters, but he does have an ignore unkillable and block damage ability and extra turn synergy all over the place. So I'm going to give him an A+. Some of my favorite nukers out there in the game. Kriela Witch Arm. What do I have on him? Obviously, Ward of the Fallen, and those are the masteries. Kriela. I don't think that Kriela has aged that well, right? Her AoE on the A3 is a 4-turn instead of a 3-turn, but at least the buffs are 3-turn duration, to be fair. It hits decently hard for a support champion. Her ally attack, though, back in the day, this was really nice. 3-turn with the stun, really cool. But now we're really looking for, I would actually rather have Fat Man over Legendary, I'd rather have Diana Gloompiercer, honestly, than a Kriela. I think she just brings a little bit more than Kriela outside of the ally attack. So I think that, with no passive, it almost feels like she almost feels old-fashioned, even though she's not an original champion in the game. So I'm going to go ahead and give Kriela she definitely could have use on ally attack teams. Ally attack is good inherently. So because of that, we're going to go ahead and give her a B-, C+B- territory. Ignatius. Man, Ignatius has been crept. He's been crept. He's a defensive-based champion. He can provide some utility. A 4-turn provoke, not 100% though. On a legendary nowadays, on an AoE provoke, we're looking at a 100% land rate on a 3-turn cooldown. That's what we're hoping for. And he's got it on a 4 at a 75, We do have a 5-turn cooldown. Again, really long cooldown here. He has a burn that can't be resisted. He was crept really big by a Walking Tomb Drain, honestly. Ignatius has seen his better days. That being said, if you're looking for a burn that can't be resisted, he might be your guy, especially if you don't have Drang. So I'm not saying you can't use him, like Frostbite or something like that. I'm just saying that, he's I think he needs a buff, right? So we'll give him a C, because he could be useful, but he could be a hell of a lot better if they just updated him with the times a little bit. It's the Red Man, Altan. Altan. Probably in the conversation for the worst legendaries in the game. He does have a passive. Revives an ally 30% HP and no turn meter, which is like you almost don't want that. It's so bad of a revive when he kills an enemy. And he brings increased defense on all allies. That's it. I'm going to give him an F. I think that he's really, again, we'll name a few others who are in contention, but he's one of the worst legendaries in the entire game. He's a guy that I wouldn't recommend anybody build. And if you want to build him, sure, like if you could use it in progression mode, sure, but I wouldn't even waste your books on him, Build him and don't book him. All right, Norag. Norag did receive a buff. He was super underwhelming, and he's still, meh. He has block buffs and a decreased defense on his A2 now, and, you know, his passive is pretty much the same. He does have a little bit damage mitigation, which is nice, of course. He's immune to CC, which, again, is nice. He has a place versus the Head of Torment because he's immune to True Fear in Hydra Clan Boss, and he brings 2 essential debuffs for Hydra. But outside of wave content, you know, maybe faction wars, restrictive content, he's not that great of a champ. He's defense-based. I don't know. I don't think they did a great job with this buff. They could have gone a lot further and still not made him, like, broken. But certainly he's better than he was. I'm going to go ahead and give Norag a C-. I just don't love the champion, unfortunately. I'd rather have Ugo, you know, who's an epic. And that's a bad sign, I feel like, when your legendary is worse than your epic. All right, we have Walking Tomb Drain. Well, we just talked about Ignatius. Here it is, Walking Tomb Drain. Man, this dude is, he has a great heal, right? He has a decreased cooldown mechanic. He has an irresistible 3-turn 100% burn. That's what I'm talking about. And then, as if that wasn't enough, he also has an instant activation of burn on his A1 that does not require accuracy. Man, what a great combo platter of healing and burning and burn activation, right? Fantastic in areas like Ice Golem. Just overall, like a really solid champion, right? Really solid burner. I'm going to go ahead and give him an A. Ragash. Man, Ragash, when he came out, I remember like this. He was like one of those moments where the game, you could feel the power creep. You're like, oh my God, now they're going to give him a stun and a decreased defense. What? Now fast forward to like freaking Solinar, right? You're like, forget it. But honestly, to be fair, a decreased defense, and a stun. He brings the increased defense for himself. He's a defense-based damage dealer too on his A1. He has some really useful buffs. It is a 4-turn cooldown, which isn't ideal, but hey man, he brings Perfect Veil, increased speed, strengthen. Not a bad kit at all. He's not quite as good as he was upon his release. You know, now there's like Odins out there who can remove all buffs and then do this, you know. But I'll go ahead and give Ragash I don't know, I'll give him an A-. I think he's actually a really solid champion. Tatura Rhymehide. Tatura is a really good kind of like B+ level support in my opinion, right? Block debuffs, increased defense, perfect veil, and a shield on himself, right? Has a little freeze on the passive. Cool champion, can do a little bit of damage too. Kind of a nice, but I feel like he's not elite, but really good, you know, especially progression-wise. Like I said, B+. Archbishop Pinthroy. Remember how earlier in the video I was talking about like champ? It was high shield or whatever. Sigmund. I was thinking of Archbishop Pinthroy. I used to love this guy. He was on my early Hydra teams in the very beginning, you know. Increased accuracy, block buffs, 3-turn cooldown with some support. But, you know, honestly, even though he's fast, I thought he was fast. I guess I was wrong. I thought he had like a 110 base speed. So, yeah, he's not even fast for a big fella. The Pope, I wish he was better. I actually really love his aesthetics. You know, I think he looks really cool. Like, I don't know, really cool. I play Watcher of Realms, and they have like a Pope-like character who's one of the better champions in the game. I wish he was better. And he feels like he almost should be like the Unity, you know, instead of Falman a Mornsword, right? Like, give him that Unity. I don't know. Anyway, I think he's just okay now, unfortunately. I'm going to go ahead and give him a B-, and even that might be a little bit too kind. Maybe a C+. Duchess. I have her in 9-piece Mercurial gear, and I run her on a Volcanos team. Duchess is still tremendous, right? Block debuffs, increased defense, perfect veil. She's tanky. She has that great passive to help keep everybody alive from AoE attacks. And, yeah, I mean, the big knock is, and I always mention this, and people always kind of give me grief in the comments like I'm talking smack or something, like, she's just a character in a video game. Calm down, guys. But listen, I love Duchess. But I hate that she gives a 0% turn meter on her revive. You know, like, I really, in this modern day raid, I feel like that really hurts you in the arena. That really hurt her arena viability. man, if I don't think they'd ever buff her because they were going to nerf her. They were going to turn the revive into a 5-turn cooldown, or I should say a 7-turn. They reverted it. They stopped before they're going to put it in. Still a great reviver and a great support champion. I just wish it was like in 50% HP, something reasonable, right? Or a 50% turn meter, rather. Anyway, I still love Duchess, though. There's all kinds of ways to build her, and she's still like a really solid champion to use anywhere in the game. I'm going to give her an A-, I would say, because of that revive. Mortu Macabre. It is still a 4-turn cooldown. Mortu Macabre is definitely one of those options that has an ignore defense. You can just build them, just let him sit there and slow gear and some resistance maybe, and just let him take some damage. So boom, you can get that ignore 100% defense and block their revive, right? He has ignore block damage too. That being said, you know, he can be a fun champion for sure, but he's very RNG based. And you just don't see him anymore in the end game like we once did, even on defense in Classic Arena, not in Platinum level. I know not everybody's in Platinum level, but, you know, for me, I think that he would be a great buff candidate. And all you really got to do, I'd take more too, but all you really got to do is change this A2 to a 3-turn cooldown when booked. That way you can use him in areas that want a block buff champion, like a Hydra Clan boss, for example. Just give him a little bit more utility. So Mortu Macabre, I'm going to go ahead and give him a C. You know, he very fun to use in that one way, but that's about it. Tomb Lord is a very interesting champion. He's got great poisons. He can place 4 poisons if it's critical on all enemies. That makes him great to pair with your Narmas, your Eleanorals, your Xavias, your Balars, whoever you're using as a poison combustor nowadays on your account, right? They're coming out with more and more every week, seemingly. And then he has a decreased attack and a decreased defense. It is on a 4-turn cooldown, but it's not a bad move at all. And decreased turn meter on enemies with less than 50% HP by 100%. Man, really good kit, honestly. Really good kit. Really solid champion. I'm going to go ahead and give him a B+. Yakarl the Scourge. Yakarl, really solid AoE freeze champion. Can't be resisted by targets with 75% or more turn meter. Really strong. I wish in today's meta, I wish it was this debuff cannot be resisted or blocked by targets with 75% or more turn meter. That simple or blocked would actually allow him to be a bit more viable in the PvP, excuse me. Other than that, though, still a nice kind of control champion for your teams. Can deal some damage too. They gave him a buff a few years back, which is great. He's obviously available vis-a-vis the clan shop tokens. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'll give you Carl a B-. I feel like he's seen his better days, but certainly still viable. Ursuga the War Caller. I mean, her claim to fame is Bayek's empowerment champion nowadays. But she once was one of the tankiest champions in the game, and she was actually a meta option on arena defenses specifically back in the day. She has a really strong support kit. Ally protection and is strengthened, as well as soaking up 30% of all critical hit damage. So it's very arena specific. Sure, bosses can, and you know when you need it, you can certainly use it. Her A2 is also unique in where she can place debuffs as a defensive-based champion, which is actually pretty cool. I think that overall, she is... Yeah, she's been a little bit power crept, unfortunately. She's super fast, super tanky. There's a lot to like about Ursuga. But overall, she's just kind of a decent support option. I'm going to go ahead and give her a kind of a B+. Lydia the Death Siren. Well, we love our Lydia, don't we? Decreased defense, weaken, strengthen, increased speed. All on one move. Are you kidding me? Yeah, man, it still is insane, you know, after all these years. She's the faction war hard final prize, and she's just tremendous, right? She's also great in areas like Chimera. She's great everywhere. She's especially great as a utility player almost every single situation for the most part, with a few exceptions in PvE. And then in PvP, you know, Deathhold is still unique enough that you can run her as kind of a curveball off-meta option. I'm not going to lie and pretend she's meta right now, but man, she's just a fantastic champion. Great base stats, great speed as well. And of course, I mean, like I said, Siren's Wail, just one of the best abilities out there in the game. She's 2 champions in 1. We're going to go ahead and give her an A+. All right, Tormund the Cold. Tormund, man, he saw with Hilvi being introduced, he saw a little bit of a oomph to his own value in the meta as well. He has Blizzard Rage. It's a strong AoE attack, of course. He's got that Provoke in there as well. He's got the Remove Buffs ability. He has an AoE with Freeze on his A1. I mean, and of course, the Wintry Wind passive. He comes back to life. He freezes the opponent. Sure, Mercurial does hamper him a little bit, but with Hilvi, you know, he's back a little bit. The boy's back. I'm gonna go ahead and give Tormund maybe a. I'm gonna value him in a vacuum, not with his companion champion. That's how I'm gonna do this entire video, by the way, because I'm not gonna pretend that everybody has the companion. So I think they're best as seen in a vacuum. In a vacuum, honestly, Tormund's good, but not great. I'm gonna go ahead and give him a B-. All right, next up we have Arbiter. Arbiter, and then the Jade Serpent skin. What else do I have? I haven't used the Lumia's Prophet skin in a while. Haven't used the classic in a real while. I think the Jade Serpent's still the best, though. Ah! And they're trying to sell me the Cold Heart. They're like, oh, you want skins, Ash? Is that what you were saying, bro? We got some skins for you, buddy boy. All right, where are you, Arbiter? There we go. So, Arbiter, I have a Gilded Pinion on her right now. Getting a little bit of speed basically from her. She's still a unique reviver, right? I still use her, you know, more than I'd think, I guess. A lot of it is in PvE content. Of course, for years, I use her as my main arena speed booster, as I'm sure a lot of you guys did, or maybe even still do watching this video, right? She's still a really good turn meter boost. A 30% turn meter boost is elite. And she can heal when you need it, you know? And you can use this as a double turn meter boost. You don't really have any champion in the game that I can think off the top of my head that have two active skills that have a 20 and a 30% turn meter boost respectively, right? That's really strong. And then the rest of her kit's not bad too. So she is squishy, and they're, you know, more powerful, I would say, revivers in the arena nowadays. Of course, the Hilvies and the Noels, and you know, I can go on and on. A lot of good revivers, the Star Sages and whatnot, but she's still good. She's still good, and she's good kind of everywhere, right? So Arbiter has seen her better days for sure, where she was top of the meta, but we're going to go ahead and give Arbiter an A. I think she's an A champion. Warlord. The only knock on Warlord is his speed. His base speed at 100 with no speed aura definitely hurts him as an arena option, certainly not like he was way back in the day. That being said, we have a lot of mechanics at our disposal to make him faster. We have Supersonic, obviously. We have Temporal Chains, depending on your awakening level. I only recommend Temporal Chains at 6-star awakenings, by the way, for those of you out there. Not that you can't use it without, but that's, you know, it's best at 6 stars. You can say that about most blessings, but especially Temporal with the turn meter. Anyway, other than that, though, which is a big caveat, he still has that Orcish Rituals, which is very, very strong. The turn meter and the full lockout, not just the 3 turns, the full lockout is very good, and he has good support on in addition to that, excuse me. So I think he's good, but, you know, nowadays I'd be lying if I said I used him outside of Siege in like Orc only or certain packed, you know, only content. So Warlord, we're going to go ahead and give him a B+. I think he's maybe A-, you know. I think he's still super viable, super good, but I think there's just better options in his niche. However, I do like the support too. Baron, another guy who, you know, was super meta at one point. Remember back in the day, any OG players remember when Baron Skypiercer was a secret ability? You had to unlock it. Each of his skills had a chance of unlocking the Skypiercer move, and it had 100% ignore defense. Now they cut it in half, but it's still very strong. He's the type of champion you could pair with a Necret, right? And just hope that he doesn't get locked out and sky pierce them, and that can delete, you know, and ignore block damage. That being said, I actually use him for his trample. Hard hitting and move, and you can get that surplus damage to kill all the other enemies, right? You want to target the target who's the squishiest, so you can ensure you get that kill and get that excellent surplus to kill everybody else. Has a decreased defense for bosses as well. You know, he's been power upped a little bit, especially in the arena over the years. We're going to go ahead and give him a B+. He's still a viable nuker. Yoshi the Drunkard. Yoshi has an increased attack, increased accuracy, and he has a speed all battles aura. He has an HP burn as well. 2-turn cooldown, not too bad. That being said, he wants to be a speed booster, kind of, you know, but he doesn't have a speed boost. And he's not fast, and he has crappy base stats. I'm not enamored by Yoshi the Drunkard, unfortunately. I would love to see a buff to this dude, add a little bit of a speed boost there to the A1, and he immediately becomes a viable option. Or just give, you know, I don't know, just give it a little something, maybe a speed boost to his actual speed too. I just feel like he's underwhelming right now, and I don't know if he has a spot in the game, frankly, outside of wave content or faction wars. You can let me know if you think I'm wrong. I'm going to give poor Yoshi a C-. Brackus the Shifter. I know we talked about Turvold's raw damage. Brackus has, you know, can put him in the same conversation as good raw damage, not on Turvold's level, but very good. He was the other champion I was thinking of who doesn't have an ignore defense but can really smack. And this full moon rampage, is so fun to watch. You know, he just like nukes him down, and it just like it's never ending. It's 6 hits, which is really unique and really fun in the game. That being said, man, I want to see a buff to Brackus. They gave one to Harvest Jack. I want to see a buff to Brackus, right? It's cool that he comes back beast mode, right? Immediately gets an extra turn, ergo he goes, like right away. He can be a threat there. But the problem is yeah, sure, 6-time hitter is awesome, but the rest of his kit is 1-time hitter and 1-time, actually 3-time hitter on the A3 to stand corrected. Just not enough, though. Just not enough. Just raw damage and multi-hits is not enough to be meta anymore in the game or to even be, you know, value over replacement in PvE. So listen, he already has a weaken, right? Let's give him decreased defense as well on his A1 or something like that, right? At least he has PvE viability. I don't know. I would love to see him, I don't know, like give him a block revive or something like that, like kind of a Traxa-like buff and make him a real threat. That'd be really cool. There's so many things you could do with this champion. Either way, right now, he's seen his better days. I'm going to give him a D. I'm sorry, Brackus. Mountain King. They gave Mountain King a big buff, and then boom, they introduced Mercurial Gear, and then voila, he doesn't have a chance, of being meta yet again. Way back in the days, old school champion. Looks so cool too, man. Like really cool aesthetics. He looks like Mountain King, right? And he got a pretty good buff, right? Extra turn if you kill an enemy, 50% ignore defense, and you know he has some turn meter fill as well. He has ignore block damage as well. So, like, he has some things to get excited about. You can definitely use him, but, you know, he still has, at the end of the day, single hitters on every move. Kind of like we talked about on Rotos. He's kind of like a Force Affinity Rotos, just not quite as good. But, you know, that's the closest comp I can think of because he has ignore block damage as well, right? It's just hard to play this guy. And honestly, he doesn't do enough damage outside in PvE content for me to, you know, put him above basically a lot of epics, you know? He doesn't do enough damage. Does good damage, but not great. So, unfortunately, I know I'm going to take a little bit of heat for this because I think a lot of you guys like Mountain King. And I'm not saying he's trash, but I'm going to give him like a, I don't know, the C-. I think I was hoping for a little bit more with the buff, you know? Still the most HP in the game, though. Shiramani. For some reason, Shiramani gets so much love, and poor Pixneel gets so much hate. And they're very similar. They're very similar. Listen, she has an AoE freeze, and she has a really decent support kit. That's about it. I think the Shiramani is an all-right champion. She has some freeze, which can be turn meter control for Fire Knight too, hard. She's not as book-intensive, though. I will say that, right? But she does take a decent amount compared to Pixneel. I'm going to give her a C-. I'm sorry, guys, but I'm just not a big fan of Shiramani. She doesn't bring enough support or enough extra to the table other than just the freeze, you know? Nowadays, you're going to bring something, and I don't think she brings quite enough, personally. Fushan. Fushnickens. Can I rock? What's up, Doc? He's got an aura, 25% speed in all battles. You know what, man? It's a great aura on a damage dealer. And then he's got a Scylla the Drake's A2 with the AoE stun, except for damage. He has a decent A3, but for me, make this A3 an AoE, and now we're talking, right? But right now, you know, he's good. He can actually deal some damage for a guy that you wouldn't really know it with a 1443 base attack. Multipliers are very good, so he can deal some damage, and he can be an aura lead for your team. Just for those two things alone, I can't rank him anything less than like a C+, maybe a B-. That being said, you know, he's not the greatest. Not the worst, though. Skartorsus. Skartorsus, man. I don't use Skartorsus. Kind of a tanky, fast champion, AoE on every single move, right? I'm sorry. AoE on just the A1. How about that? I'm not even going to cut that from the video. I was thinking of Suzerain Katon. My bad. AoE with buff steal on his A1. Good for a stun set. And then good support. Increased crit rate, increased attack, and has a kind of a convoluted 4-turn heal and cleanse. I think he's not a bad champion, honestly. But it's just, he is absolutely like one of those champions that if you need him, you need him. If you don't need him, then you don't need him, you know? He's not like a so good that everybody go out and max this dude. But hey, you know, I feel like he's really lacking from a turn meter boost or something a little bit extra on the command nowadays, you know, to really stick out, or a passive that's useful. So I'm going to go ahead and give Scartorsis a B-. Gottfried Brassclad, AoE, stun, and then a kind of a crappy A3, honestly, you know? Increased defense and removes decreased defense and a weaken. I don't know. Just give him a strengthen or something like that, you know? But where he makes up for with a lackluster A3, he makes up for it in Brassclad passive. That's when you get a block damage to preempt a fatal hit, and then you can stun with the other part of his passive too. That's a really strong move. You know, you put it all together, you have like kind of a unique defensive, kind of an off-meta arena champion that's still viable, or just a good kind of controller for wave content. So I'm going to give Gottfried I'm going to give him a B, a solid B on Gottfried. Shemnath, the Statue of Liberty. Golly, she looks really cool. I wish she was better. She's not. When she came out, she wasn't that bad as kind of an early Hydra option because she removes buffs, which is cool. She doesn't do that much damage. She has cool aesthetics, cool animations. She needs a buff, man. And on a triple hitter, I don't know. How about you add some debuffs or something on each hit too, you know? I feel like she just falls short. It is a she, right? Are those? Yeah, it's a she. It's a Statue of Damn Liberty. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and give Shemnath a, I hate to do it, guys, but I just don't think she's that good, man. I'm going to give her a D. I really, she's like high on my buff list, though. Holstring actually got a few buffs, and this dude is very niche, but not as bad as people think he is, right? The smoke monster vibes. He's got a triple hitter. He's got a quad hitter at random, and then a double hitter on the A1. My man has Hex and decreased speed, both of which are useful. And then he can just deal a lot of single target damage, right? Basically, I think, I have Giant Slayer on him. And, you know, he's more of a Fire Knight kind of guy, restrictive Fire Knight. I think I use him in one area in Cursed City, one of those Fire Knights. You know, he's not awful, but he's not amazing. You know, anywhere you're looking for those debuffs on a champion that can deal some damage single target, he's not going to let you down, I can tell you that. He is rather niche, though. I'm going to go ahead and give Holstring a B-. Operating Clan Father got a buff. I have a 9-piece protection, and man, my man's an elite healer now. A lot of heals. One of the better healers out there between the raw heals and the continuous heals. And then he's got kind of a Senna-like passive. Each time a continuous heal buff heals an ally, fills that ally's turn meter by 10%. There it is. There it is. It's not filling everybody's turn meter like Senna, but it is a really nice, consistent turn meter boost of your team and a lot of support in areas, especially Chimera, where basically you can have infinite or close to turn meter boost. Rounds or turns are not going to be a restriction that most players are going to be concerned about. He can be an elite addition to your turn meter in these longer fights. And then he's good for support and heals outside of that. I'm going to give Operating a B+. Little niche, but very good and unique. Longbeard actually is a solid ally attacker, right? He's a pretty simple champion. He's got a weaken. He's got is pretty hard hitting, actually an insane multiplier on this brittleness curse. And then a 4 allies joining in, which is fantastic. He's also joining in with a block damage. He's a good blender champion. If you ever want to run a blender arena team, can't use it in, you know, high gold 5 and platinum, but still fun to do when farming Great Hall. And great still for Fire Knight areas like that, and anywhere you need an ally attacker. He's not the best, but he's far from the worst. I'm going to go ahead and give Longbeard a, I don't know, B-. Prince Kymar. Prince Kymar still has the Seal of Magic. This is the OG, right? We are resetting cooldowns, and we are filling turn meter while we're doing it. And we're not resetting by 3 turns. We're doing the whole full-blown reset, right? And then he has the Abyssal Gaze, the removal, and the sleep. It used to be everybody's favorite opening move in the arena. Now he's kind of more of a reset champion. I still use him, but like I said, on reset teams for, my seer teams or whatever I'm running, poison combust teams. Or just like resetting Marius on a whatever team or Newts. So, yeah, Kymar's still good. Not quite as good as he once was. But we're going to go ahead and give Kymar an A-. Alatreon Blade Master. Can't get this dude anymore. Unable to be pulled from shards. A good support champion. He's got a cleanse, a block debuff, he's got an increased defense, and a shield. The crazy thing about this dude and what makes him so good and unique is that if the target's a boss, if there's a boss present, everything's protected, which can make him one of the more powerful champions in niche areas where you just want all protected buffs, right? So a good support champion. Not going to spend a lot of time on a champion that most players don't and can't get. Not broken, but very strong. I'm going to give him an A-. Yanaka. Yanaka is honestly a decent force affinity, a spirit affinity damage dealer, right? She has AoE on the A3, AoE on the A1 if she's under a perfect veil. She brings her own perfect veil with an extra turn, right? So she actually always surprises me with how much damage she can put out. That being said, kind of one-dimensional damage dealer, right? I'm going to go ahead and give her a B. Nogdar the Headhunter, one of my favorite crappy champions. I made a video a couple weeks ago talking about my favorite champions that are lousy, meaning that even though they're bad, I still like them and I still use them. Nogdar was the headliner, the first champion I talked about in that video. Man, whenever I make those videos, they get some of my biggest dislike ratios here on the YouTube. I don't know, I think people maybe are mad because if I say I like them, that people will the player will listen to me or something and say they won't buff them or something. I don't know what it is. But either way, I digress. Player doesn't listen to me. They don't care at all, by the way. What I say, I should say. But anyway, Nogdar the Headhunter. Really unique, man. Really unique. They buffed him, so he's a full turn meter whenever he's alive. And as long as no one else is alive, he comes back and he's unkillable, really, with a full turn meter. And then he can swap HP. That's unresistible. And then he can nuke, right? I mean, get extra turns when he kills an enemy on his A1. He's a fun little champion. He's not great. He's not meta. But he's a fun little champion, man. I'm going to go ahead and give Nogdar a... my bias is going to speak. I can't give him a D, so I'm going to give him a C-. Nethril, man. Talk about a once great champion who's really been power crept. 94 base speed. I hate it. He does bring poisons on his A1. Nice move. He has a 4-turn stun, a 75% chance, not bad. And then he has a Bat Swarm. Honestly, a good control poison kit, kind of a unique kit, but he needs to be updated, man. Would love to see some speed. Would love to see the reduction in those cooldowns, maybe even a passive on this champion. Maybe even an aura on this champion, man. He just feels so old-fashioned. I'm going to give Nethril a C+. Definitely good for wave control. That's no doubt about that. Or good in, progression, dragon, and clan boss. Lysandra, still honestly one of the more underrated old school champions out there in the game. 30% turn meter fill and turn meter reduction is elite. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. And then she brings increased speed. It's usually one of the best moves in the game. Even Shu Zhen's move is not this powerful on the A3. Now, Exhaustion's very good. Fully depletes target's turn meter. I use her in Dark Fae. She's like my go-to in Dark Fae, right? Go in there. She sets up my ninja, right? Boom, decreased turn meter, increased speed. Then she can exhaust the Dark Fae afterwards, right? So still very good. Still viable in the arena as well. I'm going to give Lysandra a... I don't know. I'm going to give her an A-, honestly. I think she's not elite or meta, but she's actually not bad at all. Shigor. Shigor's an interesting Void legendary. Man, he can place a sleep on his A1, so he has some Sand Devil utility, of course. And honestly, he's not a bad little champion. He's placing poisons for 4 turns, right, on his A2 ability with a decreased defense. And the cool thing is, instantly attacks enemies with his default skill whenever they receive damage from poison. So they receive the damage first, and then he attacks them and puts them to sleep, right? So, kind of an laborious, because it takes a while from a counterattack every single time, right? So it goes a little slow, but kind of a nasty debuffer, damage dealer, and control combo here, and certainly unique. That being said, he's not who I want to see coming out of a Void chart. I'm not going to lie to you guys. So he's good, but not great. I'm going to give him a B. Xayvia. Well, Xayvia is the old school poison combustor in this game, right? She has a block revive and an instant activation of poisons. She's also Bellinor's chick. And yeah, I mean, that's about it for Xayvia. She also brings poison, which is nice on a poison combustor. So, you know, maybe a little bit niche, but not awful for what she does. We'll give her a B-, just because she's a bit niche. Abyss. Man, Divine Wrath can still smack, but she hasn't aged that well, because a lot of abilities can smack nowadays. You need a little bit more than just one hard-hitting AoE to be a high-ranked champion, at least on my account, at least in my opinion. That being said, she does have an AoE decreased defense as well, so 2 strong AoEs. She kind of reminds me a little bit of like Xena, right? In terms of a hard hitter who brings a little bit more force affinity, you know what I'm saying? But I think she's maybe not quite as good though as Xena. So I'm going to go ahead and give her a C+. That doesn't mean she's trash. It just means that I would like to see a buff to her, honestly, right? As good as she once was. She's an old school original champion who's never gotten a buff, you know? At least I don't think so. Bloodgorged, an old school champion who's never gotten a buff ×2. At least I don't think so. Did they? They could have back in the day. Decapitate, 100% ignore defense, block revive. Straight up. We had a video like about a year back asking Plarium who they thought the developers of this game, who they thought the most underrated champions in the game were. And man, the #1 most common answer was Bloodgorged. So I'll let you guys think what you want of that. He has AoE, put one of each target skills on cooldown. I will say this. It's a strong move on his A2. People always talk about his Decapitate, but like some champions only have one skill, active skill, right? So it's kind of an interesting, unorthodox play as a lockout, you know? Anyway, he's good, but he's not great. He feels old to me, honestly. You know, his base stats aren't that great. You could delete somebody with Decapitate. There's no doubt about that. It is a one-time hitter, though. So, you know, I'm going to give him a, I don't know. I'm going to give him kind of a B-. Bad El Khazar. He's an old school champion that I actually think, I have him a 9-piece protection, by the way. You know, you can go 9-piece feral or 9-piece protection with Bad El as like one of the better builds. You can just go perception if you wanted to, too. But I think you're better off going with protection when given the choice, because you're going to have the continuous heals and they're not going to be resisted or anything like that, right, on your team. So I guess it is a bit situational, but I'd always err on the side of protection unless it's very specific content, because you can get the boost kind of guaranteed with the continuous heals on your team. Anyway, Prey Upon is still one of the most underrated and very, albeit a bit niche, a busted passive. You see him on a lot of speed teams, Bad El Khazar, and it's because of this passive. All allies inflict 20% more damage against targets under poison. That's insane. That is insane. Moreover, he brings the poisons and on everybody and the continuous heals with the cleanse. I'll say this, man. Bad El is still freaking really good. If you couldn't tell, I'm maybe a little biased here, but gosh, whether you're progression or whether you're endgame, you still have a reason to use Bad El Khazar, even on like a poison activation team too, you know? Like, there's a lot of reasons outside of just Dragon where you can use Bad El. He's not an arena champion necessarily, but overall, I'm gonna give him I'll give him a B+. I'm tempted to even go A- with that passive. Gaius the Gleeful, a bomb champion, right? He has the sleep, and then he has the bomb. But it's a 2-turn detonation, right? A 2-turn detonation. Now, he does have the ability to instantly activate a bomb, which is nice. But I don't know. I can't get excited about a 2-turn detonation nowadays on bomb champions, you know? It's a shame because when Gaius came out, I was actually pretty excited about him, you know? And I actually used him in the early days when he came out. But now, you know, you ever have champions like this? I just got to be honest with you guys. You ever have champions that you're like, you loved them, and now you just read their kits now, and you're like, yeah, it's not that great, you know? It's kind of how I feel about Gaius, you know? He does have an instant activation of bombs whenever he's killed, which can be nice, if we can orchestrate his death. or if you can kill him with like a Valkynon or something like that. But overall, I don't think he's that great, honestly. I'll give him a C. Jintoro. Jintoro has like this move where he can do like 5 attacks instead of 1 on this hard-hitting Oni's Rage ability every 5th time, or every 4th time rather the skill is used. Man, he can smack off that. He actually is up there with kind of like Brachus and Turvold in terms of just raw damage dealers, just because of that mechanic. You know, Rathalos is another guy, right? Anyway, he has still turn meter as well as a decreased defense and weaken on a single target, right? He's kind of like a, I don't know, he's kind of like a boss specialist, right? And that being said, there's better boss specialists nowadays in Raid. So, you know, no knock on him. He's not awful, but I'm going to give him a B-. Ray's an old school champion that really needs a buff. AoE on every move, buff removal, fantastic. She has a freeze as well. She's got a lot going for her. It's great in the stun set, great for damage, you know, and restricted content and stuff like that. So she's not without her uses, but, you know, the cooldowns are disgusting here. 6 turn, 4 turn. Come on, man. What? 6 turn when booked? Kidding me? I'm going to go ahead and give Ray a, I don't know, I'm going to give her a C+. Freya Fate Weaver. Freya is beast mode. I love me some Freya Fate Weaver, guys. She's just one of the better champions out there, honestly. Support champions, right? She got the speed. She got the tankage as well. She's got, I have her in an aspect. I'll kind of show you the build here. I have her with Unshakable with triple righteous gear on her, right? So going for a lot of resistance. And golly, do I have a lot with 886 on her with some speed as well. Her kit, everything she does is great. AoE provoke that can actually deal some damage on her A1, a big girl shield with an increased defense, a cleanse, a block debuffs, and a turn meter boost, and a little prevent the allies' death, right? And gives them an instant turn. It's kind of like Donatello type passive, arguably better. It is the ally with the highest crit damage except this champion, but man, with the instant turn there too. There's so much to love about Freya. I give her an A, maybe an A+. I just think she's so freaking good. Rosin Scarhide. Man, I made a whole rant video about Rosin. He needs a buff so badly. He's not awful, but man, he's aged incredibly poorly from what he once was. He does have that Jintoro-esque sheer ability, decrease defense and weaken. That being said, the Bog Down's a 7-turn book down to a 6-turn cooldown. His base stats are just atrocious. A defense-based champion with 13-10, legendary. Are you kidding me? He's a permanent fusion in the game, and it's a shame. It's a shame. Yeah, if you want to check out my full rant on Rosin, feel free. Just on principle, I feel like I should give him an F, but I'm not going to do that. I think he's more of like a D+. But a D+ who can be serviceable in the early game for when you fuse him, you know? Under Priest Brogni. Brogni does still have a little bit of viability with the Grow Shield ability, right, that he has in his kit. Sure, Wixwell is certainly a lot better, but Brogni brings a lot to the table. Block debuffs, increased attack, his shield, which we already spoke about as well, removing a buff from all enemies, removing a debuff from all allies. Heck, my man's even got a burn. He's not a bad champion, honestly. He's not as good as he was upon his release, but he's not bad. I don't use him on my account, though, I will be honest. I'm going to go ahead and give Brogni a B+. Pixneal. What did I give Shiramani again? Oh, boy. I think I gave her a C. I'll give Pixneal a C. I'm a weirdo. I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. Because I rank Pixneal higher than Shiramani. I don't belong here. Yeah, I rank Pixneal higher than Shiramani, man. Given my choice between the two of them, I mean, but look at these books. Honestly, if you factor in books, then I'll give it to Shiramani. I got to be fair. Because look at that. It's the A1 that really kills you. You're like, really, bro? She was a Christmas fusion, too, man. Oh, that's just insulting. All those damage, man, on a support champion. Come on, man. That's ridiculous. Anyway, perfect Veil in the ally with lowest HP. Nice A1. Increased defense, continuous heals, right? Weaken on enemies under freeze, which she has on an AoE on her A3. And then she has some pretty good freeze immunity. At the end of each enemy or ally turns, removes all freeze debuffs from all allies. Really nice to use as well. Kind of a cool little support champion, although she's rather niche. Give her a C minus. C. Oh, damn it, I'm just going to own my C. Jack Bonesaw, another one that you guys hate that I don't like. Or you hate it that I don't like him, because every time I mention that I don't like him, here, let me slap on something on this dude. Let me give him cruelty. I don't like Jack Bonesaw. I don't like this champion, guys. I don't find that he does that much damage. I know that he has a potential 2 debuff spread that's kind of cool, but I'm just going to be real. Like, he does have a buff removal on a 4-turn cooldown, which is nice. His damage is all right. But I think that Varl is 10 times better, and I don't know, man. I just feel like he's another damage dealer, you know, who's a kind of a more recent-ish addition to the game. I think he looks cool aesthetically and stuff, but I was just disappointed, and I have to be real with you guys on him, so sorry. Feel free to, you know, go ahead and tell me why I'm wrong. Honestly, on any of these champions, I welcome the dialogue in the comments, but I'm going to give him a D. I'm just not a fan. Mountain King, we already talked about. And Bybald of the Thorn. This is a guy I am a fan of, believe it or not. Nice and tanky champion, right? He's got a Provoke. He's got a Leech on a 3-turn cooldown. He's got a little bit of a heal and a shield. So he's a Provoker who can also heal and shield and support your team. He's got a Provoke on his A1 as well. And the best part about him is my man can land everything on weak hits. You know, that's really hard to find. Affinity Breaker, like 100% is built into his kit, right? That being said, I'm not going to lie to you guys. He's not like the world beater, the best champion in the game, but I've always thought he was a lot better than he's given credit for. I'm going to give Bybald of the Thorn a B. All right, Supreme Elhain. Oh, the Supremes. I'm going to be real with you guys on Supreme Elhain. She's kind of one-dimensional. She doesn't do much, just like the regular Elhain, except for damage. But she does hit freaking hard, you know? Like, if you guys haven't tried out Supreme Elhain, if you have her, vaulted her, or whatever, like, I'm just going to be real. She does a lot of damage. I'll say it again for those of you in the back. She can nuke, man. She hits very, very hard. That's about it, though. She doesn't, like, do anything else at all. So, to me, I was disappointed in all the Supremes to one extent or another. Even Supreme Galek, who's actually the best of them by a wide margin, in my opinion. But I was hoping for, these are the quintessential champions in Raid Shadow Legends, the starting champions. If you're going to make a Supreme Void Legendary version, make it really good to me. And they made them all kind of fall short, all of them. So Supreme Elhain, I'll give her a C+, because I love that damage. But I'd be lying if I said I'd be happy if she came out of a Void Shard. Suzerain Catone, the guy with an AoE on every single move, not named Scartorsus, right? Suzerain's all right. He's like got decent damage, a decreased speed, a weakened, a decreased defense. Everything about his kit, you're like, not bad. But 4-turn cooldown, you know? Oh, but it's a 70% chance of a decreased defense, not a 100% chance on a 4-turn cooldown, you know? So honestly, I don't love his cooldowns. I don't love his percentage. He's not an awful champion, but he's not great either. I'm going to give him a C+. Venus. Well, Venus is super tanky, and she's super fast. I already mentioned her earlier when we were talking about Dracomorph being one of the OG decreased defense and weakened champions on the same ability. And it's a 3-turn cooldown. And she's Void Affinity, not to worry about weak hits. And she has Poison. Oh, and she has Burn, right? They actually give her a buff, too. Great with Nature's Wrath. She can do a damage blend with the debuffs. Cupidus's side piece and or main piece. And honestly, they have really good partner synergy together, too. They're both made a lot better when they're on each other's teams. They even had their day when they're in the arena. They were kind of a meta tandem in the arena as well. There are more options nowadays than just Venus, but I think that Venus is fantastic. I'm going to give her an A. Heck, I mean, I'm going to give her an A because you don't really see her in PvP anymore. But, man, she's maybe an A+ in PvE. Blind Seer. Man, before Mavara, the web designer, came along, and before Noldula, the gloaming and the gleaming came along, Blind Seer was kind of all we had for Dark Elf Revivers. And they gave her a buff too, which I think she really needed. They actually gave her some, they did exactly what? 30% turn meter and heal. I think that did she have no turn meter? What did they buff on this revive, man? Did they buff did she have no turn meter and they gave her 30%? That doesn't seem like much. I forgot what they buffed on the revive, but they did buff it. Was it the cooldown? Maybe it was the cooldown from a 6 to a 5 or 4 booked. Anyway, she has a nice little kit. She got heal, block debuffs now, shield, 3-turn cooldown, and a good revive. She's fast. She got a 115 base speed. But that being said, she's not an elite reviver in the game, but she's a very good now and capable reviver. I'm going to give her an A. It's hard to hard to give her any lower than A. She's really solid, I think, now. Kind of like just an all-around good reviver to have on your account, but she's not going to excel or be like the crown jewel of your account in any one area. Saito is based on a YouTuber, actually. You can go and see the whole story on this dude. He actually does like sword reviews, I guess, his YouTube channel. Kind of interesting. I don't even know if they're called sword. They're scimitars or something. I don't even know what the proper term is. I apologize for all you enthusiasts out there. But I think they did him dirty, meaning that he looks cool in the game, but I think his kit sucks. And I've always felt that way, and similar to a lot of champions I'm talking smack about here. I'm sure I'll hear it in the comments, but I've just never been a fan of this guy. He doesn't do enough damage, and he has too much conditional, in his kit. No strong AoEs. There needs to be 3 or more enemies alive. He doesn't really bring anything to the table, To me, I'm just not a fan. I'm going to go ahead and give him a D. I would love to see a buff to this dude. It just does nothing for me, except for the visuals. Crypt King Graal. Nice and fast, 107 base speed, and never overlook the speed. First thing I look at any champion, any new fusion, any new champion in the game, is their base speed. It's funny, too, because in the very early days of Raid, it's something that I never really cared about, I remember looking at the speed of champions in the early days of my Raid journey, and I was like, who cares, man? Like, who cares if they're 107 or 103? Like, I can put speed gear on them, But just, you don't really factor in how much that base really truly does matter in the ceiling, Anyway, burns and burn extension and freezes, right? All good to have, certainly. But I wouldn't say he shines, in any one area. He's tanky enough that he can kind of solo some content potentially. I'm going to give him a B-. Necmo Thar. Oh, good old Necmo, man. I have him in some Feral and Cursed. Interesting. I don't really use him in any content, although he is great in Chimera, and he's great. I shouldn't say I do use him, but I use him in Cursed City and stuff like that, like restrictive content where this is good enough. He's a great kind of motor champion. Increased speed, increased turn meter, extra turn mechanic, decreased speed, leech and decreased attack, AoEs, Hydra, you name it, Rune of Haste on his passive. Very good for more turn meter churn. Really good champion here. I'm going to give him an A. Kayaku. Still kind of an underrated little ally protector. One of the best ally protection moves still to this day in the game. Sure, I'd take Gizmax ally protection, for example, over her. But, amongst legendaries, to get an ally protection, but then a block damage with the extra turn where she can go in and AoE decrease attack is really strong, I'm going to give her a B+. Harvest Jack. After his buff, man, I'm loving this dude. Leering Grin is great. It's a great passive now. Whenever an ally is attacked, it's a 50% chance to decrease the duration of all buffs on the attacker for 1 turn. Whenever he's attacked, that's 100%. Then he has 2 short 3-turn cooldowns with an extra turn mechanic now as well. A decreased attack, a block buffs, extra turn, true fear, 2 turns, a decreased speed, or a true fear if it's not placed, rather. Sleep, man. And then a great A1 as well. Man, he is a hell of a lot better than he once was. I'm going to give him an A-, maybe an A. Elil. I'm going to try to pick up the pace because I still got hundreds of more champions for you guys. And I'm looking at the clock and I'm like, I guess my whole night is going to be doing this video, huh? Which I actually honestly enjoy. And I'm honestly, if you're listening to my voice right now, it's pretty cool to be able to do this, honestly. Like, I kid about, like, wasting my night, but it's really fun to chat over all these champions and give them my stupid little gradings with you guys. Allele is a beast. This passive is so great. He can get his turn much faster. He has an AoE removal mechanic. And everything in his kit can't be resisted. He has the Ignore Stone Skin, the Stealing that can't be resisted, all buffs, not one buff, all buffs. Allele is A. He's an underrated nuker. Tuana Rock has that beautiful cleanse on her passive. She has the debuff spread. You got the decreased speed. You got the increased speed. You got the increased defense. She's a great support champion. We're going to give her an A. We have Gurgo the Augur. Gurgo, after his buff, another great buff. Speed and Arena, 30% on the aura. He's got the extra turn mechanic where you freeze and remove all their buffs, and then boom, decrease defense them. Extra hit if they're under freeze. I'm going to give him an A- now. Ultimate Death Knight, UDK. There's so much AoE with Solinars and Hecatons and all the areas, right? Or in the meta in general, just all the mythicals. Everybody has AoE now. So he's not as effective as he once was in the arena. That being said, you can still use this dude, and it can still be very fun, both in PvE and PvP. Very unique on his passives. We'll give UDK give him a B. B-, I think. Just taking a little bit of a hit in the meta. Verself the Grim. Verself people hate. I don't hate him. I'm going to pick up blessings as I go here. I don't know what I have on. I'll give him a lightning cage, though. Verself the Grim is interesting. He has an increased defense and an ally protection, really good support. And then he has, like, a decently hard-hitting AoE leech move. I don't think he's as trash as a lot of people think he is. Good kind of progression champion, though, right? I'll give him a C+ on Verself. Drexstar Blood Twin, man, he still has that burn on that passive. It's still good. He has the heal, self-sustained. He can kind of solo some content. He's tanky, defense-based. He has fallen off since where he was at one point. We'll give Drexstar a B-. Contra the Cyclone, like Bivald of the Thorn. I love Contra. I love this passive. She can land all her debuffs on weak hits. She has a triple hitter on her A2, and she can land random debuffs, right? Really unique, but then once you land the debuffs, you can provoke them, and you can do all kinds of crazy stuff off of the passive. Heal herself, sustain herself. She steals buffs with her A1. I love Contra, and I'm not afraid to say it, man. I'll give her a B. Hansel. Hansel is nothing without Gretel. You can say the same thing about Gretel. Hansel is the better version, I think, of Gretel. Not a bad champion, but not an elite damage dealer. Honestly, far from it. They're only really good when together. And as I said earlier, we're judging all these champions in a vacuum. So I'm going to give Hansel a C-. Tila Gormain, after her buff, really solid. AoE, burn increased duration, Hex and Leech, and then she places the burns on her A2 ability with heals. She's healing your allies. She's leeching. She's a really good blend. She's stealing buffs too. She's great now. I think a B+. B+. Lord Champfort. I have a prediction. I think Lord Champfort is going to get a buff soon. They already tackled Bumblebee in Lugan. I think Lord Champfort is next. I actually don't think this champion is that good anymore. I hate to say it. He has a decreased accuracy, a decreased attack, and then he has some shield action going on with a decreased defense. That's about it. Sure, he has like a couple little niche areas with the shield that you can use him for sure, you know, like some Scarab King or whatever. But man, I mean, he has HP in dungeons 50%, which is noteworthy. But overall, I think he's really in desperate need of a buff. He needs a little bit more, right? You guys with me there? We'll give him, like, I'm just going to pick up Lightning Cage on all these champions that I have blessings for. Yeah, I'm going to give him a D. I actually don't think he's that good anymore. And you can tell me why I'm wrong in the comments. I know some of you guys like this dude still. Calvalax. Calvalax, man, he took a big hit with Mercurial, you know, but he still is elite with those poisons on that passive for combust teams. What can I say? In wave content, he is the best poison wave killer in the game still by a mile, right? So he's tough. He does have some limited utility even now in the arena, you know, if you catch your opponent without protection, you know. but it's really only speed boosters nowadays that are going to be run without protection, maybe a lockout too. Anyway, I'm going to give Calvalax an A. He's still really good. Martyr. She used to be the best champion in the game. Martyr and Valkyrie. That was who everybody wanted when I started playing Raid Shadow Legends. Martyr, Valkyrie, and then Tayrel, Royal Guard. Those were the 2 most wanted epics and the 2 most wanted legendaries by everybody playing back in 2019. Anyway, she's still all right. It's still good, actually, right? A decreased attack, a provoke on an AoE, along with an increased defense and a counterattack. You can't knock this kit, honestly. Even in 2026, we'll give her an A-. Tamisha, well, she's Marius's empowerment champion, and of course I have her +3 empowered. Ugh. Man, I wish so badly we could unempower. She plays as Burn. She has good control with stun or decreased speed. And then she has, so decent in Hydra. She can deal some damage with Burning Regret. Honestly, though, nowadays, it's all about, if I get her, I'm just so excited to empower Marius, you know? She's not trash, but, you know, no activation for her burns either. So leaves a little bit to be desired from a Void Legendary in a vacuum. So I'll give her a B-. Sir Nick. Well, with Lady Noelle, he's a stud. And honestly, they gave him a hell of a good buff, right? He's a token trader champion too, so you sacrifice the low, cheap cost of 8 legendaries and you can get this dude. If you have Lady Noelle and you've been playing this game long enough where you have a bunch of crappy legendaries sitting in your vault, maybe it's worth it, you know? Because together they are so much better than they are apart, especially with Sir Nick. But with both of them, though. Getting that taunt on him with the freeze 100%, or excuse me, 65, but can't be resisted 100 when Lady Noelle is on the team. That's so unbelievably strong because he also has counterattack, you know? And then he has the unkillable. I mean, just a really decent support champion now. Can deal a little bit of damage too with his A2. Ignore defense if Lady Noelle's on the team, right? But again, outside Lady Noelle, we'll call him a... She really does remove a lot of his utility. I'll be real with you guys. I'd probably give him, like, honestly, a C+ without Lady Noelle, but all the way to an A with Lady Noelle, right? I'll just give him 2 grades. So I do use him. I use him with Lady Noelle, and I use him in a 9-piece protection. Kind of a little bit different, though, because I love going in there and doing the 2-turn protected unkillable. I think it's so strong. It's so annoying to deal with. I do have to keep him alive to get to his turn, of course, but I think it's worth it if you can build him like me, fast and in protection, and still build a little bit of nukage if you can fit it in there too, you know? All right, Solus. Solus got a buff, man. And I think it was good, but I don't think it was great. He has an AoE buff removal, which is fantastic, a decreased attack, and a Hex. It's not a bad move. And then another AoE. I like they removed his 4 times at random move, and he had provoke on both of his skills. Now they put it on 1 skill. They basically cleaned up his kit and made it more, you know, fit with modernity in Raid Shadow Legends. So overall, honestly, now that I read it again, not a bad little kit, and he does damage too. So we're gonna give him a B+. Helier, what a letdown, man. I'm not a fan of Helier. I was expecting so much more from this champion. The shield is not that good because he does no damage, right? The harsh light is kind of cool, but sometimes you just want to cleanse, you know? I don't know. I just think I would love to see a buff to Helier because he looks really cool, you know? And I was hoping for a lot more. It's just not there to me. We're going to go ahead and give him he does have some utility with a passive in the A1, but we're going to go ahead and give Helier I hate to do it, but I'm actually going to give him a D, man. I want to see a buff to him badly. Lanicus the Chosen, ally attacker who has an extra turn mechanic and can screw up your teams if you're speed tuning them. Be careful about that. But I like her ally attack because it has a increased duration of all ally buffs and a juicy 30% turn meter fill. So it's a lot of utility there. I'm going to give her a B. Sathalia. Sathalia is a champion who... I'll give her a Miracle Hill. Stolly's a champion who used to kind of be really annoying with her aggress ability in the arena, right? Remove all buffs and decrease their turn meter and 20% instead, and fills turn meter of all allies if 5 or more buffs are removed. This used to be nasty. Nowadays, it's still nasty if you can pull it off, but there's a lot of protection out there, right? She has Lordly Embrace, which is not a bad support ability for a 2-turn cooldown. Overall, though, I think she's just not that great anymore. Nice and fast, too. I'd love to see a buff to her. I think she's a C. Samara Gem Cursed. Honestly, I think one of the worst champions out there in the game, honestly. He has an AoE steal, which is good. Before Sun Wukong, he was the best buff steal on an AoE in the game, believe it or not. But nowadays, no. No damage out of a HP-based damage dealer? I mean, sure, he has a cool passive. Tough to kill the dude, but who cares? He doesn't do much, you know? I'm going to give him an F. I'm not a fan at all. I will say one thing. Yes, he can kind of like solo some content because of how strong that diamond skin passive is. But it will take you forever, and like that's not enough for me, you know, nowadays. Krutraxa, after her buff, she is insane. I have her 9-piece Merciless, and she is just bonkers good now. I think she's a top 10 nuker in the game. I have my updated list of top 20 nukers in the arena in yesterday's video or the day before. Check that out if you want to, if this one ever ends. And then, but man, what they did to her passive with a protected revive on death, with 100% turn meter, killing or attacking someone with the highest turn meter, and the block revive. She's one of the biggest threats out there in the battlefield in the arena right now, and she's still good in PvE as well, with that quad hitter and the extra turn mechanic areas like Fire Knight. You know, man, I'm gonna give her in terms of a nuker, I'm gonna give her an S-. I think she's that good. Angar, man, they buffed him, and it was kind of a swing and a miss. AoE provoke, and that's about it. That's about it. Two-turn provoke, but man, that can't be it for a Void Legendary without a lot of damage, you know? You know, listen, there are some random content out there where you can get a little bit out of this guy, but, you know, he's more niche. He's more of a niche champion. Not what you want out of a Void Legendary. I'm going to give him a D. All right, Mighty Ukko is kind of sort of meta again, right? Some might argue she never left. Excuse me, I see those nip rings. I see. He never left. Easy, big fella. AoE 2-time hitter, AoE, good for mercurial removal, good for stealing buffs from your opponents, good to be a reviver in any content, great against Hydra, great against wave content, good in a stun set. A lot of versatility here from this champion. A great champion, A+ on Mighty Ukko. Danag Skullreap, not a fan. Not a fan. Don't like this dude. He doesn't deal that much damage. He doesn't bring much, except for he hates elves. I'm going to go ahead and give him I'm going to give him an F. Just so you guys can't say that I'm being too easy in the comments on everybody. Royal Huntsman. Royal Huntsman, man. This guy has dead aim. Dead aim is ignore a 100% defense move. It can delete somebody. But in this meta, you delete somebody without a block revive, you just revive them. You know? And it doesn't ignore anything, and it's on a long cooldown. Honestly, the only thing keeping this dude, like, you know, even meta her faction wars is that decreased defense, right? But even that, you know, it has to be critical, whatever. I mean, I guess that's fine. But, you know, I don't know. To me, it's kind of like what we talked about with Abyss. Kind of like used to be a god, now, not even demigod, you know? We're going to go with a C on Royal Huntsman. Can get utility. She's not that great. Great Hoof, Lauracia. I think she's actually kind of decent after the buff, but not insane. She like has a really nice kit with turn meter fill and a bunch of buffs and debuffs. A good champion, but she doesn't bring anything that you're like, I need that. But she does a lot of things that are like, you know, she's a good filler champion. Like, I got an open spot on my squad. Who I want to put in? Great Hoof. She's got all these obscure, you know, decreased resistance, decreased accuracy, which is actually a pretty good combo. I'm going to give her a B-. Septimus. Power crept. He's like Newt without the A1, without the A2, and only a one-time hitter on Blessed Bash. Then you've got Septimus. So, and even then he still has a way to go. Honestly, though, I'd be lying if I said that I didn't use him. I use him like in Destroy gear. Do I have it on him right now? I have like half the set on him. but I use him in Destroy gear against Scarab King and like Curse City. So like, you know, he has some utility, but man, I would love to see a buff to Septimus. I think right now, unfortunately, he's more of like a C- D champion. Neve, S tier. You know, she's an S tier champion. She's one of the strongest supports in all of Raid Shadow Legends. 9-piece protection is the way to go. She's got a great heal. She's got great protection. She's got one of the most busted defensive passives in the entire game with the block damage. Great shield. Great A1 that can't be resisted or blocked. 75% at least. Man, she's insane. I have Lightning Cage on her. I actually didn't even realize I have Bulwark on her. That's fine, I guess. I think I have Valkyn's Grasp on her. I could definitely, spruce up the Relic a little bit there. You don't get a lot of damage from that Relic. Flex 5% of damage, absorbed by block damage back to the attacker. 25%. It's actually not that bad, you know. Anyway, S tier. Marichka the Unbreakable, S tier. Man, we had no S tiers for a long time, and now we have like back-to-back. Marichka, what do I have to say about Marichka? I still run her in Relentless. I still think it's the way to go on Marichka. As fast as you can in Relentless gear is my favorite build. There's nothing wrong with going Stone Skin and Relentless and giving up a little speed, though, as well. But usually she's not dying. I mean, I run her without the protection, without no Mercurial, nothing, right? No Stone Skin. And at this speed, at least, she's not my fastest champion. I usually try to have someone faster, like a lockout or a speed booster ahead of her. But she never dies. That's not a problem, you know? I have Valcardiac Heart on her. I have Polymorph, and I have Timely Intervention on her. Johnny on the spot with those big heals, good speed boosts, you name it. She's got it covered. One of the most broken passives still in Raid Shadow Legends in terms of support. Little Reviver in there, and just great champion, S tier. And in PvE as well. Yumeko. In case you missed it, Yumeko's kind of back in the arena meta too. She's so good because she can counter lockouts and she can lock out on the same move, right? Kind of like Crixia, but in one move. And again, she has that A2. You can use this in Bommel to deflect the bombs right back to Bommel. Same thing with Dragon. She has protection on her Perfect Veil at the beginning of the turn. She can't receive debuffs, right? So there's a lot to love about Yumeko here. I currently don't have her built for the arena, just some PvE teams. But I think she's, I don't know, it's hard not to go like S- on Yumeko. Ethos. I don't know, man. Ethos I still use as my main high elf damage dealer, even over Supreme Elhain, although their damage is very close. But I have the Awakening on Ethos. I have a Last Laugh on him. I have Crushing Rend. He can smack. I can, especially with this, this build, this gear on him, or I should say this Awakenings. But he's pretty one-dimensional. He's pretty one-dimensional. He used to be the nuker that everybody wanted. Everybody wanted Ethos. Nowadays, he's crept, been crept a little bit. I'll give him a, I'll give him a B+. Sanguine Maria. I want to try to preserve the old voice here, so I'm not going to sing. Sanguine Maria. Whoa. Luckily, I don't know why, but like where I'm at right now, I have offices next to me and stuff like that, and no one is here today, and it's not even a holiday. And I'm like, what the heck? I went to the parking lot, it was empty. I'm like, is every business in my entire building closed? I have no idea. So I can sing and be obnoxious and not have to worry about bothering people. Sanguine Maria is absolutely brilliant in this meta. I have the same build as Kratraxa, really. A Crushing Rend on her. I have a Gore Crescent on her as well. All those extra turns. She can delete Mercurial. She can reduce, or she can remove buffs. She's a brilliant champion. I don't know what the reviews are thinking on this champion, man. I mean, in the arena, she's fantastic. I think people are just mad about the nerf to her in PvE content, and I can understand why. She is a bit one-dimensional as an arena-only champion, although I will say, I use her against waves, and not many single-target hitters can hit like Sanguine Maria. So I use her in Faction Wars. She always leads my team in damage by far and away. So I'm going to give her a, even despite these reviews, I'm going to give Sanguine Maria an A. Deliana. Old school free login or free champion once loyalty, whatever she was back in the day. She has an AoE with leech. She has a block buffs. I don't like the cooldown of this A3. I wish the block buffs was on a 3 turn. Give her instant viability in Hydra. Right now, she's kind of like a good niche champion to have. She's not great, but she's not awful. I'll give her a C+. Noble. Everybody hates Noble. Everybody hates Noble, except for yours truly. I don't hate this dude. He's only like good in wave content though, really, you know? But if there ever is a great reason to have a lot of fear, true fear synergy on your team, he plays very well off of fear and true fear. Like him and Fortis could be a dynamic duo at some point in the future. They need to add like a fear boss, right? Anyway, he has so much turn meter steal, a 2-turn cooldown, so much turn meter boost in his kit that he has a little Genzen in him, meaning that he just keeps going and going and going and going. He can deal some sneaky damage. That being said, he's very niche to just kind of waves, you know? That being said, I don't hate him as much as most people do. I'm going to give Noble a C+. Harima, man, that passive is so good. You know, she's definitely taken a meta hit. She only has one single hitter in her kit. It is a triple hitter, which is nice, but you got to be careful with Mercurial. That being said, you can get an instant activation. You still have, again, that passive in the arena. You know, she's just a really solid champion. You have kind of the built-in cruelty mechanic as well. So I think Harima still is a, God, I think she's maybe A+. I think she's a really good champion still. Very tanky. Bystofis. Man, my man has one of the higher attacks in the game, 1795, and he's just not that good, you know? AoE block active skill, I'm sorry, AoE, and then an AoE block active skills 4-turn cooldown with a decreased defense, but it's a 4-turn cooldown, man, you know? You can get a little utility out of him, but man, he's not that good, and the damage sucks, multipliers suck, very squishy, pretty slow. I'm going to give him a, I don't know, C-, D+. Armand's the Magnificent. Armand's, man, he's still the king of control as it pertains to stun, sheep, that sort of stuff, right? Obviously, Wands came out, and he took a little bit of a hit. And then, of course, Mercurial came out, and everybody in the game is using Fabian, right? The 1-year anniversary champion after Armand's. That being said, some folks out there still use Armand's, even in the arena, even in endgame arena. I don't see him nearly as much as I once did, but he's still super viable. He's still a massive threat. He can still just delete, take away, you know, one of the biggest threats in the arena, and he's still great for wave control in areas like that. Armand's, to me, is still an A+ champion. Artak, man, he was another free Call of the Arbiter champion. He's got burn extension, and burn activation. Different skills. His claim to fame is really emergency heal in Ice Golem. He can like basically solo Ice Golem hard 10 all by his lonesome. So for that alone, and you know, he's good spider utility and stuff like that. He's been power crept a bit since when he came out, but we're going to go ahead and give Artak a B-. Mishinaki, man, was the rage, and he still is actually very good in Hydra. He has a decreased defense. He has a decreased attack, provided they're under Hex. He has buff removal and a Hex. 3-turn cooldowns. I love his cooldowns. He can join in with a burn, provided you're attacking an enemy under, or an ally's attacking an enemy under Hex. Man, I think that Mishinaki's fantastic, especially in Hydra, but just in wave content in general. He's defense-based as well. I'm going to go ahead and give him an A-. Herndig is a really solid previous fusion champion, right? He brings a decreased defense and a weaken in one kit. That's really, really nice, especially for a damage dealer, right? Not the same moves, but still one kit. He also brings a burn. He has full turn meter depletion, so he's more than just damage. I'm going to go ahead and give Herndig a, I'm going to give him a B. Cleoteryx is a login champion. It takes you 10 years to get her, but eventually you'll get her. She has AoEs everywhere. She's kind of like, I look at her kind of like Yannicka because you can get her. She's accessible. She's Spirit Affinity. She's an AoE nuker. The difference is I actually like Cleoteryx better than Yannicka personally. She brings Hex. She brings an increased accuracy to the entire team. She can lock out on targets under Hex. So I think she has some viability. Counterattack as well, mechanic. I like her. I'll give her a B-. I don't love her, but I like her. Astrolith. Man, she got the 2-turn bomb. Detonates after 1 turn and can't be resisted. So listen, she's and she has a little turn meter fill on her A1 too, right? 15% on everybody. Kind of similar to on the assault leader to Raglan's A1. But the thing is, man, is on Astrolith with a debuff spreader, she can be one of the most lethal bomb dealers out there. That being said, still not the best legendary, even with that unresistible bomb. Nishak is. And, you know, she's very one-dimensional. I'll say that. We're going to go ahead and give her a, I don't know, we'll give her like a C+. She's one-dimensional, but in that one dimension, she's very unique and good. Georgid the Breaker. Oh, man, the Nutcracker, dude. I wanted this guy so bad, like 4 Christmases ago when he was introduced to the game. And honestly, he's still one of the most lethal attack-based nukers out of legendaries anywhere, with the ignore everything in the moon with the extra turn and deal a lot of damage there, a lot of damage on his A1. Great champion. Massive threat still. PvE, PvP, I use him in Grim Forest as like one of my main DPS. He's insane. A little bit hurt by Mercurial, but still, he gets the job done. He is kind of like the, I don't know, kind of like an opposite vibe of Harima on his passive, right? Crack any shell. I'm going to give him an A. Great champion. Constantine the Dayborn. Constantine I've always thought is a little bit of an underrated nuker. Quietude smacks. AoE ×2. He's Vlad the Nightborn's companion champion. He has some block revive built into his kit, even if Vlad's not on the team against popular factions. A lot of people sleep on that. He can be like a sneaky block revive champion because you forget sometimes, even in the arena, like as a total niche pick, you forget that it's Undead Horde, Demon Spawn, and Knights Revenant, 3 of the most strong factions in the game. So he can be a sneaky block revive. He is kind of a little one-dimensional, though. We'll give him a B. Whirlum Frost King. Man, I like this. He was on my crappy champions who I love list. Man, they've given him a few buffs throughout the years. He has freeze, increased defense, strengthen. It's a really good move here. I don't care who you are. This is a good move. And then he has a decreased attack, decreased accuracy, increased crit damage, and a freeze on the A1. Perfect Veil. Not a bad champion, even though people hate him. Yeah, man, look at these reviews. Dude, why do people hate him that much? What? Am I the only one? Maybe this is why they disliked my video. Maybe because I gave him too much love. Like, I don't understand. An irresistible decreased attack, decreased accuracy, freeze that can't be resisted, another freeze that can't be resisted. What the heck? All that support? I don't know what they're going to do to this poor guy, man. I don't care, man. I'm going to give him a B-. I don't think he's a world beater, but I think he's a champion a lot of players could use. I'm sorry if you disagree. Don't get mad at me for loving Whirlum. Maybe because he was the first Battle Pass champion. Pred Boy. An elite nuker in the game. He's so good in the arena that I almost have to rank him high outside the arena, even though he does dip a bit in PvE, even though he can be a capable damage dealer. And tanky is all get up. Man, between that passive and the perfect veil and the evasions and just so tough, and the block revive potential. He's S tier in the arena. There's no doubt about that. S+, whatever, right? But I think because of PvE, maybe I'll give him like an A+, S-. I feel like S- is the way I want to go there. Gwendolyn the Silent, the Owl. She's a cool bird of prey passive where she can take extra turns. I've always liked this champion. Aesthetically, especially, I think she's really good, you know? A short cooldowns, AoEs, a bunch of debuffs, great in a feral set as well. I think she's an A champion. I really do. All right, we have Nari the Lucky. He steals buffs all over the place, you know, aka his A1. Transfers a random buff from an enemy to this random ally. Okay, and his passive. But man, I'm not enamored by Nari the Lucky, right? AoE provoke, counterattack. He's kind of a cool little buff stealer, but I'm going to give him a B-. Not trash, but not my favorite. Skull Lord Vargal. Man, he's tanky. Some of the best base stats in all of Raid Shadow Legends. Look at that. Holy moly, right? That being said, his kit is good, but it's not great. I'm going to go ahead and give him a, you know, I don't know. He can solo, you know, some content, Scarab King and whatnot. Good single target provoke. Great single target provoke. You just lock down anybody. Magma Dragon or Head of Decay. You know, they added a lot to his kit. I'll actually give him a B. I think he's probably better than a lot of folks realize. Basilius Ronus also got a buff. He has an AoE stun, decreased turn meter if the stun's not placed, and a triple hitter with an ignore block damage. I still feel like he's a bit lacking. A bit maybe old school, a bit maybe old fashioned. That being said, he's not trash. You know, I'm going to give him a C+. Loki the Deceiver. Man, Loki, I kind of like from the Asgard Divide event. He's a very interesting manipulator who's the first champion ever with evade in the game as well. He has good protection. He's tough to kill. He has an AoE on the A1 as well. A lot of good like lockdown, block active skills, debuff spreads, a lot of synergy with the perfect veil as well. I think Loki's solid champion. I'm going to give him a B-. Kaja the Rai is a fast reviver. Her revive is pretty good, 50-50 turn meter and HP, excuse me. It's been a long video. And then we have a turn meter fill as well. My only knock on Kaja, honestly, is the block debuffs is a 1-turn duration. I don't like that. You know, maybe I'm just being too nitpicky here, but it's always bothered me, and I haven't used her because of it. Now, when she's with Timid the Fool, especially in wave content, she can be a menace, even in the arena. But independently, I think she's solid. Don't get me wrong, but I'm going to go B+ because of that block debuffs. Rule the Huntmaster, or Raul, as I once incorrectly said when he's introduced to the game. Our guy Raul has an AoE extra hit on Hex. He has a really cool Hex passive, but man, I've always found him incredibly lacking on the damage. Honestly. And he's really squishy, you know, 13K. I don't know. He doesn't do it for me, unfortunately. It's sad because he could be good, you know, really cool Hex passive, but he just doesn't do it. I'm going to give him a D. Sorry, guys. All right. We have Queen Ava. Got a buff. Really nice one, too, right? They actually gave her a big double hitter block revive move on her A2. And, you know, you're barely with 85% crit rate now. Ignore 50% of target's defense. She has energy drain, still good. Can reset the skill for, like, you know, great campaign farmer still to this day. But now she's a little bit better than just a campaign farmer. So we're going to go ahead and give Queen Eva and she has a heal reduction, too, on the A1. Not bad, right? Some good utility there. I'm going to give her a B-. Maybe a little bit niche, but, you know, in some areas, she can really carry. She could do a good job for your team. Lugan the Steadfast just got a buff. His second buff, or maybe his third. Now he has increased defense, ally protection, and a shield on all allies for 2 turns. I mean, it's a pretty damn good move now, right? And then he has an AoE, block active skills for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown instead of a 4. He's a hell of a lot better now. I think they did a really good job with the buff. Is he like a meta maven? No. But is he great for any wave content, for control, and for support? Hell yeah, he is. Nice and tanky, too, for the most part. I think he's now like an A- champion. I think they did a good job with that buff. Senna is actually going to be S tier. I think our first, like, just PV or S. Did I go S with Rio? Maybe S-. I went with her. Anyway. Senna, come on, man. She's one of the most desirable revivers in the entire game for a lot of players for good reason. She's fast. 9-piece protection is the way to go with her. I have a journal on her. Why not? She's all about turn meter, right? Like, journal is so good because heals and turn meter increase effects applied to allies are boosted by 15%. I need to level this up actually on her because she's the best turn meter booster out there, along with like kind of Androck in the game with this passive, arguably better. Whenever continuous heal activates on an ally, fills a turn meter for all allies by 5%. And then on her A1, she instantly activates. She has an increased speed, a turn meter boost, and a continuous heal too. On her A2 ability has 3 buffs, 3-turn cooldown, a revive as well. I have resistance on her. I have cruelty on her. And she's just an absolute maven in PvE content. One of the best. King Garage. Man, King Garage, I just never been very enamored by his damage, and he's supposed to be a damage dealer. And that's about it. He's pretty one-dimensional. Not a big fan of this champion. I'm going to go ahead and give him a D. Stultus. Stultus, man, I just have him chilling in some sucky stone skin with enough accuracy to deflect his damage back to the dragon. But I will say this, I think Stultus Dragonbane is a lot better than players give him credit for. I think you can use him all over the place, right? He has good debuffs that he brings to the table. He has stun that he brings to the table. I feel like you can even use him in the arena, believe it or not. I really do. I think that he's I think he's like pretty nasty, you know, pretty nasty champion, pretty underrated champion. And of course, that passive for areas like the dragon is really, really bonkers, right? I'm going to go ahead and give Staltis an A-. Rabar has an AoE decreased defense, and that's about it. He used to be like one of the hardest hitters out there in the game. He just has not aged very well. They did buff his base speed back in the day, but I think he needs another buff. I'm going to give Rabar a C. He-Man. Anybody excited about the new movie? I am. He-Man has an Ignore Stone Skin move. He has a great turn meter boost if you kill an enemy. 30%, really nasty on a hard-hitting ability. He has a good AoE here. Only single target hits on all of his move does hold him back in the current meta in PvP. That's a shame, because otherwise, 2 sources of damage as well. Man, there's a lot to love about He-Man. I wish they would maybe give him a little buff for the movie, you know? Why not? Why not? Not that he needs it, but it'd be nice for him to be a bit more viable, because I love He-Man, man. I'm going to give He-Man, that all being said, he's still a great champion. I'm going to give him an A-. Drackle the Gaunt. Man, increased attack, increased defense, conditional block damage, and a shield. Nah. I don't know. C-, D+, right? You can get a little bit of restrictive value from him, but that's about it. Shredder. Shredder, man, has that cool Dimensional Tyrant passive. Pretty busted, man. He's tough to kill. He can actually deal like a sneaky amount of damage. That being said, man, I mean, he has triple hitter too and a double hitter on the AoE, so he has the hits too. That being said, man, I wish that he just brought his own perfect veil at the start of the battle, right? Because like everything about him wants to be in the perfect veil, right, at the beginning. So if he brought the perfect veil, I think he'd be so much more viable, honestly. There's a lot to love about Shredder, but there's a lot to nitpick about Shredder too. He's not trash, but I do think he's like a B- champion. Canderfawn. What do they say in the reviews on him? Yeah, I would say B- is about the reviews too. Canderfawn, man, he used to be the crappiest champion, then one of the best champions, and now kind of meh, you know? AoE does a lot of damage. His self-buffing ability, a lot of synergy between the Veil and Perfect Veil. He was a meta arena nuker. For those of you who might not be around back then, he was one of the top pick nukers in the game, especially being Force Affinity at the time. Everything was magic, you know? But good protection and good damage. And Punish Hubris is actually one of the harder hitting A1s out there, as well as the Butcher's Glee. That being said, though, honestly, hasn't aged that well. Not really viable in PvP anymore. I shouldn't say viable, but meta, you know. And in PvE content, he doesn't really bring anything to the table other than just a little bit of damage, you know. So, unfortunately, I actually think I would love to see another buff to him, because I don't think he's that great anymore, honestly. I think he's, you know, damage in the arena, that's about it. We'll give him a C-. Errol. Errol actually did receive a pretty big buff, and I'll say one thing about Errol, man. He smacks, but kind of like Canderfawn, is like another damage dealer who deals damage, right? They're kind of a dime or a dozen. Wow, you don't get that analysis in any channel, ladies and gentlemen. Another damage dealer who, you heard it here first, does damage. All right, you're going to have your raid degrees after you're done watching this video, your certificate to put a plaque on the wall, ladies and gentlemen. That's next level analysis. I love Errol's damage. I hate that he's just a basic damage dealer, really. We're going to give him a C+. Oella, I'd rather have him than Canderfawn, I'll say that. Oella is actually a pretty damn good champion. She's the companion champion of Ultan of the Shell, who I hate. She has a heal and an increased duration of buffs. That puts her in contention of being a fantastic healer, support champion to put alongside put on your Chimera team, on a Titus team. She also brings the increased resistance to stop your buffs from being stripped. A fantastic champion, honestly. A good support champion pretty much everywhere. And she brings a decreased speed on the A1 as well. I'm going to give Oella an A-. Hackhorn Smashlord, after his buff, he now has an incredibly good Rallowing Bellow A2 ability, one of the better ones out there in terms of a cleanse and a heal and a block debuffs. All of them, the right duration, the right amount, fantastic. That being said, that's about it. His AoE, they reworked it. It's not that great, though. And then a stun on the A1. But, man, especially in Skinwalkers, I don't know where I'd be without this dude. You can see I have him in Relentless gear, which I really highly recommend, because you want him to get back to that Rallying Bellow faster and faster and faster. You could also go with just reflex and impulse and turn off the A3. I'm going to give Hackhorn an A-. Not the best, but far from the worst now. Really good. That maybe not, maybe a B+, I feel like. Krokmar the Devourer. Really fun champion. I love this dude, but he's not that great. Good in a stun set. AoE potential on every move, basically, with the extra turn. Self-buffing. He's tanky, which is nice, but I don't know. He's just a big fella who can do some damage. That's about it. A little bit of damage, or a decent amount of damage. Who's tanky, It doesn't bring anything else to the table, right? So I'm going to give Krokmar a C+, not a bad champion. Kind of in the Errol territory, right? Like, not a bad little champion, but nothing too crazy. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, man, has seen better days with all the block revive going around in the game. Moreover, him being a single target damage dealer also hurt him. We've actually never seen, since Sun Wukong was introduced to the game, a meta that did not serve him or served him so poorly as the one that we're in right now. That being said, he's still a threat. He still has one of the most unique passives in the game. He's still a great buff stealer. He's still Staff of Wonder, can delete people, can delete champions, or sheep them, right? So he is still good, just not as good as he once was. But who knows, in the future, maybe he will be again. Even in PvE, he's great. So we'll give Sun Wukong an A. Maybe even A+, man. He's just really good. Richtoff the Bold, AoE on the A1 with a stun set and 3 poisons for everybody on the A2. Good for poison combust teams or in a stun set. Other than that, he's trash. Really bad base stats, too. We're going to give Richtoff, it's weird because he has utility on poison combust teams, activation teams, but that's kind of it, I'll give him a C-. Valkyrie. Man, she was the GOAT back in the day. Shield, counterattack, and then jealousy, where she can cut in line. She used to be a big meta arena champion, too, back in her day. Big shield here. Love the counterattack. Has been crept, no doubt about it. I'm going to give Valkyrie a B+ nowadays. Can still certainly get utility out of her. We already talked about Molly earlier. It's Bellinor time. Bellinor got a nice buff, man. He's Xavia's companion champion. Has instantly activates her poison skill on his A4. Overkill does a lot of damage with some surplus damage. And Insurmountable doesn't do a ton of damage on his AoE, but they change it from a single target to an AoE, and he brings a perfect veil to protect himself. So it's another option outside of like Venus and Lydia and Yenseska. I mean, because there's a lot of them now, right? With a decreased defense and a weaken on a Void Affinity champion. Really nice on an AoE. So good buff. He's not my favorite. I like Venus more, honestly. Just my preference. I like Yenseska. I like him the least of all the champions I named. Not a knock on him. I'm still going to give him a B+. Hefrak. A fun nuker. Can deal some damage and instantly activate when allies die. That being said, he's not an elite nuker, but a fun one. You can have some fun teams with him. I'm going to give him a B-. Roxanne, who I can't sing anymore. Sorry, guys. You don't have to turn on the red light. We've got Roxanne. They gave him a really nice buff. Namely, plays a protected perfect veil on this champion for 1 turn whenever this champion receives a buff from skills, right? Really strong because he also gets a continuous heal and increased attack and a block debuffs whenever he receives a Veil of Perfect Veil. And then that empowers the rest of his kit. He's a lot better than he once was. I was hoping that he would be actually meta somewhere, and he hasn't been. I have the Scroll of the Unseen to give him more Veils and Perfect Veils on him. I think he's a solid champion now, though. Great in PvE in a lot of different areas as well. I'm going to go ahead and give him a B now. He used to be an F. Callow White, the Ash Arrow. Man, some people love this dude. I'm not one of them. Attack one enemy 2 times. If the initial target is killed, also attacks the enemy with the lowest HP. Both attacks will ignore 50% target's defense, unkillable, and block damage. It's not a bad move, honestly. But it doesn't hit that hard, and the A3 is just I2, right? So, not that bad, not that great. We'll give Callowite give him a C+. Ghostborn. Man, Ghostborn used to be all the rage. An irresistible decreased defense? Are you kidding me? it still has some utility, right? And that allows you to build him without accuracy. Of course, you do need it if you want the hero reduction or the decreased defense on his A1, but still not a bad little champion. You know, he's not as good or as special as he once was, in my opinion, but he's still solid, you know? It's a 4-turn cooldown that kind of kills him. 4-turn cooldown on the Ancestral Spirits. So, you know, a good champion, but not great. I'm going to give him a B-. Bayak with the Suez Pride. I have him built as a damage dealer, as a fast nuker, with some accuracy as well. He's great in PvE. He's great in PvP. He has the Suez Pride for PvP, and then he has nukes for PvP, and then he has damage for PvE, as well as all the buffs you could want, you know, increased accuracy, perfect Valent, increased defense. What a great combo, right? With the extra turn, too. Man, there's no doubt about it. The provokes, everything else. Bayak is S tier. Chalco the Blind. Chalco is a fun little fella, man. Fun little bug. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I like this dude. AoE with decrease the duration of enemy buffs. He brings a lot to the table. I like his instant activation of the A2 as well as that debuff spread, block, passive skills. Fun little champion and good champion. I'm going to give him an A. Odin Fae Father. Man, I can finally build him in 9-piece Mercurial, guys. I love it. I love it, man. I love me some Odin. He's a fantastic champion. He's got that Void aura, of course. Speed in all battles for Voids by 40%, or in arena battles, excuse me. I have a wand on him as well. Intimidating presence. He has a great A2, the buff removal and the decreased defense and the stun and the Asgardian Judgment. Are you kidding me, man? You can revive, you can delete other enemies, you can enemy max HP against a boss. He is S tier because he's S tier in PvE and PvP, right? I think he's our 5th S tier champion so far. Supreme Gleck, I think he's the best of the Supremes, but you know, and I like him. He's good, and I hope people didn't think I was taking shots at him. He's the best of the Supremes, and I'm gonna give him a high grade. But I still think they could have done better with the Supremes, honestly, you know? Not like the You Can't Hurry Love Supremes, but these Supremes, the Raid Shadow Legends Tolarian. I really wish this was an AoE, honestly, for a Void Legendary on the Bloodshed Tempest. Now, that all being said, he's great for Hydra. He's really good for, you know, just damage and wave content in general, too. Good wherever you need burns and burn activation. So no knock on him. I'm actually going to give him an A-. So he's my favorite of the Supremes. I just wish all of them were a bit better. Leorius the Proud, man. He was one of the GOATs back in the day, and he can still deal some damage from True Fear, some Weaken. I like that he's immune to CC when this is not on cooldown. He has the Unkillable, too, on the Fatal Hit. Really good synergy here with his Unkillable and dealing more damage, you know? I don't know. I'm going to give Leo a B+. You know, not as good as he once was, but still solid. Hegemon, man, he's so unbelievably niche. He always goes first. You can try to lock out or kill your enemy. In this meta, it's more likely kill, you know, but he's an arena-only champion. And even in the arena only, for the most part, he's going to be a very conditional champion with Stone Skin and Mercurial. He's seen his better days. If you can make him work, though, you're going to love yourself some Hegemon, right? So the crazy thing is there's some top players who still run Hegemon, even in this meta, believe it or not. There really are. That being said, few and far between, and they're usually +4 crushing or, you know, a Stone Cleaver, right? Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and give him a D. I just think that it's a tough time right now for Hegemon. Hilvy. She's like one of the top revivers in the game. Buff removal and the freeze on everybody. All that Torment synergy. That great turn meter boost. Setup with the unkillable, or the block damage, excuse me, as well. Man, she's just one of the GOATs. One of the best champions you can put in 9-piece Mercurial gear. I don't have it on my Dwarf faction. I'm still waiting on a damn banner, man. So I have her built in Chronophage and Stone Skin. And, you know, she's kind of not tough to build, but you want some survivability, you want some speed, and you need some accuracy, right? That all being said, though, she's fantastic. She's A+. You know what? She's S tier, man. She's S-. Tatsu. Not a big fan of this champion. AoE, decreased resistance, sleep. 2-time hitter. I don't know, man. I don't know. I just never liked this champion other than going for the Mikage fusion. I like her for that. But we're not going to take that into consideration, so we're going to give her a D. I don't think she's good. Green Warden Ruark. I think he's one of the least underwhelming, or most underwhelming, rather, taunters out there. Taunt, increased defense, strength, and all on himself on a 4-turn cooldown? That's it, bro? Man, epics are better than him. Give me dude in the Ruark any day over this dude. Same faction, too. It's like a slap in the face. I think that Green Warden Ruark is going to get a buff this year. I'm going to give him a D. Crowcad the Throat Ripper. Man, this dude nukes like no other. You know, when he's with Shayak, that's one of the top tandems in the entire game for damage, anywhere in the game. We think Hydra and stuff like that, longer battles, of course. But man, I run Crowcad just in my Grim Forest, and I just run him without Shayak. Because he deals that much damage with his dominant predator ability and his festering jaw. Shayak finally has his hound. Honestly, I want to see another hound released, another OP hound. I'm going to give Crowcad an A+. That damage is absurd. White Queen Ankara. Great cleanser, turn meter booster, reviver on a short cooldown, cooldown reducer, White King Narcissus companion champion, a dynamic duo for sure. Maybe not as elite as they once were, but still very good, exceptionally good, and a great passive and great base stats. She's tanky, she's fast. I'm gonna give her an A+. Very, very, very good reviver and support. I mean, just great kit. Very unique with the passive, too. Lord Entertainer Fabian. I'm going to give him an S tier. Obviously, he's better in the arena than he is in wave content. But I even run him in Faction Wars, man. I mean, he's a great wave controller. Honestly, we all know his A3. It's one of the best moves out there in the game, right? But really, his passive, his immunity to CC, and the damn petrification with the activation, right? It makes him not arguably, I think he's the best arena champion out of any legendary in the game right now, honestly. You know, it's hard to compare damage and support, but S tier, Lord Entertainer Fabian. Grand Oak, they're giving him to new accounts now. Are you guys aware of that? That's insane. What a great champion. He gives everybody their buffs on his passive. He has a cleanse. He has an ally attack. He has more than that, increased speed and cooldowns as well. He's really the complete support package. S-. And you can even use him like in the arena, right? 112 base speed. Rafmatab, not a fan. 4-turn provoke and a reflect, or excuse me, a 3-turn provoke to be fair, my bad. But a reflect damage and increased resistance, not enough, not enough. I'm going to go ahead and give him a D. Where am I on my thing? There we go. Cupidus. There he is. It's Cupidus, the lover of Venus. And, you know, we talked about him. He has a hard-hitting AoE on the A1, hard-hitting AoE on the A2, and a hard-hitting single target with an increased attack on the A3. Obviously, even better with Venus, where he's always going to counterattack and inflict more damage. But, you know, he's seen his better days, but he's not bad. He's got a burn, too, which is useful. I'm going to go ahead and give him a B-. Lady Noelle, one of the best revives in the game, if not the best revive in terms of an AoE. I think I already dubbed Raglan's revive the best. But, man, with the AoE, with the freeze, it's insane on a 3-turn cooldown. It really is, right? Moreover, she brings the increased speed, the instant activation synergy that we talked about when we talked about Sir Nick. She's just one of the best revivers out there in the game. I'm going to give her in both PvE and PvP, right? So 2A play here for Lady Noelle. We're going to go ahead and give her an S-. Bellatar Mage Slayer. He actually got I'm being real with you guys, despite the reviews, he actually got a really nice buff. Now he has an increased attack and an increased defense on all allies. He heals all allies, and he fills turn meter on 3-turn cooldown. He has a good AoE revival, and he's resetting ally skills as he revives, right? So honestly, not a bad little champ. Also, once per turn, if an ally is killed, reduce the cooldowns of this champion's skills by 1 turn. Not a bad little champ now, honestly. I think the community is very slow to react to some of these more niche buffs. You can quickly like overlook or forget about them. I actually think, honestly, he's kind of a, I just want to make sure I mean it here. Yeah, I love the heal, the turn meter boost. I'm going to give him an A- now. I'm going to give him an A-. Coronar, I hated the buff. Man, he's got, what, the second, third highest HP in the game? Third highest? But, man, he's just not... He's too redundant with Manaya. Their skills are too... Their support sides are too similar to me, you know, to even want to even play him together, right? There's a lot of promise in this guy's kit. Like he's not trash, but, man, I just wish he was a little bit better. A little bit better. I didn't love the buff. I did love the reduction of the cooldowns. I like that he has, again, like the decreased defense and the decreased attack on the 3-turn now. That's really nice. But, you know, for a Void Legendary, I just want a little bit more. That being said, he's not trash. I'll give him like a B-. Sifri, I talked about. Rock a Vile Tide. Because I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. The creep passive is actually pretty good. Turn meter fill whenever she gets a turn. She's playing continuous heals as well with the lowest HP. She's also healing with the lowest HP on her A1. People overlook these things, these small things in a champion kit. She got a 109 base speed. That's solid too. And she has a cleanse, increase attack, shield, block debuffs, and a revive. Honestly, an underrated reviver. I'm going to go ahead and give her a B+. Lemonacy, the Goldwing. Man, everybody thought she was going to really suck, and you know, she's actually not bad champion. Very good specifically against Amos, the Arch Lunan. Hero reduction, block buffs. She's an attack-based squishy champion, but oddly, I find her like, I don't know, she can take a little bit less damage. She has that hero reduction synergy there too, right? But honestly, you know, she's a serviceable little nuker and then some, right? She's removing 2 buffs from the target as well, which is very, very handy. So we're going to go ahead and give Lemonacy a B-. Knave of Hearts, big fan of this dude. I always called her a her. I'm getting it right this time. Apparently, it is a guy. The Knave. I love this guy, right? I run him in Grim Forest as my hero reduction champion. Also, I love the stealing buffs from everybody on an AoE. You also have heals on our allies. Unkillable and taunt on this champion. Now, this is how you build a taunt champion. Ruark, you know? I think I think he's fantastic. I give him an A-. Glycia, Soul Guide. After that buff with a buff steal, a now and a weaken, and the freeze on everybody, the block debuffs, and most importantly, the lockout, the true lockout counter that she was meant to be with those beautiful wings. I love the buff to her, and even in PvE, certainly a viable champion. I'm going to give her an A- now. Very, actually, screw it. I'm going to give her an A with that instant turn. Are you kidding me? Very good. War Chief. Man, dude, he's not that good. You know, like, he has Provoke, which is great. Like, I used to always talk about War Chief and be like, dude, he's got, like, Magma Dragon Beast. But, like, come on, man. We don't want a legendary who's a Magma Dragon Beast. That's their only claim to fame. Not a good champion. D. Black Knight. Not a good champion. D. Yeah, increased defense and continuous heal is cool to have on a 2-turn cooldown. But that's it. That's it. That's his whole kit, really, you know? Not a huge fan, unfortunately. I guess what is the one with the continuous heals? The Nature's Bound. Yeah, sure. Nourish. We'll give him Nourish. D. I think the Black Knight is going to get a buff. I also think that War Chief is going to get a buff. Karato Fox Hunter. Man, he's Yumeko's companion champion, but they're so similar again, right? He's stunning and controlling, and she's controlling, right? Block active skills. Can't be resisted if Yumeko's on the same team, but wait, Yumeko's already putting their skills on cooldown anyway, you know? Anyway, can still be fun against mythicals and stuff. They can have dual control and stuff. He deals some nice damage, but he's not elite. I'm going to give Karato a, I don't know, C+. Iron Brago. Man, cool defensive escalation for your whole team based on his passive. He has a Provoke. He can deal a little bit of damage and an increased defense, 3-turn duration on a 3-turn cooldown. Not a bad champion. Not a great champion anymore. Going to go ahead and give him a B-. Vergamkar. He was on the champions that suck that I love list. I actually don't think he sucks. Little cleanse, little buff removal, decreased defense, hero reduction, increased defense, and a shield. All in one champion. Not bad. I'm going to give Vergamkar a B. Taurus, the Fierce. Still an unkillable beast of a champion with this passive. Big damage from constant pressure. Massive damage from the hero's intersection. 2-turn stun if you don't kill him. The great counterattacks and synergy with Marichka. Taurus the Fierce, man. He is A+. Vizix the Unbowed. Man, she's still not bad, right? 2 strong AoEs, both return cooldown. She provokes. She shields herself. She ally protects. She decreases speeds. Man, she brings a lot to the table, even turn meter manipulation on that A1. I'm going to go ahead and give her an A. The Incarnate after the buff. Man, people still don't like her that much. I actually think that it was a good buff to this champion, and I think that her and Arbiter are actually really fun to play together. Not in the arena, though. More in, like, you know, high elf only or with a Fina team if you're lucky enough to have a Unity. But she does have a place now, which is nice. That being said, you know, outside of progression in that niche content I talked about, she's not a world beater. I'm going to give her now, after the buff, I'm going to give her like a C. Yeah. Beauregard the Elder, hate this dude, man. I hate Beauregard. I think he really sucks. Increased speed and increased resistance on a 4-turn. 6-turn, book down to 4. That's it. With a mediocre shield. You know, I mean, I don't know, man. Even with a passive, I'm going to give him an F. Would love to see a buff to Beauregard the Elder. Who's using this dude, man? Maybe just Faction Wars. That's it. Mother Cybele. One of the fastest champions out there, 115 base speed. She has that cool kind of health survivability swap that sometimes works out, sometimes doesn't, especially on auto. Revive on death. Decrease speed on AoE. Actually like her A1 kind of more than anything else in her kit, you know, depending if you need the A2. You know, the Red Lady's not bad. She's not great. We're going to go ahead and give her a B-. Marinix, goodness done set areas like that, right? Marinix can deal a little bit of damage. She has Hex and decreased defense. She's actually really good with the Hex on the passive synergy. That being said, you know, I think she is too close to like a Thylesia, you know, an epic champion. She doesn't bring that much more, you know. She's not awful, but she's not great. I'm going to go ahead and give her a C. Strategos Insulin. Man, this guy's very unique, right? He's tough to kill. Ally protection, increased defense as well. Really good support ability. He has a counterattack where he's provoking at a 50, 65% clip. Good control here. And man, he has the AoE decreased duration of enemy buffs, which is nice. But the protect the troops passive makes him very difficult to kill. He's an underrated support champion in the game. I'm going to go ahead and give him, that being said, he isn't like S tier. I'm going to give him a B+. Morrigan! I love Morrigan, man. I made a whole video spotlighting her a couple weeks ago, and I think she's a tremendous, tremendous champion. A decreased speed on the A1, buff steal on the A2, true fear on everybody, as well as a decreased accuracy. If they're a boss, then they can't be true feared. She has Velocimancy, excuse me. Where she goes in and she does the decrease and the increased turn meter. I really love the decreased speed on there as well. But most importantly, I love the She Who Is Death passive. That beautiful protected hero reduction. You can't get rid of it for 2 turns at the start of each turn. It makes her great against the Mimics. It makes her fantastic against Amos, against anywhere, the Nether Spider, anywhere you want hero reduction, which is more and more in the game as of late. So I really love Morrigan. She really brings so much to the table and very unique. I'm going to give her an A. Astralon. Man, Astralon, he used to be like the man, right? And he should be the man with those great wings, that great visual appearance. He has AoE stun and some damage. That being said, the damage isn't next level. The Countess Lick synergy, his companion champion, is very weak. They both deserve a big buff, in my opinion. Right now, I think that Astralon is more of a B-, C+ champion. Snick Track has an ally protection and a reflect damage and an AoE decrease speed. Not a bad champion. You can use him in Chimera Trials. I have a Relentless set here. I was actually testing him out in Skinwalkers, but I didn't like him value over replacement on my team. That doesn't mean that you can't get utility from him as well. Not a bad little champion, a very unique champion. I'm going to go ahead and give him, I don't even have his masteries done. I just noticed that right now, actually. I feel like I need to use him more to give him like a really fair grade, but I'll give Snick Track I'll give him a B. Cardio. Cardiel is still a beast. You can see I do use him on my main Fire Knight team, so I have him pretty fast. And I have him in 9-piece protection to get more damage from his teammates. He has that protected revive on death, that cleanse, the block debuffs, and the ally attack. Just a great champion, right? Some heals as well on his A1. He's a great champion, right? And look at those. Oh, look at the wings are insane. The little halo. He's also my avatar champion. You like my little frame here with the Cardiel? I think it looks pretty good. I'm biased. Anyway, back to the collection. Where's our Cardiel? A lot of scrolling. We've done a lot of champions here, guys. All right, so Cardiel, I'll give an A+. A+. Packmaster Shayak, man. Whew. After they released the Hound, he became a beast. It's hard to judge him without Crowcat, right? But hey, even without Crowcat, it wasn't until Crowcat came out that I appreciated how good Packmaster Shayak is, how useful he is, the taunt, the reflect damage, right? The shield that he brings, the heals, the cleanse that he has on himself. It's very handy, right? Turn meter fill, block buffs on all enemies, right? He brings a lot of utility to the table. I actually developed a real appreciation for Packmaster. With Crowcat, he is an A+. Without Crowcat, we'll just call him a B, B-, you know. Estrid, super fast, 115, extra turn. I love extra turn so much. I love her in Hydra. Increase speed, increase attack, decrease speed, weaken, turn meter reduction, all the right cooldowns, and all the heals on the passive, all in one champion. Yeah, A+ on Estrid. I have her in Nature's Wrath as well as a Journal. And those are masteries that I'm running. Eagle Eye is not the way to go, but obviously you can see I'm slacking so bad on the accuracy. I probably just did that on the fly. Nishak, Vermin Lord. Man, Nishak. S tier against Bommel. I'll say that, especially on ally attack teams. He's got bombs, and then poisons, and then bombs, and then poisons, and then activation. He's the best legendary bomber, and it's not even close. In the arena, he's seen his better days with Mercurial, but you can still use him for sure. In outside arena, he's great. And he can deal damage with 2 AoEs even without the bombs, right? And all those poisons that are protected afterwards, we're going to give Nishak an A+. Lana Theral. Hey, an underrated ally attacker. He's kind of a simple dude. He's got a shield, AoE, he's tanky, and he joins in and attacks with all allies, right? It's an all-ally attack in a meta where it always loves ally attack. We'll give Lana Theral an A-. Wallmaster Authorian. Man, he is the Hydra killer. Enemy max HP champion, 2-time hitter, very nice, and AoE on the A1 and self-buffing. With block buffs, more utility. In Hydra, this dude is like S tier. Outside of that, just like generally speaking, I'm going to give him a, I don't know, A-, B+, somewhere in that territory. Really good champion. Rhonda. All right, so I recorded a whole video talking about Rhonda is now meta again as a Mercurial remover champion. And I sat there for an hour, and I lost match after match after match after match with her. So I cannot sit here and tell you that Rhonda is a great meta PvP champion. Not in the endgame, at least, because I couldn't get a damn win. You know, she doesn't have quite enough. It's funny, I got to give a shout to my man Boozer, because I went on this epic, like, 10 live arena matches in a row, lost, drafting her every time, right? And I lost against Boozer, and he messaged me, and he's like, you know, GG's, bro. And he's like, I was recording, but I'm not going to upload it. But I felt like he was like, oh, you're just going to cut my loss, bro? But I'm like, no, dude, nothing to do with him. But it's like, I do this a lot, right? When I do a video guide on a champion and all I do is lose, dude, I'm not going to be, I might not have many standards in life. I kid. I like to say I do. But I'm not going to record a video where all I do is lose and then cherry pick the wins and be like, they're amazing to you guys, you know? So anyway, that being said, I don't love Rhonda in PvP, even though it feels like she should counter Mercurial, which I guess she does, but she just can't really stay alive, you know? That's the problem. That being said, I love her against Fire Knight. Really good A2 ability. She's not a trash champion. All multi-hitters all over the place as well. We're going to go ahead and give Rhonda a B-. Eleanor. I mean, I've always loved Eleanor as a poison combustor. She has the literal combust. Instantly activates all poisons straight up. That's it. And she puts poisons on the enemies with Smolder. She also has a burn. Actually really love this champion. I'm going to give Eleanor I'm going to give her a B+. Roshkard the Tower. Hey, block damage for 2 turns. That's about it. You know, he has not aged that well, but hey, when you need block damage, he's got you covered, right? So like Iron Twins, I like him in areas like that. That being said, I mean, you know, what can I say? He doesn't feel that legendary-like anymore. I'm going to give him a C. And even that feels a little kind. Yuger the Worm Eater. I actually kind of like this dude, man. I mean, reviews are crappy on this dude, but he's not that bad. Buff removal, a weaken on the enemy team, increase accuracy on everybody on your team, increase defense or increase attack depending on what they need most. Not a bad little champion, honestly. I don't know why so much hate for this dude. That being said, he's not like a beast, but I give him a C+, maybe a B-. I guess technically that would be kind of these scores, right? Doesn't really shine in any one area, you know, outside of like, you know, wave content, faction war, stuff like that. All right, Jetney the Giant actually surprised me. She's Alsgore's girlfriend, and honestly, she can deal some damage and bring a decreased defense. Not a bad little champion, not a great champion though. We're gonna go ahead and give her a C+. Vault Keeper Wixwell has, he's, what can I say, man? A++, S-. PvE, he's the man. Not just because of Titus, but also because of everything that he does, you know? Shield, increase shield, increase defense, shield, provoke on the A1, 100% against bosses. We'll give him an A+, man. Wixwell is the man. I'm just realizing how many champions I have to do still, so I'm going to pick up the pace a little bit. Hope you guys don't mind. Alsgore Crimson Horn. Well, there he is, her companion champion, Jetney. I like this guy. A full heal, block damage, AoE, removing buffs. We're going to go ahead and give Alsgore a B+. Newt, the Blessed Basher himself, with the AoE, with the triple hitter, with the Fire Knight control, with the full damage on the counterattack, with the counterattack, with the built-in cruelty. What doesn't this dude do? Man, S-. I would just go S tier, but, you know, don't really use him in PvP. Vlad the Nightborn. Next time I do these lists, I'll just do 2 rankings per champion. PvP, PvE. Make it easier that way. Vlad is actually a lot better than he used to be. That being said, he's not the best Void Legendary, that's for sure. But he's not the worst. AoE Leech and an AoE block active skills, decreased defense, perfect veil on himself for survivability, and it's a 3-turn cooldown, right? Really, really good. And he's the Constantine's companion champion. We're going to give Vlad a B. Basim Ibn Shaq Daddy. We're going to give Shaq Daddy a... He's actually a pretty interesting champion, right? He's got a perfect veil with 3 turns with the extra turn on the winds of Baghdad. I actually like this guy's kind of vibe to him, right? And then the AoE, I just wish I could pronounce his damn name. Basim. But I call him Shaq Daddy. He doesn't mind. An AoE block active skills, right? And it will ignore block debuffs if he's under a veil or perfect veil. That's really strong, honestly. Really strong. His damage, I wasn't blown away by. I'm not going to lie to you guys. But overall, I think he's a pretty decent champion. I'm going to give him a B+. Elagaius got his big buff, and he still sucks. Womp womp. That's the whole story of Elagaius. They went in, they tried to rework his entire A3, his entire kit, honestly. And honestly, I'm still not loving it. Now it's affinity-based. I'm going to give him a, I don't know, C+, C-. Tyrant. I mean, he has a good and interesting kit, even, you know, as an original champion in the game, even up till this day. Ally protection, increased defense, a lot of damage mitigation. I'd rather have strength in there, but you can also empower your defense-based damage dealers that way, including himself, where he can place a burn 3 turns, 3-turn duration. Not a bad little champion there. We're going to give Tyrant a B+. Vizier Ovelis. Listen, Vizier has this a great A1 where he can extend debuffs. It's not as unique as it used to be. Gwendolyn the Owl has the same thing, but a way better kit. And then he has a debuff spread mechanic, you know? Honestly, after the days of Michelangelo and stuff, it's just not that special anymore. I don't really like how Vizier has aged. Doesn't mean you can't use him in some situations as a bomb spreader, but I'm going to give him a D+. Narma the Returned, massive, massive buff. Now she places poison sensitivity, and she activates as well. Really, really, really strong. She used to suck. Now she's great. We're going to give her an A-. Lady of Irith. Lady is, she's interesting. She's not awful. Strength and continuous heal and decreased cooldown of all ally skills by 1 turn. Doesn't sound like much, but it is a 3-turn cooldown, right? So, you know, you can use her on as a budget Yumeko type thing, right? Or an Emic type deal, where you can just get more out of your Trundas or whatever in Hydra, and some support for the team. I'm going to give her a C+, maybe a B-. Not a bad champion, but kind of niche. A little one-dimensional. Gamoran, I actually love this dude. He has Revive. They give him a pretty good buff. He has a buff spread. I think there's only 2 champions, him and a mythical with that ability. Or I shouldn't say that. A steal all buffs and then buff spread mechanic. That's really freaking strong. And then the block revive on somebody who's already dead. Very unique. You can revive allies that way as well. Gamoran I love, but for some reason, I just can't. Kind of like Ronda. Whenever I tried to push him into teams, he just doesn't live up to how good I think he should do on my teams. That makes sense? So I'm going to give him, he's a cool champion, but I'm going to give him a C+, because even though I love him, I got to be real with what my experience has been too. Leo. I mean, Leonaro's still a fantastic champion, right? Like, even without the turtles, the increased defense, the ally protection, the unkillable, and the counterattack is so strong with a hard-hitting turtles together. Of course, with all the turtles, though, I mean, Leo is S tier. Without the turtles, I'd say he's kind of like B+ tier. Titus. Titus, man. If you can set up Titus, he's S tier, right? If you can't set up Titus, he's F tier. I've always said that, to be fair, because I feel like it's easy for, you know, content creators or whoever to just get on and be like, he's the best champion in the game. But then, like, it does require a Wixwell or a really good Brogni strategy, a bunch of buff extenders. You need all the pieces to come together. But listen, I'm going to say A+ for Titus. Marius. I mean, one of my favorite champions in the game. I've made a whole video highlighting my Marius build. You guys know how much I love this dude. I should show you Titus really quickly. I don't even have a relic on him. I had Cat's Gaze on him. But Crushing Rend, I went all out, obviously, on the crit damage. And, yeah, that's the build. Marius, though, I have him in Feral. And then just speed. Just speed with the Stormcaller relic on him. And what can I say, man? He's like my favorite champion, my most used champion in the game. He's S+++++. He's the top of the top of the top of the pyramid in terms of factoring in both PvP and PvE. If I was just drafting champions and I had every mythical and every legendary in the entire game in front of me, I would take Marius first. You know? That's it. The best. Shuzen. Shuzen still is arguably the best turn meter booster in the game. It is only one person, but it's an instant turn, meaning they move at the speed of Shuzen. So she's a great setup. She's a great speed booster. 110 base speed with the speed aura as well, obviously. She's great with the charge of the Valorous on her passive. We're going to go ahead and give Shuzen and give her an A+. Valkynin. Man, the only champion out there that can just straight up kill an ally. It's tough. You can't run this dude on auto. He'll kill your entire team. But honestly, really fun champion. You can have some really nasty combos with him and like a Nogdar or a Sun Wukong, champions that could easily just come back to life anyway, right? Krutraxa, for that matter, as well. But he's just niche, you know? Like, he's never been meta, even though the Malice Unleashed is really, really cool. He can deal some nice damage with Hex and, like, Hydra as well. But a very fun champion, but we're just going to call him, unfortunately, kind of like a B-. He's just not, you know, he's powerful, but too niche, too conditional. Grazer Iron Gut. Fantastic champion. The big AoE with the shield and the heal and the enemy max HP and the increased defense and the provoke and the increased resistance, man. He brings so much to the table. A+. Edward Kenway. Edward, man. I talked a little smack about Edward, and I'm never going to live that. I'm never going to live past that day because I was honest, right? I gave him an A, and I'm going to give him an A again, right? But I just don't love him as much as some others do. And granted, that's my account, my experience, you know. But man, I like him, right? Just doesn't hit quite hard enough for me on this between the eyes, and he's very gear intensive for him to hit hard enough to get this kill and get the block revive has been my experience with him, but maybe it won't be yours. And if that's not the case, then more power to you. I love what he goes into the A2 ability, though. Very, very strong. Again, I give him an A. Mad Hatter, I finally got my hands on this dude, and man, I really love him. I've been running him in the Demon Coalition event. I have Nature's Wrath on him. I just kind of built him fast. I've been trying out like other little fun builds on him right now, Reflex and Impulse, just to get more of the A2s in there, more of everything in there, right? He's just very good, very busted passive. I actually really like this dude. I'm going to give him a, and don't they have him on the Fusion? Isn't he a tier 2? Man, he's a tier 3, dude. Like, whatever. He's a bargain. I give him an A, you know, a great champion. Gretel, A plus PvE in like whatever. He's not really used much in PvP. Gretel, man, I'm not a fan of Gretel, you know. With Hansel, you can have some fun with her. I know there's been some players out there who have definitely done some awesome things with the tandem, and they're fun to play together, honestly. I'll be real with you. But that being said, in a vacuum, I'm not a big fan of Gretel. She was a big disappointment for me as a Halloween champion, too. I always look for the Halloweens to be bangers. I'm going to give Gretel I'm going to give her a D. I'm just not a fan of this champion. I'm going to move to Valkanos. I'm going to close my blinds, too. Volcanos, absolutely still a beast. Yeah, man, Mercurial, he took a hit, but, man, in the arena, you can still find your opportunities and still smoke with this guy. I have Skull of Treason on him. I have Incinerate on the Blessing. In PvE, you know, we'll go ahead and give him an A+. Xena, Warrior Princess. Man, she can still smack. She can still smack good against enemies and teams that have a lot of buffs, right? We're going to go ahead and give Xena I'm going to give her a B+. Vassal of the Seal. Man, a good heal with an extra turn mechanic and an AoE True Fear and a decreased attack for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. He's, you know, not a great champion, obviously. He's a Doom Tower champion. But I don't hate him for restrictive HP only content. So we'll go ahead and give him I'll give him a C-. Sissia Flame Tongue. Man, she's the ultimate, you know, burner. And then burn activator, excuse me. But she also has decreased defense and weaken and triple hit on the A1. So we love our Sissia. We'll go ahead and give her I'm going to give Sissia an A. Thea the Tomb Angel. Man, she's got a nice getup, right? Nice getup. But now I've never been a fan of this champion. Even when people love this champion, I didn't love this champion, you know. You know, the payoff, you got to work too hard to get the hexes. And even then, you know, it's just a good nuke on a 4-turn cooldown. That's it. You know, it doesn't ignore anything, nothing. No debuffs. Honestly, I really don't like her. I'm going to give her a D, you know. Zinogre Blade Master. Actually do like her. Quad hitter with increased speed. And then she's got the decreased attack, the leech, the increased attack, and the weaken, right? With another trip hit. I use her in Chimera, one of my main teams. And I really, really, really love her. She was on my wish list for Awakenings for so long until I was finally able to buy my last 6 stole in my market. So in Zinogre, I'm going to actually give an A. Basatha. Basatha is another Doom Tower champion that, you know, reads pretty well on paper. An AoE stun, decreased turn meter, strengthen, continuous heals, decreased attack, cool passive. Put it all together, it's good, but just not great. You know, I'm going to give him a B. A B, but by the time you get him, I don't know that many people that use him. Do you? Granite Doorkeep. You guys know how much I love this dude, right? I mean, I really love this freaking dude. I have him built in Lethal and in Stone Skin. I can run him in the arena. I can run him anywhere I want to. Look at that crit damage. Really, really nice there. He's great. I have the Thunderbolt Spear on him as well for more crit damage. He has this Demolisher Blow, just smacks so hard. Extra turn if you kill an enemy. He can't be CC'd. Triple hit or ignore defense with removing buffs on his A1. And then he brings an increased accuracy, a decreased defense, and a block buffs on the A2, making him great for Hydra. Areas like that. A++ on Granite Doorkeep. Hidekeeper Prisma. Actually, I kind of like this champion. I actually like the passive here, right? Start of this champion's turn, 40% chance to remove good buffs and replace them with bad debuffs on the enemy team. Then it has an ally highest crit damage, joins the attack, single target revive. Underrated champion, B. Gaspar the Accused. Actually, B+, damn it. Gaspar the Accused. Man, what a beast of a champion. I have him at 5-star Awakened, 6-star Soul. Please, I'm working my way up, buying him one at a time. I really want to use this champion more, but he is gear hungry. Need to have good gear on him, but you stand accused. You slap the increased defense on him. You stand accused with a block revive and instant activation anytime an enemy or an ally is killed, or anytime an enemy is revived. Oh, 50% chance on the first one. But man, that is so strong. And it ignores block damage. He's a beast in the arena. He has some utility on the A2 in PvP. I think he's an A. Sulfurion. Man, he used to be a beast in the arena. Now he's used a little bit less in the arena, but a great speed booster still, regardless. In the arena against Stone Skins, particularly, he can combust on the same move, and he's great in PvE as well. I run him anywhere I need a burner or a reviver or both in PvE. From Hydra to Spider, you name it, Sulfurion's got you covered. He is an S-, even after Mercurial. Claydna. Claydna's not too bad, you know? She got a decreased speed, she got a leech, she got a full cleanse now, block debuffs, revive on death. They add the cleanse to her kit. They added a lot to her kit, honestly. She restores HP and heals now. I think it was just restore, I believe, before that. And they fixed up her Fey Monarch so it can block incoming damage on a random ally, not just her. So I think after the buff, she's a hell of a lot better. I'm going to give her a B. Taurus the Fierce, who I talked about. Jingwan, man, after all his buffs, maybe it's just I'm so sick of going against him in that damn Faction Wars wave, guys. But he's not bad, man. He's not bad at all. He's immune to CC. He's got the cleanse on the CC and the block debuffs. Really strong passive, even on 3-turn cooldown or 4-turn cooldown. And then he's got block active skills, block buffs, increased duration of all debuffs on all enemies. And then he has a removal of buffs. He's got strengthen. I mean, man, this dude is so much better than he once was, huh? And he's so tanky, too. Golly. I'm going to give Jingwan a, can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm going to give him an A-. Euros Soul Cage, man. This dude is still the solo beast of the game. Not only that, but he has support too, but he has all those poisons on that passive. And good control here, potentially, on the A2's poison synergy as well. He's tanky. Man, I'm going to give Euros an A-. Maybe a little bit niche, but in that one area where he's niche, soloing content, he is the king. We have Yukamasa, Demon of Ice. A Reviver, finally, kind of, sort of, not really. He does have to take a turn. He does have an AoE freeze, some damage as well. He has ignore block damage, which is very, very handy. That being said, he hasn't found a way to make himself into the actual PvP meta, but provides enough utility and control, damage, and revive that a lot of folks out there used him and are happy that they fused him. We're going to go ahead and give him a B+. Raphael has... I have my Last Laugh amulet, by the way, Stone Skin Lethal. I run the turtles together sometimes. They're really fun. Such a threat with the block revive. Good damage, probably the best damage of all the Ninja Turtles. Although I will say he's my third favorite of the Ninja Turtles. You know, I would tier list them. Donatello, he might be my fourth favorite, man. I know a lot of people like Raph the most, but if I had to pick the Ninja Turtles, I'd probably pick, taking away the rarities, I might take Raph last, man, you know? Even though he's so good, and I'm still going to give him a great grade. They're all great, and I think that even Mikey is like really good for a freebie. Anyway, block revive, good damage. We're going to give Raph I'm going to give him an A-. Moto of the Pearl. Alone, though, by himself, which is how we're doing this, I'm actually going to give him I'm going to give, by himself, I'm going to give him a B. Moto of the Pearl is the companion champion of Esme, the dancer, who was a previous fusion. He has an AoE stun, another AoE. Damage wasn't that great. I did not love this dude. You know, AoE stun isn't quite enough to really get me excited nowadays in Raid, but I didn't hate him either, so I'm going to give him like a B-. Chronicler Adolin, a freebie who I just never loved, you know, like... You know, a little bit of support for new accounts who got her and stuff like that, and progression. She can heal, she can restore, she can help you out a little bit in Sand Devil. I get all that, but man, for a legendary, she feels like a serviceable epic to me, you know? So I don't know. I'm going to give her a D. Sorry, guys. Korrigar Death Bell. Ally protection and strengthen. That is a lot of damage mitigation. And then I love that he has the cleanse along with the filling term meter of 30%. Man, really an elite kit, right? And we haven't even touched on all of it. I'm going to give him an A+. Just really, maybe an A. Really, really good PvE support champion. Gerda Bogbrew, not as bad as players say she is. A weaken, she's placing 2 poisons as well on her A3, removing 2 debuffs, removing a buff from all enemies. She does a lot. She's pretty tanky too, which is nice. I'm going to give her a C+. Manaya, I've just never been a fan even after the buff. What is she doing? She's healing and placing a block debuff on a 4-turn cooldown, and then heal reduction and leech on all enemies. It's not awful, but it's not, she's just not that great, you know? I'm going to give her a C. Cassandra's a tough one, man. I think she's going to be obviously quite a bit better and more used once Faction Wars opens up for Argonauts. She has that really interesting prevent death that really is unique. Quad, a 6-time hitter potentially on the A1. I'm going to give her a B+. Xenomorph. Man, that infest in the poisons and the damage, man, this guy is the real deal, man. He's not as good as Pred Boy, but he's better than Pred Boy, I guess, in PvE, arguably, right? So I take it back. I'm going to give Xenomorph a B+, like really solid champion, right? April O'Neil. Man, April O'Neil. I was really, really hoping for more from April O'Neil. I have to be real with you guys. I hate her. I thought I got her wrong, man. I thought this the Ace Reporter, I thought it was going to be a lot better than it is. I mean, I'll just leave it at that because there's a lot to read here. Nullify does nothing. Seal does next to nothing. Not really, but you guys know what I'm saying. So, man, I just don't like her. I'm going to give her an F. I think she's trash. Crowcab the Throat Ripper we already talked about. Alice the Wanderer. Alice has the lockout. It is a 2-turn, but I like the synergy of the passive with the lockout. Queen Slayer can deal some damage. Not a bad little champion, certainly. Some people love her. Some people hate her. I actually liked the entire collab, and I thought she was a great free champion, especially giving people access to a lockout who didn't have them. That being said, she's not an endgame lockout. You know, you don't see her being used certainly on any endgame teams in PvE or PvP. I'm talking about like the meta teams. Of course, you can use her. I'm gonna give her a B-. I think that's a fair grade. Visig the Noxious. Man, I got this guy. He's the Unity for the Ogren tribe, and honestly, I was kind of a little bit let down. He's got burns and poison and activation. I think his unities are kind of weak compared to some of the other unities out there. That being said, he's not a trash champion. I was expecting maybe a little bit better out of him, honestly. He's not a game changer that you want a unity to be, in my opinion. So I'm gonna give him a B+. Not a bad champ, but I was just hoping for more. King Galkabar. Man, I just keep waiting for this guy to have a shot to be meta. Because there's so much to like here. The base stats, the base speed, great moves. You can get so many poisons and so many continuous heals on your teams. Just really, really strong. Got to run them with Senna or something like that, or run them with Bad Alcazar and start jacking up the poison that way. But either way, he just has never been a meta choice. I've never seen anybody run this dude, but I still love this dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to give him, he's not a trash champion. He's really not. But outside of Dragon, you just where exactly are you going to use him? Value over replacement on a lot of champions. You want a poisoner? Probably just going to run Xenomorph over him, So I feel like he runs into that any direction he goes, I'd love to see a buff to him, not because he's trash, but I think we deserve more out of King Galkabar. Some real utility out of King Galkabar. And he just looks so cool. I would love to see him as a meta champion. I'm going to give him a B-. B. Really cool kit, really strong kit. Just missing that one little thing. One buff away. I feel the same way about Countess Lix, Anyway, Elva Autumnborn. Man, Elva's a great reviver. Really cool 3-turn cooldown revive, a cleanse, block debuffs, increase speed, great passive with heals. She just brings everything that you could want in a Reviver, especially first in the Faction Reviver, as she was in Sylvan Watchers. I still use her, obviously, in Faction Wars. You can use her outside of that, certainly, as well. Anytime you need a Reviver who brings a hell of a lot to the table. I kind of put her in that, like, A+ category, right there with, like, White Queen and Korra, right? They're not exactly the same, but they have a similar vibe to them, and I think she's insane. I think she's very good. A+. Eric's very fun champion. Can actually use her as a total guard remover too, right? Because of the counterattack that she has. But overall, like, really fun, really good. She's the last login that we get, if I'm not mistaken. She's the last one. Either way, you get her after like 2 years of playing. And really cool aesthetic about her. She can hit pretty hard too. You know, I think she's a cool champion. I'm going to give her a B. Alexander the Sharpshooter. Oh, man. AoE, he's kind of like a worse version even of Royal Guard, who we talked about a while ago, right? Just like a decreased defense on an AoE and then a decently hard-hitting ability. And that's kind of it, you know? I'm going to give him a D. Countess Lix, we just talked about her, man. Countess Lix has an AoE ×3 hitter on the A3. I love that. I think at Kempton, there's not that many champions that have an AoE ×3. Contra the Cyclone, you know? Her only problem is she's a great champion, honestly, outside of her cooldowns, which is a big caveat. 4-turn cooldown, 5-turn cooldown, 7-turn book down to 5. Come on, man. You know, she's just not that great because of these cooldowns. But her kit itself has a lot of promise there, you know. So, unfortunately, I'm going to give her a C-. But, man, I want to buff to Countess Lix a lot. Syl the Drakes, my girl. She's been crept over the years. I love you, Syl. I love you, Syl. AoE stun. You still get the heals. You still get the increased speed. You still get the revive, right, in the decreased speed. She still brings enough where by the time that you get her in the game, every player still, I would recommend, invest in her. Because she's unique enough with the heals, the revive, the stuns, the decreased speed, and control. So, overall, I would grade her in a vacuum. Not considering when you get her, like if they were to release her today, and her name wasn't Syl the Drakes, I'd probably give her like a, probably give her like a B-, you know? Trunda, we already talked about. Biggin, my first legendary. Biggin, man, I really want to love this dude, but Molten Slag needs to come down in that cooldown a little bit, and he just doesn't age that well. But he still does AoEs on every move, still does a lot of damage, still has some control in there, so there's still some stuff to like about Biggin, and he is my first legendary, so I can't knock him too hard, right? I'm going to go ahead and give him a B. Ezio. Ezio, man, he's the real deal. He's super viable in PvE and PvP, and honestly, I feel like some people underestimate Ezio in the arena because he was free and stuff, you know? A really good champion, adds to the game. I like him. I'd be lying if I said that I use him a lot. However, I do use him once in a while. I have a 9-piece Feral, actually, right now. Kind of an all right build, honestly, on him. I'm going to go ahead and give him a, I'm going to give him an A. A or maybe even A+. Like, he's one of the better memorable freebies. Kraz Wallbreaker, not a huge fan. I know a lot of people like this dude. I don't like the bomb 2-turn detonations. What can I say? You know, I know that he has the potential to go in and decrease countdown on the bombs, but honestly, he's no Nishak, man. You know, evaluating him in a vacuum, though, you know, he does smack for wave content, and he has control. So there's definitely utility to be had there. He's not a trash champion. I'm going to go ahead and give him a B-. Michelangelo. Well, man, dude, he's really freaking good. He really is. He's the party dude. He's got the evade. He's got the shields. He has the taunt. Really good. Really handy. The leech, the debuff spread, the decreased defense with a debuff spread, the stun as well in the single target. I mean, the ignore resistance built into his kit. He brings his own increased attack, man. Yeah, man, I might be crazy, but I like Mikey better than damn Raph, man. Like, I really do. I just think he's more versatile of a champion, you know? I think he's an A. Ishiyama the Immovable. Man, we all were hoping he'd be Taurus, and he's not Taurus, you know? He is an HP-based damage dealer who can deal some damage, you know? He's just, you know, kind of another HP-based damage dealer to a certain extent, you know? I'm going to go ahead and give Ishiyama a, I'll give him a C+. Stock the Broken. Stock, man. He's great in PvE. He was great in PvP. He still can be used in PvP. Mercurial's an issue, but he negates block damage on Unkillable with the poisons and burns, right? So he's great still in the arena, has some niche use case in the arena, and he's fantastic anywhere for wave content, even for keeping your team alive with the continuous heals and the activation. We're going to give Stock an A. Skeletor. Man, I talked about it with He-Man. We have the movie coming out, Plarium. I would love to see a buff to my man Skeletor. I mean, come on, do it for the movie. You already bought the IP, you know? Anyway, this dude, increased accuracy, and then kind of a bunch of meh, except for the petrification. I want it so badly to like Skeletor, and I don't think he's like total trash, but he does feel very epic-y to me, you know? It does feel very epic-y. So I'm going to give Skeletor a C-. I think that's probably being kind. What do the reviews say on him? About C-. Archer Queen. Man, you can't get her anymore, but she's fantastic, right? An elite wave controller with Provoke 2-turn or 2-turn against boss. An elite Head of Decay. An elite wave controller with stuns and Provoke, right? And she's a great healer, too. I'm going to give her an A+. Phil the Barkhorn. Man, he's got the block debuffs. He's got the perfect veil, but he's got all that damage escalation on his passive, decreased speed on his A1. I have a man in a 9-piece feral set, pretty fast, a little bit of accuracy. That'll get the job done. He's, seen on all the top teams because he has that damage escalation on the passive as well, right? We're going to go ahead and give Feral we're going to give him an A. Calvalax, we talked about already. Theodore the Savant. Man, he's great. He's an AoE decreased speed on his A1 defense base. He brings increased speed to the team. He has the activation and the application, the poison and burns as well. He is an A+. Shamrock. He's got a little bit of control on that A3. I don't love the long cooldown. And then Lucky Charms, right? He's got the, the increased defense. And then the conditional revive on death or increased speed. I don't feel like, I used to give him a little bit of love as an underrated champion. I'm going to be real with you guys. Nowadays, though, it feels like he's back to bad again. I hate to say it, you know. Not to say you can't get utility in the same way you can get utility out of a Pixneal, for Christ's sake, you know. But, I don't know, man. It's just not enough now. It's just not enough, you know. I would love to see a buff to Shamrock. I'm going to give him, unfortunately, Revive on Death just isn't good. That's part of the problem, you know? I'm going to give him it could, if he just placed the increased speed and increased defense, it'd be great, you know? And that was it. That'd be great, especially with a continuous heal. Sure, great. But without that, I'm going to give him like a D+, man. Pontiff Augustine. Man, really freaking busted passive with the every time an enemy receives a buff, his healer has a turn meter filled, decrease the duration of all of their buffs by 1 turn. Come on, man, you can have so much fun with that, right? And then the extra turn, increase accuracy, turn meter boost, intercept, ensnare, buff removal. He's a really good champion. I think he's one step away of being like a great champion, but he's really good. And he's usable in PvE and PvP. I've been using him more and more and more, honestly. If I had a good soul for him and good speed on him with a 110 base, I might use him in the arena. Anyway, I'm going to give Pontiff an A+. Very good champion. Lamasu. Man, look at those wings. Fellas, please, come on. I mean, geez, God. Oh, my God. Those wings are beautiful. Best wings in the game. Can we agree on that? I mean, great wingspan, too. Man, she's a great champion. She's a great champion, right? It was after the Lamasu era where they started giving us trash champions for free champion rewards, right? they were on a hot streak. They had Embreeze and Lamasu and Carnage, and I mean, they were giving us a bunch of good freebies, but nowadays, not so much. So Lamasu, I like that she can't be sheeped, so you can use her as a booster in the arena. 115 freaking base speed. She's got the block buffs, the True Fear, which is really nice, and then the 50% turn meter boost in the full reset. You can do some nasty things with her and Hydra as well. We're gonna give Lamasu speed in all battles too. We're gonna give her an A+. White King Narcissus. You don't see him as much as you did back in the day, but especially with the Queen, you cannot underestimate him. I still use them together in like faction-based content, restrictive content, or siege content, but certainly you could still run them both together and have a really dynamic duo. We're going to go ahead and give him an A. Togren the Conjoined, man, this dude is a beast. I've talked about him a lot recently. Hell of a buff to him, and people still sleep on him. Still bad scores. He's not that bad. He's got a cleanse, increased turn meter, increased accuracy, increased speed, continuous heals, blocked buffs, and a big heal, and fill your bellies. We're going to actually give him an A. I think he's actually a really good champion now. Jinro the Stork, I mean, A-. I don't want to go too far. Jinro the Stork here. The last champion that we get from Doom Tower, the second to last. Is he the last? I forgot. Listen, he's a 2-turn stun that ignores block debuffs. That's about it from a Void frickin' Legendary. The only saving grace is you can't pull him from shards. That's the only saving grace on this dude. He is, I think he's got an S tier nose, and I think he's got a F tier kit. LMA Little Miss Annie. Pretty nails. I really, there it is, the A1. Good in Fire Knight, good as like a Shogun delete button with his play date. It smacks. That being said, you don't really see her in the arena, and maybe a little bit restrictive in terms of. I love the heal reduction for Fire Knight, right, on that A1 as well. Not a trash champion, not the best champion. I'm gonna go ahead and give her a B+. Krisk the Ageless. Didn't we talk about Krisk? No, I guess we didn't. Man, I still think that Krisk is an A+ champion. You can make the case S tier, obviously in PvE, but you don't see him in PvP anymore. Great passive, applies the debuffs, provoke, increase speed, the buff extension, and the ally protection, the decreased speed, and oh my word, on Wixwell teams, he does very, very well. On any teams, let's be real, he does very, very well. I have him with Cruelty. He stacks it up really quickly. I have him in a curse set, as well as, just a little bit of speed on him. He's pretty easy to build. I have him built for, I don't know, these masteries are kind of all over the place, though. I won't lie. I need to kind of go back in there. I was using him for too many different things, and it kind of all got blended on the account, But I do generally run him in a curse set regardless. All right, Hegemon we talked about already. Rathalos. Man, this guy, he's not an elite champion. I'm gonna grade him first. I'm gonna give him a B. But holy smokes, not many champions in this game in PvE can hit like Rathalos can, right? 100% ignore defense with a spirit step slash, right? And then every second use of the skill in a round will attack all enemies on that. Every 5th skill used by this champion does 200% more damage. If you pull out your calculator and you play your cards right, what a delete button that can be. Holy smokes. B. Saoirse the Shard. She's the Plarium Points champion. I'm not a fan. I'm not getting too excited about an AoE burn champion. She does have some activation, but, I don't know. I've never been a fan since the day that she was added in the game, honestly. I don't know. What do you guys think? They gave her a buff, right? Decreased speed, 4-turn cooldown. I don't know. Maybe it's just like the Plarium Point tie-in or something. I'm going to give Saoirse I'll give her like a B-. Just like a mediocre burner to me. Chromax Moonblood, one of the worst champions in the game. We're going to give him an F. It's a 4-turn provoke and a single target block buffs. Brackus we already reviewed. Gaia the Truth Shield. You guys were telling me in the comments that you love this champion, and I tried to love her, but I didn't. I'm going to be real with you guys. Not that I can't appreciate what she brings to the table, right? A lot of buffs, but she's selfish. Increased resistance and strength on herself. I don't like that. Reflect damage, ally protection on everybody. That's not bad. And AoE, increase the duration of all ally buffs by 1 turn. Honestly, she's not bad. She's not great, right? She's like a pretty solid support champion. And maybe that's what you guys were trying to tell me in the comments anyway. So I'm actually going to give her a B. Truoth. Not a great champion, but a great healer, ally protection, and then a ton of heals. And that's all you need to know about Truoth. So if you're looking for heals, look no further. Other than that, look further. We're going to give a, C+. Noct the Paralyzer. I was hoping Noct to be a little bit better, with the heals and whatnot. Ally protection. It's kind of like a poisoner who also has ally protection and heals. Kind of a cool spot to be in the game. Not a trash champion for sure. Just not an elite champion either. Not enough poisons. I think he has 2, right? It's an additional 2, though, whenever a sleep expires. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. You can't land sleep against bosses and whatever. So, like, I think it's not a bad champion. I'm going to give him a B. Killian the Lucky. Headringer. Honestly, Headringer is a fun 2-turn stun with stealing turn meter. Reset the cooldown if it's killed. It's a fun little thing. And then Semi-Charmed Life by Third Eye Blind makes a little appearance here on the passive where he's slapping on buffs, right? Block active skills on an AoE. Honestly, I've always liked Killian. Maybe it's the Irish in me. But I don't know. Not an elite champion, though, you know? I'm going to give him a C+. Kind of like, you know, just an all right champion. Like a good niche champion, like wave content. Falman Mornsword is honestly one of my least favorite unities. I'm just going to say it. He's kind of cool. You want to build him like really slow. All allies are immune to cooldown increasing effects of the 3 allies on the team, which is pretty cool, but you don't really want to run an all Sacred Order team with him. Part of the problem is Sacred Order is so good that if I had to pick my 4 favorite Sacred Order champions to run on a team, he wouldn't even be in it, even with all his unity. That's a problem, you know? He just wants to be a damage dealer. That's all he really is, you know? So I'm actually going to give him a C+. I just think, like, you can make the case that he brings some utility for sure, but, and obviously, you know, these are, you know, the fact it fills allies turn rate by 2% when they place a buff or a debuff. Like, these are nice, but he's just one of the weaker ones, in my opinion. So C+. Altan of the Shell. I hate this dude, man. I really hate this dude, even after his buff. I don't think he's so selfish. The damage isn't that good. I don't know, Asleep. Extra turn if Well is on the same team. I'm going to give him a D. I don't like him. Arathea Corpse Flower. I did a whole guide on her. You know, a lot of people call her the worst Void Legendary, one of the worst. And honestly, I don't think I agree that she's the worst. Maybe one of the worst. There's just no damage there is her big problem, right? Like a simple modifier increasing of the multipliers would be kind of all she needs, you know? She has so much hex synergy, and a lot of people, myself included, frankly, don't love like a lot of conditionality on a Void Legendary, you know? But she does have turn meter fill to help with her cooldowns and just cycle through her abilities. And after playing with her more, I did develop an appreciation for what she wants to be. Just needs a little bit more damage, you know? Right now, I'm going to give her a C-. I'm not as low as these reviews are. These are like F reviews. I'm not that low, but I'm not that high either, right? Con Branch Breaker. Man, I was hoping for so much more on this dude. Another block revive champion on his A1. Kind of interesting there. But yeah, at the end of the day, kind of a damage dealer who has like a weird shield differential mechanic. And I don't know. I don't think he's that great, man. Another kind of mediocre orc, and he's a Void Legendary, you know? He's a Void Legendary. I really want him to be super good, and like, yeah, he can deal some nice damage, and the block revive is nice, but it's another kind of meh Void Legendary. It's kind of bummed out about that, you know? I'm going to give Khan, unfortunately, I'm actually going to give him kind of like a low score. I'm going to give him like a C-. I think it's just like kind of a disappointment, you know? Inceska Grellbear was not a disappointment. As you can see, I actually run her with real gear, relentless and merciless gear, and, you know, pretty fast too. Great champion, great unique A2 with a turn meter boost and AoE decreased defense and weaken, ignore block debuffs, AoE on the A1, ally joins in. I love it. I think she's A+. Supreme Aethel, not a fan. I think she's the worst of the Supremes. Doesn't do anything for me. I'm going to give her an F. She's a Void Legendary. Supreme Kale does a little bit more for me than Supreme Aethel. I'll give him that. AoE weaken, AoE poisons, can't be resisted, and I don't know, increased accuracy. I don't feel like he delivers enough poison to compete with the best poisoners, even the legendaries, the Narmas, the Eleanorals, the Tomb Lords, even the freaking, you know, Richtof, you know? I just wish he was a little better, but he's not bad. You know, so I'm gonna give him a B. Fortis, they buffed this dude. It's a travesty because he still sucks, in my opinion. Some people still like him, or do like him now, rather. I don't like him, man. They need to go way harder. This guy, for how difficult it is to unlock his passive, to me, the payoff needs to be boom, 100 out of 100, and it's like a 40 out of 100. You know, like I don't know. I'm not a fan. We're going to go ahead and give Fortis a D. I really want another buff to Fortis. He should be such a cool freaking champion. All right, guys, Acrizia. Enemy max HP on every single move. Are you kidding me? Yes, I still love Acrizia. She is great for boss content, right? So I'm going to give her a, I'm going to give her an A. Tholan Foulbeard, man, this guy, dude, one of my coworkers started playing Raid and used the download link with Tholan, and I just saw from an early game perspective what he can do. It's insane. And then I started using him more, and he is insane. Big damage. I love him. PvE nuker. I'm gonna give him an A. Prava the Slitherer. I'm going to be real with you guys, too, the three of you watching right now who have watched from the very beginning. Just given time, I am going to go, I know I've said it like 5 times, I am going to go a little bit more rapid fire. And before, I know you guys are going to leave the comments, just do separate videos for the epics. No, I've committed to it. I'm going to go all the way through and do my rares and epics, but I'm going to move rapid fire here. Prava the Slitherer. Actually really like this champion. Increased defense, increased speed. Got a little bit of White Queen vibe, not the CC debuffs. A revive as well. 100% HP. I like her. We're going to give her an A. Brugard Jeroboam. Not a big fan of this dude, honestly. Decent little, A3, but that's about it. I'm going to give him a C. Matriarch Zarguna. Decreased duration of ally debuffs, and again, a shield. I'm going to give her a C. I believe she's pretty fast. Not even that. C. Aragaz Wild King. I actually like this unit. I think he's misunderstood, and I think he's very, very good. Congratulations if you have him. Really, I think he's a really solid champion. Good turn meter booster, too, with the A2. We're going to give Aragaz an A. Granjar, F. Gomlock Skyhide, F. Donatello, S. Donatello with the freaking reset of the resets, the increased speed, the cleanse, the continuous heal, the strengthen, the heals, the preventive death as well. I mean, what more do you want? He's the best Ninja Turtle. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Mishinaki, we talked about. Lady Kimmy is going to be, she's faded a little bit. Super fast, though. Still has a decent kit. She used to be, like, viable in meta in the arena as well. Not so much anymore. Still good in some areas of the game, though. We're going to go ahead and give her an A. I still think she's an A champion. Growhawk the Bloodied, I think he's in the contention for the worst legendary in the game. Nothing to really like about this dude. A little bit of utility on the Lord of War. That's about it. We're going to go ahead and give Growhawk an F. Pelops the Victor, man. There's a lot to like about Pelops, right? They fixed his passive, thank God. He also has the Magma Shield. Very unique there with the taunt. I really like this champion. What can I say? I think a lot of people probably enjoy him too. What do you think if you went for Pelops the Victor? I think he's a freaking solid champion, My build's kind of all over the place here. Really kind of haphazard. But where I'm using him, this is totally fine for me, which is restrictive content. I'm still running a clan boss team with him in it just for the hell of it, the same one that I showcased because it still one keys it, So Pelops, I'm actually going to give an A-. I think he's a really good champion. Maybe even an A. Udex Artor. I don't know, kind of a decent reviver, right? He's got a revive, increase attack, strengthen, turn meter boost. You could do a lot worse, honestly, than him. He was a freebie too, so we'll take that. I'm going to go ahead and give him a B. Bells the Reckoner, not a huge fan, Leech block buffs, Leech. He wants to be a Hydra clan boss. He doesn't provide enough, in my opinion, to be a great Hydra clan boss unless you're really restrictive and just, like, starting the game. That's just my opinion. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. He's not trash. I'll give him a C. Val the Destroyer. Still a really good damage dealer in clan boss, specifically Hydra clan boss, right? Or in Chimera, because the mass murder escalates his damage. So we're going to go ahead and give him a B+. Cecilia the Red Hope. I was hoping that I could use her a little bit more often. I don't use her that much, maybe because Bayak kind of just came and stole her whole show, right? With the perfect veil and the strength and counterattacks and stuff like that. Revive on death. There's a lot to like here, but for me, it just kind of, I thought she was going to be maybe like a A+, maybe S-. And to be honest, I think she's like more of an A-. Classic Key Hulk is going to be elite, bro. Elite. I mean, I even saw an endgame dude running him in the arena. He was doing surprisingly well. Not to say he's meta or anything like that. But, man, this guy is the new, man when it comes to PvE debuffers, right? I mean, I was talking about all the void, increased defense and weakens, and I didn't even mention Classic. Shame on me. He's all that and then some. And great support on this A3. Just insane. S minus. That's as far as I'll go with a champion that doesn't have two-way utility, but he's right up there. He's so good. Ieyasu. Ieyasu is pretty good in PvE and PvP. He's got Ignore Stone Skin. He's got an extra turn if you kill an enemy, which is really nice as well. That means you can use him even when locked out. He has the extra, damage on the passive as well for AoE viability. I'm going to give him an A. Timid the Fool. He's got some utility, especially with Kaja on the team. That being said, he's good. I think he's a B champion. Corvus the Corruptor. He's got the poisons, the buff extension. He's not a bad champion, not my favorite champion, but can be used again in parallel with poison combustors and stuff like that. For poisons, honestly, I don't even know why I said he's not my favorite. He's actually a really solid champion. We'll go ahead and give Corvus the Corruptor we'll give him an A minus. Honestly, that A2 is pretty underrated as well, so I take it all back. Kira, the Watcher. He's just great for a Lady Mikage fusion, I'll tell you that, man. I will tell you that. I don't know what I want to throw on her. I only use her. I don't even use her. Who am I kidding? What does she do? She brings the ally protection to increase defense. Not bad. It's an old ability. Increased duration of enemy or decreased duration of enemy buffs. Not bad. Not an awful champion, honestly. I'll give her a B minus. Theodore, we talked about. Feedy Tealcrest. I just pulled him off air. I haven't even used him yet. But I think he's an A-plus champion. He's got the increased resistance, the perfect veil, the decreased cooldowns, and then the fill the turn meter of all allies, the block buffs, the decreased speed, especially in Hydra, right? Guy was made for Hydra. Can't wait to play him. Can't wait to use him. A-plus. Arnorn the Shining. A little off-meta choice for you guys. I really like this dude, though. He's such a threat, specifically in the arena, though. He's kind of a PvP champion because, PvE, you're just looking at some decent damage. That's about it. I do think, though, this Golden King passive and how he stays alive with the stone skin is really unique, really powerful. I'm going to go ahead and give him an A minus. A little bit one-dimensional, but that one dimension is pretty good. Shigure, we talked about. Tawana Rock, we talked about. Rama 2, Drake's Blood. I mean, he's kind of squishy. Other than that, though, he's great. He's got all of these debuffs, great in a 9-piece feral in PvE content, block passive skills on the AoE with the block active skills, and the buff removal. There's a lot to love about this dude. He's just outclassed by champions like Carnage, where it's protected in the arena. That's not to say he's not viable. He really is, and I think he's quite a little bit underrated right now in the meta. That being said, I obviously don't use him. He's stark naked right now. I'm going to go ahead and give him an A minus. Venus, we talked about. Kraken the Blackened, excuse me. We have a decreased accuracy, a weakened continuous heal, restore, destroy max HP. He's has a bunch of stuff that you don't even care about, basically, right? I am not a fan of this champion at all. Gosh, I think he's pretty trash. We'll give him a D. Karen the Harvester. Cool champion who I want to like. He has this really cool sleep synergy where you can instantly activate the A2 and put their skills on cooldown when they come back from sleep from his A3 with the extra turn as well. It's really strong, really cool, but not really meta and not really, where else do you want to play this dude, I love the champion, but I just don't think he's I want to love this champion is a better way to put it. I'll give him I'll give him a B minus for originality. Fina, the Blade of Avaria, one of the best unities out there in the game. I have her a 9-piece protection, and I have her very fast, 380 speed. I absolutely love this champion. So powerful, so much extra damage with the passive. The extra turn mechanic brings so much to the table. The reset cooldown makes her amazing. I'm going to give her an A+. Bambus 4-leaf after his buff. Man, they fixed this dude. I didn't like the Bambus. A lot of you guys loved Bambus even before. I didn't. Now I do. I don't love him, though. I think that, there's just so many powerful champions. You got to eventually just decide who you're using, right? That being said, Bambus is a nice kind of fill-in slot. I'm going to go ahead and give him a B+ now, a B+. Razzlevarg, man, No one's speedy like Razelvarg, right? On this built for speed passive. He said the bunny is a nice little champion. He's not elite, but he can deal a little bit of damage. Scales off 2 sources, including speed. He's all about speed, and more speed. We'll go ahead and give Razelvarg good and air, even like for for a triple hitter on the A1, good and Fire Knight as well. We'll give Razelvarg we'll give him a B+. Arashi, the Riptide. One of the more underwhelming Ignore Stone Skin champions, in my opinion. I just don't think he hits hard enough. He's an HP-based damage dealer, so it's not like we can give him a damage multiplier increase, you know? We just need crit damage and a lot of HP. So, you know, not awful, but he's hard. He's really, really gear intensive to make him do the kind of damage that you want him to do. We'll go ahead and give Arashi a C+. Cheshire Cat, man, still a freaking nuker and a half. I don't have him built right now, but I still use him in Demon Spawn. I just mule my gear around. Man, this guy can smack, and he has survivability in his kit. I really like Cheshire Cat. I don't use him in the arena, but I'm never disappointed when I do use him. I just have so many options, you know, on my account, obviously. But I'm never disappointed when I do use him. I love him. We're going to give him an A. Acelin the Stalwart. Kind of a not my favorite unity, but not my least favorite unity, right? He's really good when paired with like other tanky Bannerlords, right? He kind of fits the faction perfectly with all that shield, ally protection, and the shield synergy as well. He's all about the shields. Taurus, Marishka, Acelin, a really strong start. You throw in like a Raglan, you're looking at a tough to kill team. I'm going to give Acelin a A-. Theodore, we talked about. Tawana we talked about. Crizia, talked about. Venalicia, Thrallmother. Man, a life, Pain Link, champion that is hard to find. Hard to find these champions. It's her and Gizmak, right? Is there one more now? I lose track. New champions every day, right? A really good reviver, right? AoE revive, 4-turn cooldown, increase the cooldowns of all enemy skills on her revive. That's very unique. And then removing buffs, as well as block buffs and a decreased defense. She's a unique new breed of reviver. I think she's underrated as well. What do the reviews say? No, they rate her highly in the game. That's good. I give her an A, borderline A+ champion. Esme the Dancer, not a bad champion. Increased attack on her A1. Good, decent AoEs. She's Moto's kind of companion champion. She's not my favorite. She's not my least favorite either. Do I have? Oh, just mastery is undone there on her. I'm gonna go ahead and give her I'll give her a B. Mountain King we talked about. Mavara the Web Diviner. Well, you guys already know I love this champion, right? I got the Pert Shadow on her. I'm actually rebuilding her. I had her in Mercurial. I think I might keep her in Mercurial, but I want to build her with even higher resist. I built her with kind of like mid. Anyway, though, I think she's fantastic, right? In PvE and PvP, I don't know why people hate on her. Oh, man, the ratings really changed. The first day, they were really low, 3.9s, 4.1, in that kind of territory. And I even got a lot of people pushing back with me about me overhyping the fusion. But I stand by it, man. I think she's absolutely insane. I already see endgame players using her in PvP. She can make almost all your teams better in PvE, especially teams that take a longer time to get rolling. Just a great champion. I'm going to give her A+. Balar the Lost. I think he's a great poison activator. He's just like a really unique one. He brings poison sensitivity. A lot of damage on this dude. I'm going to give Balar an A. Newts. We did all the Newts earlier. And then Rorik Wormbane is my last legendary. No, my second to last legendary here. Rorik, I've never been a fan. I know some people are. He has that stun, you know, which can be really nice. And you know, some people push back when I say that I don't like him. But the truth is I feel like players who say that like he's really underrated, maybe they're forcing it a little bit, with all due respect. But you can let me have it in the comments. I give Rorik, a D. Samson the Masher. Man, I wanted Samson for so long because I wanted to see how bad he really was or how good he really was. Honestly, he's very similar to Krokmar to me, you know? And, like, I like this dude. I like that he's in the game, but he's just not an elite champion, you know? But you got some fun with him for sure. I'm going to go ahead and give Samson the Masher a C. Hey, guys, we're on to epics. Do I even need timestamps, really? Epics, I'm going to go rapid fire, guys, so get ready. Here we go. And I will check my vaults to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Actually, legendaries. No, I'm good over there. And they'll just dupes over here. So we're good. Epics, I will have to check the vault, though. So stay with me. You've already stayed with me for long enough. I shouldn't ask more of you. Diana. Dirty Diana. I love Diana Gloompiercer. I actually think she's unbelievably underrated. Good damage, good ally attack, decreased defense, ignore defense on the ally attack. She is, we're going to be grading, just like Mythicals, we graded it, on a curve. Same thing with Legendaries. Our expectations were maybe a little bit lower than Mythicals, and Epics, our expectations are a little bit lower than Legendaries. So we're going to give Dirty Diana Gloompiercer an A+, an A+. We have Khafru the Deathkeeper. I love this dude. I love his taunt. I love his kit. I love his damage. We're going to give him an A. Akemptim, triple hitter. One of the best hex appliers in the game with great passive. We're going to give him an A+. White Dryad Naya with the unique reset ability and a decreased speed on the A1, some support. We're going to give her an A-. Laberga is, some poison Doom Tower action here. Not my favorite. I'm going to give her a B. Taya with instant activation of poisons and burns from a Doom Tower champion. Not bad. She also brings her poisons. We're going to give her an A-. Ursula the Mortar, the best AoE revive in terms of sheer strength out there, arguably in the game, survivability-wise. Good utility on the A2 as well. We're going to give Ursula the Mortar an A+. Tuak, the Wanderer. I like Tuak, a 2-turn stun, stealing turn meter, AoE decreased speed, a little bit of damage. I don't know why he doesn't get more love. I'm going to give him an A. Whisper, the best damage dealer against bosses out of any epic in the game outside of Geomancer. We're going to go ahead and give her an S tier for an epic. Madame Ceres has the buff removal, the buff steal rather, as well as the decreased defense, the decreased attack with the buff removal. We're going to give her an A. Umbral Enchantress, now in Mercurial gear. She doesn't even lock herself out. 2-turn provoke and the block buffs. We're going to give her an A. Basher with the lockout on the A2. Not bad from a Void Affinity champion. I still prefer Alika. I'm going to give him a B. Seer, S tier, Karma Burn. Best nuke out there, right, for PvE. Amongst epics and maybe even amongst most legendaries, right? Siegfried has her, but that's about it. Pan the Bowhorn. You guys know how much I love Pan. I love his damage, right? Big boy damage from this mofo. He's great. I'm going to give Pan an A-. He is a bit one-dimensional. Fire Gun Isabel. Not too bad with the bombs, but, epic bombers aren't really my jam. Not a bad champion, though. I'm going to go ahead and give her a C+. Was hoping for a little bit better. That's just my experience. Ambassador Lethalin is kind of unique. You can place his taunt on anybody that you want to. That makes him pretty unique champion, right? I'm just realizing now how many champions I have on my account without blessings. Just to get the stats on them, I should just take them, You get one too, Fire Gun Isabel. So Ambassador Lethalin, we will call her, we'll go with Commanding Presence on her. We'll call, Ambassador Lethalin a B, kind of an underrated champion. Duden is A+, baby. You heard it here first. You guys know that I love Duden the Runic more than any other content creator, any other person on planet Earth or planet Teleria. One of the best. I have him full decked out, right? Like, good gear. I use them all the time. Super tanky, pert shadow, beautiful cleanses, shields, taunts, counterattacks, strengthens. I love him. Hoffery's the Tust. Well, he's a revive too. If you need him, you need him, right? I'm going to give him a, I'll probably give all the revive twos like a B+. Mausoleum Mage, A+. He's just still an elite support champion amongst epics. Increased defense, block debuffs, cleanse, heal. I mean, what do you want? Turn meter fill, conditional too. I have them. You can see the builds as I go through. Doom Priest with that unique passive, the cleanse, the heal. A tier. Nizana. Ally protection, kind of a weird ally protection from an attack-based champion. That being said, I do use her in a stun set from time to time. So, I don't know. I'll give her kind of a weirdo, though. Give her like a B-. Husk. Enemy. I've always been a Royal Guard guy over a Husk guy. I feel like we're all kind of like, Pepsi or Coke or whatever. I don't drink either, but, I'm a Husk. I'm a Royal Guard guy. That being said, I do acknowledge what Husk brings to the table, and I do use them, as well. I'm going to give Husk a. Kellen the Shrike. Kellen, I was hoping for a little bit more damage. Not too bad, but not that great either. I'm going to give him a C. Tagore, you guys know how much I love Tagore. He doesn't have the strongest revive in AoE revivers, but he brings increased speed. He brings a heal, increased defense, and damage mitigation. I'm going to give Tagore an A+. Nagorio can do some damage. That's about it, but can do some damage. We're going to give Nagorio a B+, strong damage dealer. Dark Kale is going to be A+. One of the better PvE epics in the game, and he's farmable. He has poison and burn activation, AoE decrease attack, buff extension, or debuff extension, excuse me, poisons and poison sensitivity, and the crit rate and the delirium. He's fantastic, A+. Ugo, for epics, I still think she's S tier. She's 2 champions in one, baby. She's got leech. She's got heals. She got little cleanse. She got decreased defense. She got block buffs. And she's got the solar eclipse revive, right? Total eclipse of the Ugo. Okay, we got Miscreated Monster in the house. So Ugo is S tier, A+ tier on Dark Kale. Miscreated Monster, I still love him even after all these years. 2019 Halloween Epic Champion. I'm going to give him an A. Good stun, big shield, ally protection, more control with the fear. Great champion. Talia, sneaky damage. Sneaky damage. I'll just say that where is the, is it this one? It always throws me off that it doesn't say attacks all enemies first and then attacks all enemies. Honestly, she's Finex's babe too. She is kind of a babe, huh? But man, she does damage. You know, she really does. That being said, you know, that's about it. So we'll give her a B. Taurus, the best poisoner that you need to know about amongst epics out there in the game. So Taurus, because of all those poisons, golly, man, we're going to give him a, I don't know, going to give this dude a A. Allure, I mean, the best controller with a psychic whip, right? Dark Fae, you name it, you know, Fire Knight, normal. We're going to give Allure an A. Tyrell, not that bad. I mean, the preemptive strike is still super good. Decreased defense, albeit you hate the cooldown. Good aura, decent champion. We're going to give him an A-. Morag, we're going to give her an A+, right? I love Morag. I love my epic ally attackers. She also has the big version of strength, and hard to find that amongst any non-legendary or mythical champions. Great damage, great tankage, defense-based, A+. Ulfric. Ulfric I kind of like. I've always liked this dude. I don't even know why. He's got a little bit of heals. He's got steals. He's got increased turn meter. Just does a little bit of everything, and enough of everything to make him worthy. And he can deal some like decent damage too, like oddly enough, right? He's kind of like a real hybrid. I'm going to give him a B+. Yellagurna. Yellagurna is a attack-based champion who I don't really love that much. She brings a decreased attack. She brings a block buffs, or whatever, man. I don't know. I'm going to give her a C+. Gorlos Helma. Nice AoE decreased defense champion with a burn as well as a decreased accuracy. I like him quite a bit better. I'm going to give him a B+. Fat Man, we're going to give him an A+. A+, man. The best ally attacker with all apologies to Dirty Diana. I also gave her an A+, so maybe an S- on Fat Man. Who am I kidding? S tier on Fat Man, right? I mean, he's got the ally attack and the burn and poisons. So freaking good. Fenax, A+, man. That A1 put down is still money. And he brings debuffs on top of that. Frenzy the Cackler. She's got burn, and she's got burn activation. And she's got provoke. And she's got increased defense on a defense-based damage dealer. The only knock is it's a 3 times at random. I don't love that. We're going to give her an A. Still, it's hard to find an epic burn and burn activator like that. And a provoker. Ethan the Golden. I love this dude so much. Going to give him an A. Big AoE times 2 hits with block active skills with extra turn mechanic. Really, really good. Ignore defense on that passive against tankier units. Demitha, A+. Block damage, continuous heals, and heals, buff extension. She brings so much to the table. Great support champion. Prundar. Prundar's grown on me a little bit, the big fella. He's got the big version of strengthen, but unlike Morag, it's a 4-turn cooldown. He does have continuous heals as well. He does have a provoke, increased defense on himself as well. Not a bad champion, not an elite champion. We're going to give him a B. Skrank is one of the best 2 burners out there, in my opinion, amongst epics. Not bad. He applies the burn on a 3-turn cooldown on an AoE, on a Void Affinity. He's the only one that does that out of any epic, right? We're going to give him an A. Skull Crown has the damage, Wave Killer, Sinesh's Girl, and then she's got the unkillable, you know, and the arena aura. We're going to give her an A. Neldor Rhineblade, man, this guy's really good. Freeze for Fire Knight, double hitter, good control, quad hitter as well. Maybe a little bit niche. We're going to give him an A. Mist Rider Dathi, we're going to give him an A+. Decreased defense and a lot of damage and the buffs that he needs and extra turn potential all into one. Jamarsa has that phasing passive, right? The kind of built-in reflex kind of vibe. Kind of a mediocre revive, I'm not going to lie, on a 5-turn cooldown. She's the Refer a Friend champion. If anybody wants to be my friend, maybe one day I'll get Chronum. But we're going to give her a, I think she has a sleep, though, on the A1, you know? Not too bad, but it isn't that high, 50%. We're going to give Jamarsa give her a B-. Sir Artemage can smack! Sir Artemage can smack! He's a big boy nuker with the Unshakable Valor. That being said, pretty damn one-dimensional. We'll give him a B. Thylesia, man, AoE decreased defense as well as the Hex on that passive. Very, very good epic champion. We're going to give her an A-. Achek, bless you. Achek, the Wendern. Here he is, the little white devil here, the white demon, whatever he is. Anyway, unique champion because of the Twisted Hunger passive, right? The heals, the turn meter fill, the freeze, the burn, the synergy, the block bust, the strengthen. He brings a lot to the table. Freeze, burn, synergy as well. We're going to give Achek an A-. Geomancer, S tier. Burn, the buff removal, and then the AoE. I just love this dude, man. I mean, who doesn't love this dude? He is the boss killer alongside the Whisper, but his comes from that burn synergy, but even more utility there in most situations, but not all. Yeah, he's S tier. Dirindil. Man, I feel like I should just give him the S tier just because he's my favorite epic nuker. But I want to be fair here. I'm going to give him an A+ instead, right? He's my favorite epic nuker. I think he's the best epic nuker in terms of raw damage. That's just my opinion. Who do you think? I mean, well, raw damage outside of bosses in a Whisper situation, okay? So outside of bosses, he's the best raw damage. Retrodroth, A+, actually S-, man. I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm going to rank her even higher than Ursula, because given my druthers, I would take Retrodroth over Ursula the Mourner. I'm so high on Retrodroth. The revive, the perfect veil, the heals, the perfect veil. I mean, the decreased attack even. Man, I just think that you can't find a kit like this amongst epics. 109 base speed from an epic 2. Man, all of that. She's just amazing. Rear guard sergeant. Kind of an oldie but a goodie, right? Ally protection and a continuous heal on a 3-turn cooldown. It's hard to find that with a decreased attack. She's all about mitigating damage. A. Infernal Baroness. AoE, AoE. Stun set. There you go. Call her a B-. Zargala. I think she's a B+. Not quite as good as she used to be, but can deal some damage. Devastate can still instantly activate crack armor. Decreased defense can be, hard to find amongst epics. Reliable like her with the damage profile. A little bit crap, but still good. Oathbound. Honestly, defense-based damage dealer who has an AoE, 4-time hitter, kind of good in a stun set, good for restrictive content. We're going to give him a B+. Skaramis, we're going to give him an A+, right? My favorite epic provoker, I think the best epic provoker in the game, with the counterattack, leading to stuns, turn meter manipulation after he's provoked or attacked while under the provoke, and then the beautiful A2, getting all that turn meter back potentially as well. Lauren the Cutter, I actually like this dude a lot. Leech, heal reduction, and a decreased target's turn meter by 100%. This is like a way better version of Grohawk the Bloodied, who's a legendary champion, right? Triple hitter on his A1 as well. We're going to go ahead and give him a A-. Arndulf has an AoE weaken and has a reflect damage counterattack leading into, some provokes. Not a huge fan. I'm going to give him a C-. Venomage, AoE decrease, AoE heal reduction. 3 turns, 3-turn duration, poisons, decreased defense, decreased attack, instant activations, you name it, she's got it. Heal reduction synergy, A+. Siege Hulk, the big fella. Big damage from Siege Hulk, guys. A lot of damage from Siege Hulk. He brings all his own damage buffs. That being said, he's so squishy. He's a glass cannon. We're going to give him a B+. Claude, Beast Feeder. Claude is interesting. Has a shield, has an increased speed, increased accuracy. You love the 3-turn cooldown. What is it? Kibble Bits? Delicious Giblets. Kibble Bits, bro. Heals ally lowest HP by 10% of max HP at the start of this champion's turn. Not too bad. Can run him a relentless set like I do. I don't know. Give him like an A-. Ultimate Galek, not a huge fan, but I did get a little bit of an appreciation for him after my last build a random team video. I'm going to give him a C-. Gorgorab is still an AoE reviver, and he still brings increased attack with a turn meter boost. Not too bad, honestly. Let's go ahead and give him that commanding presence. I think Gorgorab is probably a, a B. Royal Guard. Well, I'm a Royal Guard guy. You know that. Hamstring is great. Great control. It's kind of like an allure type vibe, but it's on an A3, right? But it's more. You have the decreased speed as well, and a quad hitter. And then you have the takedown, which everybody knows, and a decreased defense. We're going to give him an A+. Magnar, we're going to give him an A, kind of one-dimensional. But he's the best HP-based nuker out of any epic out there in the game. Gory is the man for Fire Knight hard, right? He's got the triple hitter with freeze at 100% on each hit, right? Outside of that, some pretty good, I don't know, wave control. A little bit of damage from Gory, too. We'll give him a B-, kind of niche. Vogoth, you guys know I love Vogoth, S tier, right? The heals off the passive, the leech, the provoke, the increased duration of each debuff on the A1, and I love the cooldown of a random skill as well. If the attacker's under a provoke pace by this champion, 100% chance to win both of increasing the cooldown of a random skill by 2 turns, occurs once per attack. What? He does so much, man. People think of him as just a healer. He's more than that. S tier. Stag Knight, S-. He's my favorite debuffer. I even like him better than Deacon. I know I'm crazy. He's next up. They're both S tier, to be clear, right? But I go Stag Knight, man. I'm like in the 10% that choose. I'm gonna post a community tab poll after I'm done with this video, and I'm gonna see who you guys would choose. I know Deacon is gonna win like 9-1, but I like Staggy. Decreased defense, decreased attack, decreased defense, decreased speed. I love those debuffs. I love the decreased speed, man. I love the decreased speed. Cool passive, really fast, 107 base speed. I love him. Deke has the speed aura. He has the extra turn. He has a lot going for him as well with the leech. 2 of the best epics out there in the game, S tier. Using the Marooned, man, A. Great heals, block debuffs. Actually, A+. People sleep on this dude, man. He's void, kind of tough to get. But removing 2 buffs from all enemies as well? Come on, man. Really, really, really strong kit. Genbo, the Dishonored. Yeah, Genbo. He's not a bad nuker. I like that he decreased duration of all buffs, too, that can't be resisted on his Heartless Blitz. Some people are kind of over him. I'm not. I'll give him a B+. Inquisitor Shamil. Man, he's super unique. I'm going to go ahead and give him an A+. He's a little niche, but in that one area, he's SSSSS, fear removal. He can also ignore a lot of defense with the A2. Faceless. Faceless, man. He has a 100% ignore defense ability. Single hitters. I think he's faded a little bit, honestly. I tried him out recently, and I was like, not as hard as I thought he did. I'm going to go ahead and give him a C. Crowd in the Blue is going to be... Man, he's one of my main dudes, right? I use him on my main Fire Knight team. I think he's absolutely amazing. The triple hitter with the freeze, or excuse me, the double hitter with the freeze, triple hitter with the freeze on the A1, the increased speed, and the increased turn meter on the 3-turn cooldown. Hell yeah, man. This guy's elite. I think he's a top 10 epic in the game, and I give him S tier. Vildrax. Not a huge fan of this bug, honestly. He has the Hex, and that's kind of about it. Good Hex application for sure, but, look at all those books. And there's epic books, but still, for the leech. I'm going to give him a C. Sanguinia. Listen, she has good base stats. She's pretty fast, nice and tanky as well. She's got to block debuffs. It is only a 1-turn duration on a 3-turn cooldown. I don't love that, but she does make up for it with a nice cleanse on her A3 ability. I think she's a pretty good champion. Can throw in a shield or a bolster set if you'd like to as well. Where am I on my list? I'm going to give Sanguinia I'm going to give her a B+. Archmage Helmet. Man, I feel like he's faded a little bit over the years, honestly. He does bring increased speed, which is always useful. Certainly when you get him, you'll absolutely love him and use him. He has the stun on the AoE as well. I'm going to give him a B+. Dark Elhain, what a unique and awesome passive. Veins of Ice. The instant activation of the Death's Majesty is so unbelievably powerful on the Lethal Winter, and she throws in decreased speed as well. Listen, for epics, again, we're grading all these champions based on the rarity, right, compared to other epics. I think she's just fantastic. She can deal a lot of damage too. Maybe a little bit niche, not as good as a damage dealer as like a Dirindil in a vacuum, but man, against Freeze, against Torments, against Ice Golem, whatever, she's great. I'm going to give her an A+. Steel Skull. Steel Skull still delivers heals and increased defense. Just don't love the cooldowns. Little poison on the A1, a little chance of poison, I should say. I'm going to Steel Skull a B, still serviceable. Luria, hey, she has an AoE freeze with a block revive. And honestly, it kind of hits pretty hard too. You know, not the best, but I don't think she's the worst either. I'm going to give Luria a, gonna give her a B-. Godseeker Aniri. Godseeker, man. She's still a beast, right? She got the heal, she got the cool kind of guardian angel and the rise of glory, 2 ways to revive. We're gonna give her an A+. Sky Touch Shaman. Hey, in Mercurial, she's not going to go ahead and fear herself, which is nice. That being said, you know, decent champion, not the best, not the worst. We're going to give her a B. Mordecai is the other burner who I talked about. His burn is on a 4-turn cooldown. However, he does bring some turn meter and stuff like that as well. We'll give good old Mordecai we'll give him an A+, right? Epic burners is him and Skrank mainly for epics. Old Hermit Jorg has a burn, an increased attack, and a revive 2. We're going to give him a A-, a little bit higher than the other revive 2ers. Anax has all the debuffs that you want. Poison, decreased accuracy, weaken for Chimera, for Clan Boss, good single target debuffer and a little bit of damage 2. We're going to give him an A-. Snorting Thug, Trash Ola, we're going to give him an F. Hoskarul, kind of a cool defense-based damage dealer and stunner. Brings an increased defense as well on a 4-turn cooldown. Not a bad champion. We'll give him a B. Grush the Mangler, we'll give him a B as well. A good blend of damage, debuffs, and heals, right? B+, B+. Thorn Golem's kind of cool. He has an AoE ×2 with a fear, decreased accuracy. We also have an increased defense, a counterattack, and an increased resistance on himself going into leeches. Actually, really like this dude. I think he's really good. I'm going to give him an A. We have Hellgazer. Hellgazer has a cleanse, an increased attack, and an extra turn going into a decently hard-hitting AoE on the A3. Kind of one-dimensional, though. That being said, we're going to go ahead and give Hellgazer a, I don't know, we're going to give her a C-. All right, next up, we have, I got to add all of these epics to the actual collection. Be right back. All right, guys, so next up is Warcaster. Warcaster, still a decent block damage champion, but that being said, he's seen his better days. He does have block buffs as well, which is interesting, although not 100%. I'm going to give Warcaster a B. Padma used to be the shiz back in the day with appropriate ability, defense base, one of the hardest single target moves. That being said, she did not age that well for a void epic. We'll give her a C. Cardinal, still one of the most unique epic champions and probably the most viable for the arena alongside Phoenix. I'll give Cardinal an A for her redemption ability, boost turn meters legitimately to max, right? Can't complain about that. Wuji. I really loved this champion. I wanted to talk myself into this champion. I made a whole video on this champion. She has a counterattack, right? But will attack all enemies when counterattacking with the A1. That being said, the damage just wasn't quite there. And she's very, very squishy too. 10K, excuse me, on the HP. We'll give Wuji, unfortunately, a C-. Kunishi. Kunishi has a leech on an AoE, as well as an ally protection and a turn meter fill on herself by 50%. Actually, not that bad. Pretty niche, but not that bad. We'll go ahead and give Kunishi we'll give her a B. I think she's a bit underrated. Hofferes, you already said. Sashi, we'll go ahead and give Sashi honestly, with the AoE on the A1, goodness done set. She has the conditional revive as well as good turn meter fill. Honestly, Sashi's not too bad. We'll give her a B+. Barath the Blood-Soaked. Kind of an interesting support champion. It's not that great. He has turn meter. He has 2 hits on each ability. Each 2 hits do something different, right? I like that he actually brings a unique blend of debuffs and support, but it is single target. I'll give him a C. Tanix Hateflower, a login champion with an AoE decrease speed if the attack is critical. It's actually an underrated move, and she has heal synergy as well. Honestly, not a great champion, but can be good for progression even if you don't book her out. That being said, you kind of do want to book the A2 if you use her, right? So I'll give Tanix a B-. I think she's not quite as bad as most people think. Ryan the Conjurer has buff removal and a weaken and a revive. Not too bad. Not the greatest reviver, not the worst reviver. We'll give her a B. Tome has an AoE decrease attack as well as a counterattack on a target ally, right? Pretty interesting, but it has to be a Shadowkin to get all the extra stuff. I don't really love that. She's not awful, but she's not that great either. We'll give her a C. Aox the Rememberer. Aox is a healer, right? A little bit of extra heal. He's got a little bit of a poison on the A1 as well, and a decreased attack, and a decreased crit rate if the target's under 2 or more buffs with a unique passive. We'll give Aox an A. I'm not the #1 fan, as you guys know, but he's not a bad champion. Kalia, not that great damage even after her buff. AoE heal reduction. She's Ator's companion champion. Not that much damage. She does have burn, though, and it can be hard to find. We'll give her a C-. Alika, I am a fan. High-value target. Ignores 50% defense. Good damage. Not insane, but good damage on a 2-turn cooldown and a lockout on Disorient. A lot of people like her better than Alice the Wanderer. I will give Alika an A+. All right, Doom Priest we already did. Nizana we already did. Soul Drinker is a bomber. He's got a 3-time at random bomb detonation decrease cooldown, and then he has an AoE 3-turn duration. I absolutely hate it. Kind of a cool passive, but man, that 3-turn duration, it just kills me, honestly. I'll give Soul Drinker a C because of that duration. Yucky, yucky. Aranis. Aranis is an AoE increased duration of all debuffs on the target. Not too bad. And a block buffs. Kind of feels like an old school champion, doesn't she nowadays? We're going to give her a C. Kellen the Shrike we talked about. Tagore we talked about. Nagoro, Taragi the Frog. Oh, it's the Frogman, man. Frogman is a beast, right? He's got the ally protection on 3-turn cooldown with that shield. Can't find stuff like this, man. With the provoke, right? With the decreased attack, with the poisons on the passive. He truly is one of the better epics out there in the game. He's quite unique as well. He's nice and tanky as well. 22k almost base HP. Taragi is an A, maybe an A+, actually. Next up is going to be Catacomb Counselor. Man, Catacomb, I've always loved this dude because I love all ally attackers, right? But 3 allies join in for an epic. That's not bad at all. He's a triple hitter on his A2 ability as well. He is super, super slow and squishy, though, so take that into consideration. That does dock him a little bit. I'll give him a B. Cryptwitch. Not a fan at all. 3-time at random, ignore 50% defense if the champion has higher speed than the target, really, with a 98 base speed on a squishy champion that doesn't deal that much damage. F tier. Not a fan at all. Hope. She has a 75% chance of removing all buffs. If only it was 100. If only it was 100, right? She does have increased the duration of all buffs by 1 turn on a 4-turn cooldown. Not bad, nice and tanky. We'll give her a B-. Canoness. Canoness got a rework back in the day. She has an ally protection and an increased defense and a continuous heal on everybody. Ally protection, increased defense only on the target in this champion on the increased defense. Continuous heals on everybody, but it's on a 2-turn cooldown. Don't sleep on that. It's actually a sneaky good ability. Also has a decreased accuracy and a leech on a 1 enemy target. Not that great. She actually has a little bit of damage, though, for defense with an increased defense buff on her, which she brings. I don't know. She's a weird champion. I actually don't hate her as much as most do. I will give Canoness a B-. I just don't know, like, where you're using her, practically speaking, you know? All right, we have Candlehead. It's Carlinia. Carlinia has a decreased duration of all debuffs on all allies by 1 turn. A strengthen as well that can't be removed. It is the weak version, but it's a 4-turn cooldown. I don't love that. However, she does have a decreased attack, not 100%. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of Candlehead. She does have a burn and a burn passive. We'll go ahead and give her a, I don't know. What do I give her? Maybe like a C+. Rockbreaker has a provoke on an AoE with a counterattack and a great Ironhide passive to keep him alive. He's slow, he's outdated, but he's not a bad for a provoker, honestly. I think he's maybe, I don't know. He's not bad. I'm going to go ahead and give him a, oh golly. I'm going to give him a B+. Occult Brawler still is low-key one of the better poisoners out there. especially in the longer battles where he just gets those turns, right? He dishes them out big time on single target. He has a block revive conditional as well. Not that you're ever really going to use it. Hey, poison layers, single target. He's your dude. He's your dude. Taurus is your AoE. Occult Brawler is your single target. We'll give him a B just because he is best in class at something. Jingle Hunter, honestly, not as bad as the meme that he is, right? He's got an AoE, decreased turn meter, right? Fills champion's turn meter by 10%. The attack is critical, not too bad. And then he has a single target freeze, but it's 100%, right? And then he has a decreased speed on the A1, big version, right? Honestly, I don't mind Jingle Hunter. I'm going to give him a B-. Dawncaller Sabbatha. She has increased defense, increased attack, and a pretty decent cooldown single target revive with 100% turn meter and decrease the cooldown of one of this champion's skills whenever she revives. Not a bad little reviver. I'll give her an A-. Next up is Andrysia, little mini Nekret the Great. And I say mini, I mean mini. At the start of each turn, not round, but turn, ally protection on the ally with the lowest HP. Strength and increased defense on this champion as well. That's on a 5-turn cooldown, as well as decreased duration of all enemy buffs by 2 turns. I really like that move on a 3-turn cooldown, as well as a 2-turn stun conditionally if they have no active buffs, or 1 turn if they do on Mind Prison. Honestly, an underrated Void epic champion. I will give her an A-. Next up is Skathix. He's got a little bit of cleanse, a little bit of block debuffs. Can't argue with that. Skills of the Ages is a really nice ability. And then he has AoE buff steal, block damage, failsafe on his passive, as well as a decreased speed on his A1 ability. Man, Skathix is underrated. I'll give him an A-. Skimfos the Consumed. He's a really cool champion. He has an AoE decreased attack. He also has a decreased speed on his A1. He's stealing turn meter if the attack is critical 100%. Good for turn meter steal situations, like Dark Fae, for example. We'll give him a B+. Aboro. You know, listen, if will attack all enemies of the targets under 4 or more debuffs. If you can pull that off in areas like Hydra, or, you know, if you can just ensure they'll be under a lot of debuffs, she can really smack with the AoE on the A1 ability. Rest of her kit is all right. I'm going to go ahead and give her a, maybe like a B-. Prundar, we already talked about. Skrank, we already talked about. Sylar, Leaden Legs, man. 40% turn meter reduction and a decreased speed on all enemies, excuse me. She's Void Affinity. She's just placing that. It's always going to land. Fantastic. AoE on the A1, AoE on the A2. Good in a stun set. Good for control. Really good overall champion. I'm going to go ahead and give her a, we'll give Sylar a, we'll give her a A-. All right, Azur. Not a big fan. A long-term ally protection on all allies except this champion. A shield on him. Nothing much going on here, honestly. Azur, one of the more underwhelming Void epics out there. F. Man-Eater. Man, he's got the unkillable. He's got the block damage. He's still got it after all these years. A great A2, a great A1. We'll give Man-Eater A+. Talked about Neldor, talked about Mistrider, talked about Jamarsa, talked about all these champions. We're going to go down next to Ursine Ironhide, the Black Bear from the Battle Pass. Honestly, the bears aren't that great. I like the Black Bear better, but that's not saying much. I'd give him a, I don't know. I'd give him a D+. Lady Atessa, the underwhelming ally attacker. Listen, only 2 allies and not bringing anything else to the table. And the worst thing is she got a buff. I'll give her a D. Seneschal, not a bad little champion. Counterattack, provoke on all enemies, 100% on a 4-turn cooldown. 2-turn, perfect veil, continuous heal on an ally. 2-turn, not bad at all. I think he's underrated. I'll give him a B+. Chancellor Yasmin, I hate her. 4-turn for a 75% chance of removing buffs from enemies and a sleep who have active buffs. Okay. Not a bad little heal on a 2-turn cooldown, but that's going to be about it. We're going to go ahead and give her a D+. Romero, a continuous heal, steals a buff from each enemy. Not a bad little A2 after his buff. He has a shield, increased defense, only on himself. A little selfish there. He is Juliana's tandem champion. It's Jaime Lannister, ladies and gentlemen. There he is. Romero. I'll give him a D+. Basilisk, AoE on the A1 can hit hard, has a stun on the A2. We'll give him a B. Infernal Baroness, we talked about her already. Zargala, we talked about him. Shatterbones, hey, AoE times 3. There's another AoE times 3 hitter from earlier in the video. He also has decreased turn meter. Not a bad little champion, but not a great champion either. He is attack-based, deals a little bit of damage there. He's all right. We'll give him a C+. Skull Crusher has an ally protection and a counterattack, right? The AoE counterattack, he used to be the only 3 champions in the game. Him and Valkyrie and Martyr for years and years and years and years. Well, things have changed, and he's taken a little bit of a hit because of that. Still serviceable for sure, though. I like his passive as well. We'll go ahead and give Skull Crusher a B+. Spider, kind of a budget AoE champion with an AoE decreased defense on a 5-turn cooldown. Also has a chance to place in the weak version of Weaken. We'll give him a C+. Oathbound we talked about. Scramus we talked about. Let's see. Talked about all these champions. Hatatsu. AoE decreased attack and an increased defense and a continuous heal. And he is going to remove a CC debuff at the start of each turn with a leech on the A1 ability as well. And a defense aura. He's really good in Faction Wars, really good for support and progression mode. I'm going to give him an A. Good champion there. Next up is going to be Grizzled Jarl. Kind of an old school champion, an increased defense, a block debuffs, 1 turn, but a still nice ability here, reminiscent of Mausoleum Mage's A2 ability. And then he has the AoE decrease attack as well. Heal reduction on his A1. He brings a lot of utility to the table, honestly. I'm going to give him a B. Next up is Ruella. Ruella is a great champion, triple hitter, and then another triple hitter. She brings 3 great debuffs on that A2 ability and turn meter fill, increased crit rate. A really, really good kit for single target. She fits into most teams. I have her in a Relentless set as well. We'll give Ruella an A-. Myceliac Priest Ornn. Man, he's dishing out the poisons and instantly activating one of them on his A2. He's not the best poisoner, but he's not an awful champion either. We'll give him a B-. Tanky too. Franox. She has the hardest hitting ability out of any epic in the game. That being said, don't invest, right? It means like it's only if 100% against targets without any buffs, but you know, it's like a 9.2 multiplier. But yeah, she's a D. She's a D. Visionary is kind of a unique champion. She has an AoE decreased crit rate, decreased crit damage, and an AoE increased crit rate, increased crit damage. Kind of cool, but you know, I don't know. To me, that's like not enough to invest in a champion, honestly. Like unless you're really going to build a team around that. So I give her kind of like a C-. Unique, but I don't know, not worth investing in. Kinagashi, though, is an ally attack, the weakest ally attack, maybe. 1 ally joins, but she does have a good turn meter fill. It's actually not a bad ability. And she's the reviver in Shadowkin. For that alone, we're going to give her a B+, right? Next up is Tarshan. Tarshan has an AoE weaken, big version, 3-turn cooldown, not bad. And then he has a 4-turn cooldown. I wish it was a 3, but he does have a good turn meter fill with the increased defense. Honestly, not a bad champion. Has a provoke on his A1 and a strengthen on himself on that passive. I think he's a good champion, honestly. We'll give him a B+, B+. Sandlash Survivor has that ally protection mode on the passive. She's been crept a little bit over the years, but she's still pretty solid, honestly. And she also has the buff extension increase on a 3-turn cooldown, so you could even run her in a freaking, you know, Wixwell team if you wanted to, right? Really good old school support champion, still has some viability. We'll give her a B-. Galkut, this guy's my boy, because he places a bomb that detonates after 2 turns. Not that bad, right? And then he has a decent AoE attack. I say my boy because I used him and another champion that we'll talk about in Ogryn Tribe's Faction Wars Hard. And that was my solution. I don't have War Mother, as you guys could tell by my legendary rankings. So Galkut, we'll give him, you know, like, listen, he's a mediocre bomb applier. We'll give him a, I mean, he's not that great, right? We'll give him a C. Vrask, hey man, listen, he's still an elite healer. All he has to do is get a critical hit and then stack up his HP, and that's it. But that being said, he's so one-dimensional. I'll give him like a C+. That feels kind nowadays on him. Marksman got, I think, a buff. He has turn meter fill of all allies, and that's kind of about it. Doesn't hit hard enough to justify building him for anybody, in my opinion. I give him a D. I give him a D. Next up, we have Gala Longbraids. Man, she used to be it. She was the most meta epic champion in the arena. Endgame players would use her because she smacks. She hits very, very hard, especially in PvP formats. That being said, you know, you don't see her nowadays. Obviously, she's been power crept throughout the years, but she's still one of the better, just like single target damage dealers amongst epics with shield and extra turn synergy. So we're going to give her a B+. Runekeeper Dazdirk has the cleanse, the continuous heals, and the increased attack and the big juicy 25% turn meter boost. And he's fast. 105 base speed, pretty tanky. I thought he was like a little bit faster than that, my bad. But still, solid champion. You're going to give him a A-. Broadmaw is a permanent fusion in the game who got a buff and they didn't even bother to give him the big version of increased speed. What? He is a revive too, though. We'll give him a B+. Lua is an AoE × 3, another AoE × 3 epic champion, and she has decreased target turn meter. She's kind of like a, I don't know, she's all right, I guess. She's all right, you know? I'm going to give her a B. Rowan they buffed Rowan like 2 or 3 times. Has a triple hitter with stun. You're going to land a single target stun against anybody who's not a boss. And then we have poisons, up to 4 of them on that A3, which isn't bad with the hero reduction. She's not great. She's not awful. We'll give her like I don't know, 4 poisons, single target. It's not bad on 3 turn. We'll give her a, but where are you really, a C+, where are you really going to use her, you know? Like Dragon, you can just get better, you know, nowadays. Lich, increased defense on this champion. Are you serious, dude? I hate this guy. You got decreased turn meter, but that's not enough. D. Thanasil. I don't know. You get like decreased duration of enemy buffs by 1 turn on a long cooldown, but increased defense and a heal is still viable. Sleep on the A1, whatever. That A2 alone, to me, makes him a B-. Lockwane looks really cool. Lockwane, whatever. Looks like a cool champion. Has an AoE removing veils, removing another random buff, as well as a 2-time hitter. Resets cooldown if you kill an enemy. Honestly, like a champion that doesn't hit super hard, you know, you got to bring something really extra to the table, and removing a buff or a veil isn't enough. I'm going to give him a C-. Kind of a cool champion, though. Ashma, I've never been a fan. AoE weaken, you know, not bad if you're really looking for an AoE weaken, but no real damage, decrease in duration of all buffs on the target, increased duration of all debuffs on the target. Honestly, it sounds good, and it's not bad, like, now that I read it after talking smack about her. But I just remember building her and being like, yeah, dude, like, all right. You know, all right. That being said, you know, some poison. Obviously good for clan boss situations, right? So maybe now that I read the kit, not as bad as I remember. Kind of a cool aesthetic, kind of a mummy vibe to her as well. The kit's not bad. We'll give it like a B-. Flyja can deal some damage, that's for sure. Fully depleting target's turn meter on a single target, not bad at all. And that's about it. Some decent damage from a from a Magic Affinity champion. We'll give her a B-. Not too bad. Skyon, a login reward champion who really stinks, you know? That's all you need to know. Not worth investing in. Looks cool, isn't cool, doesn't do damage as a damage dealer. We'll give him a D. Vildrax we talked about. Cornelia, man, she's an interesting champion where she's sleeping, and then she has like the synergy, places a sleep on an ally, right, that heals them. She can actually like kind of solo some content or duo some content as well. Kind of an interesting champion. Not my favorite, but not my least favorite, right? Just like really rare, and she looks freaky as all hell. We'll give her a just for that aesthetic, man, that weird aesthetic on Cornelia. I like it, like porcelain doll, but like a doomsday one. We'll give her a, I don't know, we'll give her a B-. You guys might disagree with me on that one in the comments. Dr. Pierce is kind of the forgotten AoE decreased defense, decreased attack champion. He's not bad. He's defense-based. Has like a nifty little A3 that can come in handy at times as well, with a provoke in there as well. We'll give him an A+. Honestly, kind of an underrated champion. Armina has an AoE decreased defense. She's super, super squishy. She does have decreased turn meter, 3-turn cooldown. Like I said, 683 base defense. Holy moly. If you're looking for a decreased defense champion, though, she can help you out, right? We'll give her a, gosh, I don't know. We'll give her a C+. Captain Tamila. Captain Tamila back in the day was really cool and honestly increased defense, big version with heals and ally protection. It's good progression support. Honestly, the books aren't that bad on this champion. They're not great, but they're not that bad. Good for like faction wars. Take her to level 50, but you're going to outgrow her. So I'm going to give her a B. No knock on her. Jareg, cooldowns I don't love, but ally protection, increased defense is still serviceable with a nifty passive and a decreased attack on the A1. We'll give Jareg we'll give him a B. Malekith Bloodfluck I actually really like. He's a revive 2 with a buff extension as well on the AoE, right? I mean, this is what we're going up against nowadays, right? He's stealing buffs on the A1. I'll give Malekith, and he looks really cool too, right? I'll give him we'll give him an A-. Fodbor the Bard, AoE decreased defense champion, 4-turn cooldown. I don't love it. They could have made it a 3-turn cooldown. Not a trash champion, not a great champion. We'll give him a C+. Fane has a decrease, a poison, a decreased defense, a weaken, and a turn meter, a steal. She really has it all. She's super squishy. You got to be careful of her. But man, against a clan boss, against a boss in general, she brings so much to the table that I'm going to give her an A-B+. Brigalth the Malformed has a mediocre AoE provoke and a kind of a crappy team heal. Not enough. I'm going to give him an F. Kaitis has never been my jam. He's one of like the meme champions in the game, right? Where it's a secret skill unlocks, when available, when he's lost 50% of his HP, yada, yada, yada. The payoff is not equal to, the juice is not worth the squeeze. There we go. I'm going to give him a D. Not a fan. Lurie we talked about. Steel Skull we talked about. Ostrox Boneglaive. Pretty interesting champion, right? Removes a debuff from all allies. Plays the increased accuracy. I don't love the cooldown, though, for a Void Epic, honestly. But an AoE, block buffs, or a higher chance a higher turns, rather, if there are more enemies alive. Honestly, I thought he was a little bit better, right? He's not bad, but for a Void, I want a little bit more out of him. I'll give him a B. He's not trash, but I was hoping for better. Ayala Life Braid. Ayala I kind of like, right? A big heal, right? Block debuffs for 2 turns. A kind of a built-in relentless for your whole team. I'm going to give her an A-. I think she's underrated. Grunch Killjoy. He's my dude. He's my dude. I ran him with Galcut, but he was the guy who did the heavy lifting because he has a bomb that can detonate after 1 turn. That's all I want. Honestly, amongst epic bombers, he's my guy. He's my guy. I'm going to give him a B. Relic Keeper. Well, he can kill with his A1. If you want a campaign farmer who can get it done in about 50 seconds, he's your guy. He's a permanent, fusion that we all do. He's not that good. We'll give him he's not good. And we'll give him a D. F. Who am I saying? Sinesha. AoE. Good heals. Lockout. Good synergy on blender teams. Good synergy with Skullcrown, of course. We'll give her a B+. Signy of High Shield. There we go. AoE, chance of removing a random debuff from all allies. Not too bad. Removing a buff from all enemies. It's a good kind of tandem skill. And then like a A3, excuse me. She's not that great, honestly. We'll give her I can't see a reason that someone would go out and be like, yes, I have to max her. I'm going to give her a C-. Umatogi has a 2-time hitter with a lot of Veil and Perfect Veil synergy, right? She plays the Perfect Veil on an increased speed, fills her own turn meter on a 3-turn cooldown, can get back to her A1 or A2 faster. It's just, what is this whole payoff for? What are we trying to do here? What, a decent amount of damage? Not even a decent amount of damage? Man, the whole big setup for what? Nothing. For nothing. I don't know what the reviews are saying about this champion. I give her a D. We did Jorg. Grimskin. Defense-based champion. He has a little bit of provoke action on his single target A2, and then he has a remove a buff from the target on his A3. These are conditional epics, a lot of these, right? If you need them, you need them. If you don't, you don't. I'm not here to crap on all of them. Obviously, I maxed them to do guides on them on my account. It's the reason I maxed so many epics. But, you're not going to take him or max him unless you really need him. I must have, for defense-based Organ tribe-only content. The restrictive content is out of control nowadays, right? Wuzgar. So Grimskin will give I don't know, man. I like the decreased speed on the A1. We'll give him a C. Wuzgar. I mean, he has a quad hitter on his A1, so good for Fire Knight as a support champion. Also a counterattack, so even more. But he's basically like a Fire Knight only champion, really. He has reflect damage, he has counterattack, and he has a quad hitter, right? He's made for Fire Knight. He's made for Fire Knight. Fire Knight will give him a progression. We'll give him the A minus. Everywhere else, unfortunately, we'll give him a C minus. Lady Annabelle is the red lady. She's the solo queen. She can take down Bommel single-handedly. We love her, excuse me. She can help keep her team alive, keep an ally alive, increase speed, big version, 4-turn cooldown, leech, decrease speed. I love this champion. I think she is underrated. I think she is an A. Urticata. Urticata has poison sensitivity and poisons, right? She's not the greatest poison dealer out there. She's not the worst out there. We'll give her a C+. Anax, we talked about. Lightsworn has a revive on death and an increased defense. You know, hasn't aged that well. We don't love revive on death, but increased defense isn't bad. And I like the decreased attack and the decreased speed on a 3-turn cooldown for bosses. So not an awful champion with a triple hitter on his A1. We're actually going to give him a B-. Storing Thug, we already did. Bonekeeper, man. I'm not a fan of Bonekeeper. She can deal some damage, but she kind of stinks. We're going to give her an F. Why not? We'll give her an F. Dur the Hunger. He's the Revive 2. We're going to give him a B+. B+. Actually, I'm going to give him a B. I don't like his reflect damage and continuous heal as much as I do like the increased turn meter and the increased attack, but not bad. He also has a heal there, so back to B+. All right, Gizcard the Sigiled has a provoke on an AoE, 75% 3-turn cooldown, not bad. And I do like the Feel the Strength. Honestly, people think that Gizcard is worse than he is because they nerfed him before they put him in the game. I didn't like that move, but honestly, not a bad champion for an epic progression-wise. We'll give him a B+. C's, not a fan. No damage from this champion. He's a daily login champion, and he sucks. We'll give him a D. Caden is a Revive tour from the Dark Elves. I like him. I like the decreased attack on the AoE. I like the provoke. And of course, I like the Favor of the Chamber Revive from the Blue Knight. We'll give Caden a B+. Gom Yellowhand, you guys know I love this dude. An AoE decreased turn meter, a stun, and then an increased speed continuous heal on a 3-turn cooldown. Oh man, there's more to his kit than just that. I give him an A+. I think he's fantastic. Deathless, similar to Kitus, I'm not a big fan. The big setup, you have to kill all your allies, have to be dead to get a decent nuke. No. F tier. Lord Legionary, okay for Fire Knight progression, and that's it. Kind of like Wasgar Light, right? Not a big fan. I'm going to give him a D. Golden Reaper, one of the fastest epics, 111 base speed with the increased speed and the 20% turn meter fill. Very nice ability here. Not a bad decreased attack as well on an AoE. Honestly, not a very bad champion. I would have loved to have a juicy speed aura on Golden Reaper. Then she might be A tier, but for now, we'll give her a B tier. Urgrim has poisons, continuous heals, single target cleanse, and a big heal, and more poisons on the A1, a 20% speed in all battles. You gotta love Urgrim. I give him an A-. Just a little niche, but great champion, great support champion. Wirion the Silken is a Reviver. It's a Revive 1 from the Sylvan Watchers faction. We have a turn meter increase, an increased speed. I don't love the cooldown, but the kit's not too bad, honestly. We'll give her a B. Quagrin the Crowned. We did him already, right? Did we did Quagrin? Man, I'm going nuts right now. I'm going nuts. It's been 5 hours of talking Raid Shadow Legends with no stop. Hey, if we didn't do him, we're going to do him again. Shield, Perfect Veil, increase attack, block buffs, increase defense, depending on if your defense or attack is higher. Not a bad move, honestly. Not a bad move. And then a shield and a heal. Not a bad little kit, honestly. It's been a while since I checked him out. This Lizard Man will get a B from me. High Katoon with the turn meter fill, the increased speed. I love it. We also have an AoE decrease turn meter, a speed in all battles. When you get her after day 30, I still think she's worth investing in, even with all the freebie champions they're throwing at you. That being said, you know, if you already have these skills covered, you got them covered. But not a bad champion. I'll give her a B+. Burringiri Well, can solo some content because of the Soulmonger passive. Not too bad. And then an AoE stun. Honestly, not a bad little champion. Strengthen on all allies. Big version, albeit a 4-turn cooldown. Pretty decent support. We'll give him a B. Juliana has a, there it is, removes all buffs from the target, and then placing a burn for 3 turns. Got to book her up, you know, like a madman. And then she also has poisons on each hit. 2 big poisons. So poisons and a burn from one champion isn't the worst thing in the world. That being said, she hasn't aged that well. There's better options out there. We'll go ahead and give her a C+. Seeker, the best turn meter booster, you know, one of the best turn meter boosters out there in the game, because it's a 30% turn meter boost with an extra turn, right? Then you can go into the provoke. Great in the arena, still as a turn meter booster in progression mode, and great in areas like Clan Boss. Was all the rage in the, you know, all the Bat Eater comps back in the day. Shout out to Jedwood Deadeye. We'll give Seeker an A. Hosgirl we did. Anshorite we did. Didn't we do? Did we do it? Yeah. I think Anshorite is not a bad champion. I don't think we did him. Not a bad little champion. I like the AoE, gives stun set viability, has a heal, has, again, a random debuff removal and increased duration. Not a bad champ. Vergis. Man, this dude, you can't kill him. You can't kill Vergis. He has that great second wind passive, and then he has that Aegis ability where he can really, you know, make sure that everybody kind of stays alive with the ally protection on all allies, slapping on that increased defense on himself as well. And then on one ally, you get a continuous heal, increased speed. You know, he brings a lot to the table, even though nothing like jumps out at you like, whoa, and he can solo content. We'll give Vergis an A minus. Lightward Sandra, kind of a new-ish champion, and honestly, for a Void, I don't love her, right? Before attacking, she does bring increased accuracy, increased crit rate, which is nice. Increase the duration of all buffs on this champion if the attack is critical. But that's about it, right? The damage is not really there. She does have escalating damage potential, but it's not, doesn't really deliver. That's the bummer with Lightward Sandra. We'll go ahead and give her a, we'll give her a C minus. Excruciator has a block revivability, but, I mean, it's a single targets and you know, not a ton of damage, right? Does have Veil in protection, but that's about it. Kind of a niche champion. Unfortunately, going to give her a D+. Vala is actually interesting defense-based champion with a shield increased defense, which she can bring to herself for a little bit more damage. I like that she brings a decreased defense. I don't like that it's a 50% land rate. You can't really get decreased defense from a defense-based epic on an AoE, but she does have that, which is nice. That being said, you know, she's all right. We'll give her a B-. Woad Painted is now one of the elite healers in the game. You heard that right. She's an elite healer. That's basically all she does. Kind of like Vrask. She just heals. So I don't think she's worth investing in unless you need a healer. And even if you do, you know, try to get that book into the, I mean, her books aren't that bad, right? Try to see if you can get it into the A2, which gives it an extra turn as well. But I think that, you know, she's niche. We'll give her a, maybe a C. She used to be the worst, you know, epic in the game. Ragnar Gold Gleam. My man Ragnar has a, you know, kind of a cool hit, right? Or cool kit, excuse me, right? His passive, though, decrease the cooldown of the Gleam of Avarice skill by 1 turn for every time this champion loses 15% HP. And that is an increased attack on this champion, attack one enemy, place a big version of Weaken, and then a decreased defense on the target before attacking. Honestly, with that, with the passive, a good debuffer for bosses, that's kind of about it. We'll go ahead and give Ragnar a, I don't know, maybe a B minus. Both the Rancid. I actually like both. An AoE, decrease accuracy on all enemies, increase the duration of all ally buffs. I love that. And then remove some debuffs from allies, a heal and an increased accuracy. What a great kit. And has a little bit of heal reduction in there and poison mitigation damage. Man, A minus. Good champion. Good champion. We talked already about Thorn. We talked about Sky Touched. Z Itchy. If you're itchy, just scratch yourself, girl. Honestly, not a bad little single target damage dealer. She can actually deal some damage for an epic. But she's a single target damage dealer for an epic. And that's it. I'm going to give her a C+. She's a Doom Tower champion as well. Gwyneth, I mean, she has an AoE on her A1 that won't trigger counterattacks, which is really good in a stun set against Taurus Marichka waves in that Cursed City. Other than that, she's just all right, you know? She has, like, kind of a decent little kit there. I like her better than some of the other Doom Tower champions. We'll give her a B-. Hellgazer, we talked about. Theresk, excuse me, has a 2-time hitter, a triple hitter, and then an AoE decreased resistance. I don't know. She's never been my favorite, honestly. Doesn't really do any damage or anything like that for an attack-based champion with a decently high base attack. I'm going to go ahead and give her a, I don't know. I'm going to give her a C. Not awful, but not great. Akoff the Seer is one of the better Doom Tower normal track champions, especially against Spider, right? Or there's a lot of enemies alive, plays a burn on a 3-turn cooldown. I mean, he's really, I guess he's at least in the conversation on those AoE burners with Mordecai and with Skrank when we talk about epics, right? So another AoE as well. Not a bad champion. Has some fear, has some synergy with Ryan the Conjurer as well. Cool design to this champion. I'll give him an A-. Not bad. A little bit more niche, though. Galapo the Recluse. Man, I think this guy's a beast. He has a revive on a 4-turn cooldown, 75% HP. Very, very nice. He has a heal, increased resistance, turn meter fill on a 3-turn cooldown. He has an AoE on the A1. Great for a stun set. I mean, this guy's great. I think he's an A. He's an A. Maybe even an A+. Fantastic. Next up, we have Jizzo. My man Jizzo has a 2-turn provoke. So good for the Head of Decay. That's about it, right? It can be hard to find 2-turn provokes, but he can lock it down. He can also tank for mischief because he places the buffs on himself. So don't sleep on him. Not a great champion, but not awful trash like most people think he is when you get him early game, right? So we'll give him like a C+ or a C. Krakarth, the last champion you get from Doom Tower as an epic, and she's so trash. She can she increases the value of shield by 15%. That's supposed to be something really special. It's not, and she's not that good. She's an F. She's an F. All right, that is all my epics, I believe. Let's move on to rares. All right, guys, we're here for the home stretch. Here we go. Tree Shield Knot, S tier, Revive 2, the only Revive 2 rare reviver. He's my guy. I love Tree Shield Knot. Also, he heals, increased defense. I like him. Cage Bound, honestly, a sneaky, decently little ally protector for a rare champion. It's a weak version, but it's a 3-turn cooldown, and you don't want anything more than the weak version. He also has an AoE decrease attack. Cage Bound is underrated. That being said, go out and max him, probably not. I'll give him a B. Dilgal. I mean, Dilgal has the big game Hunter, right? That's a 4-turn cooldown, but the big version of decreased defense, which can be hard to find. A decent AoE, some decent damage, a decreased accuracy. We'll give Dilgal a B+. Seducer has an AoE decrease attack. Not bad, weak version, but it is a 3-turn cooldown. And an increased defense on all allies on a 4-turn cooldown with blocked debuffs for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown. Honestly, a sneaky good abs. Hello! And also a sneaky good kit, Temptress's boyfriend as well. Seducer is an A-. Bellower is an S tier. AoE, 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 I think I glitched out there, guys. AoE, all the buffs. You want to pick up Nature's Bounty on him for sure. I love Bellower, man. S tier. Renegade. Renegade and Painkeeper are the 2 champions with the cooldown reductions, right? You need to know about them for those reasons, mainly, only, on Renegade especially. That being said, we're going to give her a B for the Sacrificial Ritual, right? Sometimes that's all you need to reduce those cooldowns. Coldheart, S tier. Heartseeker, still the best rare in the game. It's not just Heartseeker, right, which maybe has faded just teensy-weensy after bosses have enemy max HP and turn meter, reduction mitigation. But her A1, where she might have lacked a little bit over the years on her A3, which is still insane, her A1 being a quad frickin' hitter with the big version of heal reduction makes her the best rare in the game. S tier. War Maiden, A+. AoE, decreased defense. Still the only champion to have it, and she's campaign farmable. The only champion to have it on a 3-turn cooldown, the big version. Man, that's crazy that she's only one still. They don't power creep the rares, did they, guys? They don't want to give us anything to get excited for. So A+. Pathfinder Kate, not bad. Increase the cooldown of a random skill on each target. I use her in Siege rare only, honestly, content. And I don't mind her. I'm going to give her a B. I kind of like her. Hospitaller is Harry's girlfriend. She kind of sucks. Chance of removing a buff from each target. I will say this, though. If you need buff removal in Siege, we're looking at this through the lens of restrictive content for most of these rares, right? In early game progression. If you need buff removal, Stone Skin removal, which everybody runs in Siege, or Mercurial, which won't help you out. Well, there you go. Wave of Purification can get that done. That's about it, though. We're going to go ahead and give her a D. Elhain, honestly, not bad. Not bad. You can do damage. You can put her in a stun set. She has 2 AoEs, which is really, really good. Makes her unique amongst the starting champions. We'll give her an A. Executioner, one of my faves, defense-based and attack-based on one move at least, and kind of all over the place on everything else. But he can take a hit, right? He has a turn meter decrease and a decreased speed. I absolutely love this champion. I'm going to give him an A. Corpulent Cadaver. Oh, pour one out for good old Corpulent Cadaver, man. He used to be the beast. Now he's kind of crappy. We'll give him a D. Gnarlhorn, the best rare provoker in the game. You ought to know about him, and he's also a great tank for Phantom Shogun because of his A1. Can't be strong, critical, or weak hit, right? So, man, he's A+. Berserker can deal a little bit of damage. You know, we'll give him a C+. Den of the Tusk Knight has an AoE big version of Strengthen on an AoE. I already said that twice. Big version of Strengthen on a 3-turn cooldown. Dude, no rare has an ability like, only one epic has an ability like this, and it's Morag, right? On a 3-turn cooldown, big version. That being said, the rest of his kit sucks. What can I say? You can basically just, I don't know what to do with this dude, man. He's like one of the most BA skills on like trash outside of that. We'll give him a B-. Scrapper. I mean, Scrapper was good back in the day because of the shield synergy against Scarab King. I really wouldn't invest him in nowadays. I'll give him a C. Dagger is, man, she could be better than War Maiden if they just made it 100% chance to land the decreased defense. Even still, she's pretty good for a rare. We'll go ahead. She's not dependable on the decreased defense, right? We'll go ahead and give her a B. Painsmith has a block revive move. Pretty cool to know about. That being said, I mean, cool to know about. Don't go invest in him. We'll give him a D. Reliquary Tender has the best cleanse and arguably the best continuous heal move out of every epic in the game. She also has a mediocre revive, but she has a revive nonetheless. We'll give her an A+. Haruspex has a revive, a mediocre one, but it's a revive, as well as a little turn meter boost and an increased speed, and speed in arena battles. We used to talk about him as a sleeper in the arena. Not so much anymore. He's just been crept over the years. You're not really going to use him as a speed or a lead, even in the early game. So we're going to give Haruspex I don't know. At least he revives, right? So you can slap him in your Lizard Men team. We'll call him a C. Eviscerator has a really decent decreased defense on an AoE. I'm kidding. She's not that great, but she does have a, what is it? The attacks an enemy champion with the default skill whenever they're healed or receive a buff. That can be pretty fun, where she can land poisons provided it's critical. But, you know, niche. You don't want to invest in her, right? We'll give her a B-. Paragon. Cheese, right? Unkillable, increase attack on him on a 2-turn duration for 2 turns, right? 2-turn cooldown. It makes him unkillable, literally, in a lot of situations. So you can use him to cheese your way past bosses, or he can annoy you on wave content. So there he is. We'll give Paragon a... I don't know, man. I don't know what we're going to give this dude. We'll give him a B. He's very niche, but B. Doomscreech, the best turn meter booster, Seeker's little bro. The best turn meter booster out of any rare by a mile. Also one of only 2 rares to have the big version of increased defense on an AoE. This Warning Screech alone puts him in A category. I'll give him an A-. The rest of his kit kind of sucks. He is tanky, though. All right, we have Steel Bowyer, enemy max HP champion that they don't teach you about in school. That's because it doesn't hit hard. Not all enemy max HP moves are made the same, right? Her multipliers are far less than Cold Heart's. Don't invest. Cool to know about, though. We'll give her a D. Grinner is a fast reviver. 110 base speed with a revive. On a 4-turn cooldown, unbury. Not too bad. You can remove a buff from each target on an AoE. A slept-on rare reviver. Not going to carry you to the end game, but good for restrictive content for sure. We'll give him a A-. Petrifia Rockroot. Hey, man, she's got poisons and more poisons and poison sensitivity. She's kind of like Frozen Banshee-esque, right? Some people like Frozen Banshee. Some people like Petrifia Rockroot. So we'll give her an A. Candleguard, my personal go-to attack-based rare nuker. We'll give her good 2 AoE nukes that are both good. We'll give her a B+. Avir the Alchmage has a little bit of turn meter, a little bit of heal, a little bit of decreased attack. Not a bad champion with poisons. A good support champion, kind of niche. We'll give him a B+. Purgator deals a little bit of damage. I'm not a fan. Doesn't justify building him. We'll give him a D. Fleshmonger has an AoE decrease defense. It's on a 4-turn cooldown, only 75% land rate, but for magic affinity only content, he's going to be your best bet for decreased defense. It is the big version, right? He also has an extra turn mechanic, which can help mitigate the 4-turn cooldown. Not a bad champion. B. Rocktooth has a, he stinks. We'll give him a D. Muckstalker has the sleep for 2 turns. A S tier for Sand Devil. Anywhere else? No. So we'll give him, I don't know. He's hard to grade. We'll give him a B. Marquez is the best defense-based rare damage dealer, nuker, on an AoE. You want to set her up with an increased defense before you use her, of course, and you want to have a weaken on the team other than just her, because she can deal another additional damage, almost like double damage there. That being said, good for restrictive content only, like Siege, right? So I'm going to give her an A. Guardian's an interesting champion. He has a continuous heal on himself, a counterattack on himself, and a block debuffs on himself, but then he can decrease the duration of all buffs on the target. So a nice little champion, or interesting little champion. I don't think he's that great personally. Some people like him. I give him a C. Ashwalker, I love this guy. It's in my contract, man. He does have a stun and a decreased turn meter of all enemies. That's nice. And then he has a decently hard-hitting backbreaker ability with a weak version of Weaken. Honestly, not a bad little champion. Not the best, not the worst, despite how much I love the name. Man, Ashwalker. I love you, dude. We'll give him a B-. Gear Grinder, a solid reviver because he's got a revive and he's got a heal. It's as simple as that. Rares, we're not asking much. Give him an A-. Not this late in the video. I can't do it, man. Harrier sucks. F. Painkeeper. She's got the decreased cooldown. Hell to the yeah. And she's also a competent healer as well, right? Really one of the better rares out there. For the same reason as we talked about, why am I totally drawing a blank? Renegade, but also with some heal. So a little bit better, right? So we'll give her an A. Fellhound, the best campaign farmer. Just put attack percentage on the boots out of rares, certainly, and really in the conversation the entire game. Just put attack percentage boots on him, have him over 103 base speed, and then just let him cook. Let him cook. He'll be your campaign farmer. And Good and Fire Knight with a reflect damage on a 2-turn cooldown on all allies. We'll give him an A. Twin Claw Disciple, has a weaken and a block active skills. No thank you, F. Sentinel has a Provoke on the A1. 85% chance, good for Magma Dragon, nowhere else. We'll give him a C. Tribuck Colwyn has a stun on a single target and then an AoE, increased defense on all allies. I don't like the cooldown. 4-turn for the weak version, no thank you. You can, I don't know. Not a big fan, We'll give him a C. Grave Chill Killa. She's have interesting synergy with Frozen Banshee. Not so much anymore. Do not invest. We'll give her a C-. Frozen Banshee is still really good, just like Rockroot is, with a poison sensitivity. Granted, you can outgrow her, though, and they're giving away all these elite poisoners and poison sensitivities to new accounts, so not as good as she once was, but in a vacuum, she's still an A- champion, in my opinion. Diabol's campaign farmo, and she has the positive charge, a little Lysandra. Light version, right? She also brings the increased speed on a 3-turn cooldown. Big version on all allies. I actually really like Diabol. She's super fast too. 110 base speed. Hell yeah. You farm her in the last stage of campaign. Good for progression, faction wars, restrictive content, Doom Tower, secret rooms. I'll give her a B+. Kale. It's weird. You don't really even need to Kale anymore, right? They're giving you all these poisoners when you start the game, but he's still locked down poisoner. You still can't go wrong. Dragon, Clan Boss, etc. I'll give Kale an A. I'll give Aethel an A. I love Aethel. I love the big version weekend on a triple hit on the A1. That's a really good move. Really good move. The extra turn allows you to get back to the AoE even faster. She's an underrated campaign farmer in the early game. A. Galek, D. Not a big fan of Galek, right? I don't like the 4 times at random. I do like the decreased defense and the chance of a big version. I don't like the 4 times at random. His damage is not bad, though. Maybe C. Maybe I'm being a little bit unkind. Greybeard is farmable and has a freeze, right? 3-turn cooldown. It's not a high chance freeze, but it's not too bad. 40% chance. And then he has a little bit of a shield. I don't mind him in restrictive content. That being said, you know, magic only. I'll give him like a C+. Apothecary is still pretty elite with a triple hitter on the A1, the 2-turn heal, and the boon of speed, right? And the aura, honestly, in dungeons. I think Apothecary is still worth going for almost every player out there. If not in the early game, then restrictive later. So I'm going to give him an S tier. Ingid Twist Staff. Actually, like Ingid, an AoE leech on a 3-turn cooldown, then an AoE increased accuracy, and I'm sorry, AoE fills Champion's turn meter for each leech. Then he has the leech with the increased accuracy and a decreased defense on the A1. Not a bad champion, not the best champion. I'm going to give him a B. Shadowbow Turlac, I don't know. I like the Veil idea, and I like the increased speed. I hate that it's the weak version, and I hate that it's a 4-turn cooldown on only 1-turn Veil. For that reason, I'm not a fan of this guy like I once was way back in the day when he was the first Sylvan Watcher rare, and even then, you know, limited content only. I'm going to give him actually a C+. I'm not that big on him. Hell Freak. This is Hell Hades dude, man. They made him right after Hell Hades. You can tell by the design, right? You can totally tell. I'm going to give him a, I don't know, swap HP, steal buffs, no damage. He's just, I don't know what you're using him for, honestly. I'm going to give him a C-. Hellborn Sprite, kind of the same deal. She does have heal reduction. You can get that right from Cold Heart on her A1. Weak version of Weaken. Not quite enough for me to recommend investing. You know what? I take it back. She has a Transmuter. I knew she had something. Increase the duration of all ally buffs by 1 turn. That's not bad. That's not bad for an epic on a 3-turn cooldown. So you ought to know about at least that move that she has. For that reason, she's a B-. Blood Braid, excuse me. Triple hitter with the heal reduction. Good for Fire Knight and restrictive content, aka in one area of Soul Cross. I use her on my main team. So I kind of have like an affinity towards her. That being said, so niche. But hey, you know, I'll give her a B because if you can shine in one area as a rare, that's a win. Blanche Arm Lasair. He has the Strengthen. He has the Provoke. AoE, one enemy on the Provoke, AoE on the Strengthen, right? And then the AoE ×2 hitter with a decreased attack. I actually like this kit. I like these moves for a rare. I'm going to give him a B+. Selenia Nightcloak is really your only burn option, dependable, especially on a single target, for a rare. So you ought to know about her for that reason. She's not great, though, that even being said. Really, they moved away from making rares, like, really good, you know, with just a few exceptions, and one coming up, too. So Selenia, we'll give her a, we'll give her a B-. Kurzad, I've always loved this dude. The big version of increased accuracy on a 3-turn cooldown and the decreased defense. If you don't have a bigger version, or if you have Nature's Bounty like I do, you can upgrade to the bigger versions of debuffs, right, with that blessing. It's a must-have with him. 2 AoEs, both on 3-turn cooldowns. Little bit of damage as well. A+ on Kurzad Depart. A+. Bulwark. Bulwark has, when attacked, has a 30% chance of extending the duration of all debuffs on the attacker by 1 turn. All debuffs extension is really good, especially for a rare passive. So that's his claim to fame. There it is. We'll give him a B. Armentine Skeleton. Not a fan of this champion. Total trash. F. Avoid, 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 avoid. Does nothing. Ironclad. I know he's gimmicky. I know you can proc stuns. I know you can proc a little bit, a lot of damage if you play everything absolutely beautifully. I don't know who actually anybody who uses Ironclad as a go-to strategy, mainly because it's a 1-turn cooldown. It's not like you could just use it infinitely, right? So you can correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. I think he's like, you know, you ought to know about him, you know, but I don't know. He has a little debuff from all allies. Not too bad. We'll give him a C. Eris, you definitely got to know about. She has an increased speed on a 3-turn cooldown, and the cleanse makes her a perfect stun cleanser for the Demon Lord Clan boss. There it is, Eris. And she's campaign farmable, I believe, right? She's great. She's great. She's got speed in dungeons, too, on the aura for a rare, you know. I think that she's worth holding on to at the very least. You might need her sometime in the future. We'll give her an A-. Judge, kind of interesting champion. 2-time AoE on a 3-turn cooldown. And each hit, he has a chance to place in the big version of these debuffs, right? He's RNG, though. You can't really depend on him for anything. Kind of a cool champion, though. I'll give him a B-. Longsword Turox is the best provoker, second best provoker after Gnarlhorn amongst rares. I like that he's defense-based. I like that he brings his own increased defense, a little bit of damage there for restrictive content. And I like that he brings a leech. Good champion, good passive. He's a good example of a great rare addition in the last couple years, right? I'll give him an A-. Marauder. Not a fan of this champion, unfortunately. AoE, decrease attack, weak version, and a provoke for 1-turn single target. Just not enough there, you know, for me to recommend you guys invest in him. So I'll give him a D+. Abyssal, I like this champion. AoE for a stun set on the A1, sign me up, right? We'll talk about a lot of these coming up here. A heal for the entire team and an increased defense and an increased attack. Listen, these are hard to find from, you know, 1 or 2 rare champions, and he has them in 1, which is really, really nice. Speed and faction crypts, he's perfect for restrictive content. I'll give him an A-. Soulbound Bowyer, excuse me. AoE on the A1. Great champion, right? She has turn meter reduction, a little bit of damage there. Great for control. Again, I'll give her an A. Draconis has some shield synergy on, you know, a decent cooldown. I don't know. He's just not enough for me. I used him for support way back in the day in Sacred Order. Unfortunately, just not enough there for me to recommend anybody building him, even for restrictive content, frankly. So I'm going to go ahead and give my poor Draconis a C-. Beast Wrestler is a block revive champion. Yeah, I've maxed out all the block revivers amongst rares just to test them out, see how well they do. And again, kind of like, what's his face, who we already talked about, the other block reviver, Madman, Payne Smith rather. I'm just not a huge fan. Yeah, I mean, what does he have? A chance of a stun? That's about it. We'll give him a D. Glade Wolf is an S tier champion. He's the best recent addition to the game by far and away, in my opinion. Listen, he has a triple hitter with a decreased speed. He's great in Clan Boss, AoE provoke. He's up there in the best provokers, Longsword, Glade Wolf, Gnarlhorn. You got to know about these guys. The counterattack, the ally protection, it's just an elite kit for a rare. It's an elite kit. He can deal some damage. He can protect your team. He can damage mitigate. He's one of the best rares out there in the game, Glade Wolf. All right, Red Cloak Teneko. I've talked about her before. You need to know about her. Removes a buff from each enemy. Only 2 rares can do that, right? Not even predicated on a critical hit or anything like that. You need to know about Red Cloak for Siege if you're ever going to embark on building a rare-only team. For that reason alone, she's a solid, actually, honestly, decreased turn meter, increased accuracy on all allies. She's a sneaky, sneaky little underrated rare. I'm going to give her an A-. Conqueror. I mean, Conqueror also has a block revive, right? He has a block revive on a 3-turn cooldown. I don't have him fully booked, and he can remove 2 buffs from the target. Listen, he's niche. He's campaign farmable. You shouldn't go out and max him, but you should know about him. You should know about these block revive champions. We'll give him a C+, maybe a B. All right, quickly, Uncommons, Outlaw Monk. I wouldn't recommend investing in Outlaw Monk anymore. I wouldn't recommend investing in Sniper anymore, even though AoE times 2 with a decreased speed, you could do a lot worse, right? Zephyr Sniper, AoE on the A1, stun set, uncommon champion. Stun set on an uncommon champion. That's about it. Got a little continuous heal there too, right? Shield Guard, AoE, 2-turn cooldown, fills turn meter. AoE, 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 can solo, minnow, max level in a lifesteal set, right? So you can use him early game if you want to. He's a hell of a lot better than a legendary Growhawk the Bloodied. Isn't that crazy? I'm not even going to rank these champions, but you should know about the ones that I have because I have them for a reason that are uncommon, right? AoE on Saurus, and then another AoE on his A2, right? That's basically it. AoEs, AoEs. Saurus can be a campaign farmer for you, up to Brutal, obviously, and he can be a good stun set champion for your teams. Armiger has a block revive, enemy max HP ability on a 2-turn cooldown with turn meter reduction on the A1. Still the most viable uncommon or common champion in the game, right? Amongst everybody, I should say. Still can use him in areas like Spider and areas progression. He's defense-based, so even as an uncommon with a 947 base defense, he can at least take kind of a hit, right? Who else do we have? Noldula. I've been waiting to get Solinar to fully max her out, so sorry for missing her on the legendaries. I just don't have her fully ascended. That's why she's at the bottom. But there it is, guys. Listen, truth be told, this has been a long, long video. If any of you made it through in one sitting, I don't care if you made it through in 10 sittings, let me know about it so I can thank you in the comments below. I really appreciate you guys. Hope you enjoyed this video. I do them once or twice a year, like these massive long videos, and it always takes a lot out of me. I'm not going to lie. I'm exhausted right now. Talking Raid for a long time. But anyway, guys, thank you so, so much. Over 5 hours here on this video, man. And truth be told, I've actually maxed out a lot of other champions that I didn't mention in this video. Shout out to Sniper. Did I get her? Yeah, I got her. My bad. I maxed out a lot of champions I didn't cover in this video, but for some reason, over time, I've either just used them to food accidentally or whatever. I'm talking mainly rare champions, you know, maybe a few epics along the way that I just lost track of over 7+ years in Raid. But anyway, guys, let me know what you think of my ratings. We're just going to end the video. It's been long enough. Much love, and as always, take care, guys.